1887. Era of industry, era of invention. The phonograph, the sound telegraph, the light bulb. But only one as clever as I could invent something from the self. A new face, a new name, each and every day. Age of the railroad, of fortune. Yes, age of
justice. This world's changing. Feels like I'm the last cowboy standing in the West. These days, money talks instead of honor. There is no clean way to purge out crookedness. This is the story of a man willing to fight the dealer.
Let's be real. This all started because of my shitty breakup. 1 minute, I'm in the heavens arguing with my ex, and the next, I'm sent back in time 100 years to butt-fuck nowhere, stripped of all of my godly powers.
Who's the strange woman with the lightning bolt earrings?
A woman not from this world.
Wild West, cowboys, train robbers, this is all so a century ago.
This was supposed to be the story of how I found justice for my pa's murder. But now my destiny's tied to hers.
As is mine. Either I shadow this otherworldly woman or I die. That is the contract I signed with the devil. But what could the devil want from this woman? This goddess?
Hey, Mom? Are you there? Can you hear me? I don't think I'm gonna make it out of this one.
Radio Outcast, a fantasy western audio drama coming to your favorite podcast provider on August 2nd, 2021.
I said to her, "Madam, I've not seen your missing calf. In fact, I've not seen higher than your ankle."
Ain't heard that before. In fact, I've heard that one far too many times.
Radio Outcast is a harebrained, gunslinging podcast for mature audiences. Content warning. This episode contains depictions of violence, guns, and gunshots halfway through the episode that may be upsetting for some listeners. We encourage our listeners to prioritize their safety before venturing ahead. Thank you.
February 2, 1887. For today, I am Charles Osgood. Last eve, I met the most curious individual in all of America. Yes, even more so than I. The mysterious woman commanded upon me this device. The Sonny machine, I believe it is called, S-O-N-Y. I am to use this metal box as one might a diary. You merely press one button and then another, and then speak toward it as I am now. Truly a wonder. I confess I think the woman may be some sort of angel or demonic being. She possessed a power. I question what I've... Never mind that. A divine bargain was extended to me, and I've committed.
Mr. Matthews, your sweet tea.
I sure do appreciate it, ma'am. For today, I am also Mr. Matthews. Now I find myself riding this train route westward. For reasons obscure, I'm to disembark in some dust town. Lone Flats, the New Mexico territories. Oh, what are the chances I've consigned myself into the Devil's Congress? Well, I suppose God has abandoned me, anyhow. Virginia must be 100 miles behind me. If I'm to make a diary of this Sonny machine, I suppose I shall narrate from the beginning. The gentleman with the obnoxious caw, that's J.W. Powell, the director for the Geological Survey. And we were lounging in his Virginia mansion, passing the whiskey dry.
Oh, Mr. President, you cad.
Indeed, it was President Cleveland.
I said to her, Madam, I've not seen your missing calf. In fact, I've not seen higher than your ankle.
Ain't heard that before. In fact, I've heard that one far too many times.
Say, you seem a fresh face here. What was your name again, good sir?
Matthews. Roy Matthews, chairman for the Texas Cartographers Guild, headquartered out in Abilene. It's sure a pleasure, Mr. President.
Mr. Matthews is my expert guest for the evening. He wrote me directly, as a matter of fact, pledging his expertise in the Utah regions.
Yes, sir. When I heard Washington might be looking at a unified Utah for statehood, I figured, shoot, if my quiver ain't right and full.
I don't think I quite...
Apologies, Mr. President. You know how those Texans can be. Odd-spoken and gun-toting.
And tobacco smoking.
Well, that would explain the rough hack, sir. Go on, squeeze it out. Now, Mr. Matthews, you said you're an expert in the regions of Utah.
Yes, Roy. Do share with him your ventures across the High Valley and your spars with the Mormon locals. Oh, how they've hoarded silver.
Even the greatest of cons can become undone by the unexpected and the unknown. First came the unexpected.
What in God's good name?
Say.
Texans and their goddamned guns.
My name is Roy Matthews.
Oh my God!
And that hoodlum has stolen my name, my status, and my maps.
This charge, is this true?
No, this can't be. Mr. President, I assure you that I had no idea
Well, they all turned to look at me, didn't they? 15 dandies, the President of the goddamned United States, and a mustachioed Texan with a gun. How did this bore catch me? It was an immaculate con. There must have been... yes, a setup.
I see you looking at that door, thief. You take one false step, I'll blow your bowels to Tuscaloosa and back.
I'll pardon that crime on impact.
Please, no blood on the Oshak rug. I just had it imported.
Gentlemen, I can assure you.
You can assure me nothing. Mr. President, Director Powell, folks, let me show y'all how we handle crooks down in Texas.
It's as they say. The moment before I died, I saw visions of a possible life rendered into flashes of sorrow and ecstasy. I envisioned escaping this con man's course, building a perfect blue home back in Utah with a turret and piano. Yes, a loving family. Perhaps love. My circumstances forbade me from either. Whispers became a tribunal, and I was soon cast out into the roofless alleys. Have you heard this term, unconditional love? You should know that love is always conditional. But the bullet hovered before me. Moments before the strike, I could extend my index finger and poke it. It seemed that time had yawned. It seemed I would survive. But did I want to survive? It'd mean more deceptions, more fleeing between the alleys and a stolen coat forever glancing over my shoulder. Each day is another name and another story. 26 years of surviving.
Oh my God. You should see the look on your face.
Even now, with a full day's consideration, I cannot accurately detail this strange, blonde woman. She seemed entirely not of this world.
I'd introduce myself, but I really don't feel like it. Here, just take this, okay?
Despite her petite stature, this woman carried herself with presidential gravitas. Perhaps it was the 6-inch heels, no? She strutted around the parlor with a bedazzled pocket watch swinging from her hip. Had my wits been about me, I'd have asked her for the time, considering time had just been frozen. But my instincts told me to keep quiet. She stopped short before me and reached into a pink handbag. She unveiled a small metal box, a device I now refer to as the Sonny machine.
I want to make a deal with you, Mr. whatever your name is. You see this shiny bullet here? The one that's like 2 inches from entering your pink, mushy little brain? Well, you can thank moi for that. See? We only just met, and I'm already like your complete savior, or whatever. But that can totally change. So, it's not really a deal I'm offering. Oh gods. This place reeks. What year are we in? 900?
It is 1887, mistress.
Mistress? Gross. Don't put on airs for me, Mr. Runaway. What? You don't think I know everything about you? You're totally wigging out right now. It's très funny. You should see your face. Here, let me break it down super mega slowly and simple for you, okay?
And it was here in this moment that I knew this woman was not of normal pulp.
You go by the name Charles Osgood, but I know your true name. And you're dying. Slowly, sure, but you're definitely dying. And each day it's gonna get more and more painful and super ugly until you're 1887's biggest barf bag in all of America. You'll be totally bedridden, ralphing up blood and guts until, well, you get the picture, yeah? You've got no one to take care of you. No family to run to, right? Ugh, like, what a total shame. Poor you. Oh, all lonely and dying. Oh, but you've got big plans, Mr. Whoever you think you are. Big plans for a human, that is. You'll never see them come to fruition. Not without moi, me, Emmy, the most fabulous goddess of time and one of the ancient...
You can help me to...
Don't interrupt me when I'm trying to, save your life. Got it?
And then she extended the Sonny machine toward me.
Take this. You'll use it do you have diaries in these days? Whatever. It's sort of like a diary, but no one wants to hear your personal little sob story. So this is more like a detective diary, okay? Because there's someone I need you to follow. Do this, and I'll keep you alive or whatever. Got it?
I took the Sonny machine from her hands, and I listened to her instructions. The mistress provided me a mission, a person I must locate and follow, even if it takes me across all of America. She provided me enough details to begin the journey. I'm to search for a woman not of this world. That was the complete description. The mistress warned me that no matter where I am, however I might hide or try to disguise myself if I choose to disobey her commands, the bullet will most certainly return for me. And I will die, alone and forgotten. Alone I can do, but forgotten? No.
Radio Outcast was created by Maria Fernanda Vidaurrazaga and JT Lachausse, and produced by Ann Hughes. Starring Daniel A. Stevens as Charles Osgood, Ann Hughes as the train attendant and Emmy, Griffin Otto Deniger as both J.W. Powell and Roy Matthews, and Ivory Amor de Francisca as President Grover Cleveland. This episode was written by JT, directed by Fernanda. Dialogue editing by Ann, sound design by JT, and music by Samuel Kinsella. You can find us online at radiooutcast.com or follow us on Instagram at radiooutcastpod and Twitter at radio_outcast. If you like what you hear, please leave us a review on Apple Podcasts or on Podchaser. If you'd like to help us grow, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/radio_outcast, where for as little as $1 a month, you too could get a special shout out at the end of our episodes, like the clever one on the grift, Kyrie O, the best confidence artist this side of the Mississippi, Stephanie C, the one with the flim flam, Gnome H, Patrick C, our noble gall hunter, Alan L, the best bunko artist one ever did know, Daniel W, working the tat with those dice, the one slowly roping in the marks, Tuvi, our swindler on the sly, Melissa L, Sarah F, who legend says perfected the 3-card Monty, Rax W, whose famous snake oil clears not only all your scars, but also solves your love life for a pretty price. Marcos L, the inside man behind the plan. Patricia D, the clever quipper. Consuelo U, the talented tactician. Hola, ma, te quiero. And of course, we can't forget Lisbeth V. So entertaining is her stratagem that you'll be thanking her even after you've noticed your riches have vanished. To all of our patrons, thanks again. We appreciate you. And to everyone listening, safe travels.
Do we have, like, opening statements?
As a matter of fact, I do. If you're going to drag the entire Pantheon into our fucked up relationship problems, then allow me to set the record straight.
Radio Outcast is a bizarre, gun-slinging podcast for mature audiences. Content warning: this episode contains depictions of emotional abuse throughout the episode that may be upsetting for some listeners. We encourage our listeners to prioritize their safety before venturing ahead. Thank you.
Look, maybe I've been alive for 370 million years, but that doesn't mean that I'm ready to be a mother.
Order! Order! All arise. Judge Emmy presiding. God of time, Queen Mother of, like, the past, the present, and the future. Thanks, Trey, much. You, beautiful bailiff. Although you did forget to mention quantifier of reality, ruler of the fourth dimension, and most recently voted sexiest higher god for the 400 millionth year running.
That's when I knew my ex had lost her fucking mind. Emmy made herself judge, prosecutor, and even the jury. She'd be sitting in the judge's seat and then just disappear into thin air, appearing somewhere else in the courtroom in an entirely different outfit. Coda flew around my head, tweeting up a storm. At least I have one friend during all of this bullshit. My powder blue mockingbird has been by my side all these years, but I'll need more than my little familiar to survive this bogus trial. Ever since the 4,000-year-long trial between a sea god and the money goddess, order and chaos have dipped from the Heaven's Court entirely. Too much work, they both said. Now, Emmy has taken the reins.
You may be seated. The trial between the messenger god of sound, known as Helix, versus the god of time, known as me, Emmy, is now in session. Do we have, like, opening statements?
As a matter of fact, I do. If you're going to drag the entire Pantheon into our fucked up relationship problems, then allow me to set the record straight. Emmy has controlled me for the
Judge,
past...
let's ignore Helix's petty outburst and get down to business. As we all know, when two gods are united, contractually they are to eventually fashion a cute little half and half me and half you lesser god.
We all know
But it's been like millennia, and I have proof that instead of committing to this most noble ritual, Helix has been acting like a human. And honestly, Your Grace, it's pretty gross and unfair to a god as amazing as yourself. Too true. Bring out the first witness. Your Honor, I call to the stand the all-seeing messenger god of sight, Spectra.
One of my 4 sisters, Spectra. She's hated me since our conception, always jockeying to be the most powerful of the sensory messenger daughters.
So, yeah, I saw Helix spending her days and nights on Earth, partying and DJing in the basements of clubs in New York City with the humans. She wasn't even being worshipped.
Emmy brought out my other 3 sisters. Instead of defending me, they each pled the $5 million and fifth. None of them wanted to face Emmy's wrath, even if it meant my demise.
I call to the stand the messenger god of touch. I call to the stand the messenger god of smell.
Spectra was the worst. It was obvious she wanted me to face the maximum punishment, because making me look bad has always been her favorite way of winning. The others didn't have much to add. They all agreed I'd gone too long without fulfilling my end of the contract. Because of Emmy, I had been allowed to create things like the ticking of a clock, the chorus of birds in the morning. Hell, even hip-hop wouldn't exist without our union. All Emmy was asking for, in the god's eyes, was what was owed to her. A divine child.
That's enough witnesses. I think, we've all heard enough. Am I right, my sweet audience?
The Pantheon ate Emmy's whole shtick up. She painted me out as the Pantheon's greatest villain, a weakness, someone to blame for everything wrong in the heavens. Even the god of intuition looked like he knew exactly where this was going. I'd always been too young, too irresponsible, too human. And now, I'd been too selfish. Even my own mother, the all-mother of communication, looked at me like I had brought this all on myself. I couldn't bear to turn around and look at her, to face the disappointment. I'd embarrassed myself, my union, my title, and, worst of all, my mother.
Now, does the beautiful prosecution have a recommendation? Judge, we recommend, the most maximum punishment. And what does the lovely jury recommend? Judge Emmy, we, the jury, recommend the maximum punishment for the messenger god of sound known as Helix.
Stop this! Why are all of you just letting her do this? But I knew the answer. It was fear.
A sound argument from both prosecutor Emmy and jury foreman Emmy. And lastly, what about our dear audience?
What? You can't ask them!
Well, Helix, it seems the verdict is totally clear. You must know that this comes from a place of love. My love.
Love? Did you ever actually love me? You think because you're some higher god, you can sleep around with dozens of other minor deities behind my back and I'm not supposed to care? No, I think you used me. And as a matter of fact, I think all of you gods just use each other and I'm...
Oh. You know what you sound like? A human. And since you want to act so humanoid, well, let's grant your petty wish. For Helix, I grant the maximum punishment.
Wait, what the fuck is... One moment, I was staring into the face of my former lover. Someone I used to confide in, change the world with, now turned into some vengeful monster. I saw a dark look in her eyes. I turned to look for my mother, to reach out for help, but then, in the very next moment, everything went radio silent. I found myself sitting on top of a heap of funky silk dresses. For a moment, I thought I was back in Brooklyn. Wouldn't be my first time waking up in a coat room the day after a party. The room I was in took me back to my gramophone days. Stuff I hadn't seen in nearly a century. A table nearby was stacked with loose powder jars and tins of soot. There was an open chest bursting with corsets and frilly bloomers. I tried to get up a bunch of times, but I felt like shit. Like half of me had been scooped out of my insides. I had to crawl out from under the dresses, all while Coda freaked around my head. Fuck. We'll be okay. We're okay. We just gotta figure out just what the hell Emmy's maximum punishment is. Where are we? $370 million years I've been a god, teleporting back and forth between the heavens and earth. From the middle of the desert, I could hear an ocean like it was right behind me. These were my powers as a messenger god of sound. I could make the most beautiful music out of thin air, and now... After 370 million years, I can't leave. I can't teleport. All I hear is the empty stillness of the strange room. My powers, my godness, it's all gone.
Radio Outcast was created by Fernanda Vidaurrazaga and J.T. Lachausse and produced by Ann Hughes, starring Jay Duong as Helix, Ann Hughes as Emmy, Daniel Sotelo as Coda, and Fernanda Vidaurrazaga as Spectra. This episode was written by Fernanda and J.T., directed by Fernanda, dialogue editing by Ann, sound design by J.T., and music by Samuel Kinsella. You can find us online at radiooutcast.com or follow us on Instagram at Radio Outcast Pod and Twitter at Radio_Outcast. If you like what you hear, please leave us a review on iTunes. If you'd like to help us grow, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/radio_outcast, where for as little as $1 a month, you too could get a special shout out at the end of our episodes, like the remarkable Kyrie O, the marvelous Stephanie C, the spectacular Gnome H, the shimmering Patrick C, the excellent Alan L, the stellar Daniel W, the wondrous Tuvi, the glimmering Melissa L, the splendid Sarah F, the outstanding Rax W, the incredible Marcos L, the fabulous Patricia D, the glorious Consuelo U, and the wicked cool Lisbeth V. To all of our patrons, thanks again. We appreciate you. And to everyone listening, safe travels.
You look familiar.
You're thinking of my pa.
Not many black cowboys come through here. Jacob Rogers, right?
Yep. What do you have for me?
Shh. Lower your voice. Look, kid. I don't know how to break it to you, so I'll come out with it straight.
Radio Outcast is a broody, gunslinging podcast for mature audiences. We encourage our listeners to prioritize their safety before venturing ahead. Thank you.
Came to this place on the winds of a whisper. Funny how stories begin that way.
Looks like you could use a bit of fun.
Sorry, darling. Trying to make cash, not spend it. Jesus, here. Not buying nothing, just...
You trying to get into heaven or something?
In
a dusty old town in the middle of New Mexico, down by the enchanted mesa, my life changed. It was only a few hours ago, but it feels like a month. Rode in on a borrowed steed alongside some old cowboys I knew from my cattle driving days. Friends of my old man, Jacob Rogers. May he rest in peace. Was divine destiny or something like that, I tell you.
What'll it be?
Whiskey.
You look familiar.
You're thinking of my pa.
Not many black cowboys come through here. Jacob Rogers, right?
Yep. What do you have for me?
Shh. Lower your voice. Look, kid. I don't know how to break it to you, so I'll come out with it straight. The deal's been, you could say, adjusted.
I've got the money. He can't just add terms last minute. Where's your boss?
He's more like a client. And I reckon you'll meet after you're done with the job. He's got the details on those men you're searching for. Those dangerous men. Been a while since I saw Jacob. Never seen you before. You must be young.
Not so green. I won't deliver. So? The job.
Right. My client wants a necklace. Jane Linggood's famous for her emerald. You'll find it in the mayoral mansion.
This the mayor's wife I'm stealing from?
Need 3 more over here, pal.
I'll let you think a moment. 3 glasses coming your way.
Knew I didn't have many other choices. Whispers or not, this was the first anyone had leads on those men.
Here you are, gentlemen.
Hey, did you see that weird black tower the mayor set up on the mesa?
From afar. Could have sworn it popped up overnight with how fast the mayor had his men build it. God knows what he's thinking. Let me know if you need any more drinks. Well, Rogers, where's your head?
Can't you talk to him? Score me some better terms?
You're hunting the bloodiest gang in the West, Rogers. These are the best terms you're gonna get.
Can't go stealing from folks who don't deserve stealing from. Ever heard what sins the mayor indulges in? After a priest, bartenders are the ones that get the most confessions, right?
What, you an outlaw with a coat or something?
I ain't no outlaw.
Sure. Kind of sins you asking about?
If you're the priest, then I'm deliverance is how I see it. Child abuse, murder, ex-slave owner.
The mayor hits the mark on a couple of those. Plus a bit of thievery himself. He'll be hosting a celebration there in a few hours. Some might consider that the perfect opportunity for things to go missing. If you need an in, a girl next door should be of help to you. Miss Marigold.
Marigold. They ain't opposed to my business?
Nah, not here. Money's money. Anything else I can do you for?
Another whiskey. A double. This was supposed to be the story of how I avenged my father's murder. But when I agreed to a changed deal, the tale changed with it. Day 1. This is a diary of the bad hens the gods deliver us.
Radio Outcast was created by Maria Fernanda Vidaurrazaga and JT Lachausse, and produced by Ann Hughes. Starring Ivory Amor de Francisca as Jesse Rogers, Ann Hughes as the prostitute and bar patron, Griffin Otto DeNiger as the bartender. This episode was written and directed by Fernanda. Dialogue editing by Ann, sound design by JT, and music by Samuel Kinsella. You can find us online at radiooutcast.com or follow us on Instagram at radiooutcastpod and Twitter at radio_outcast. If you like what you hear, please leave us a review on Apple Podcasts or on Podchaser. If you'd like to help us grow, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/radio_outcast. For as little as $1 a month, you too could get a special shout out at the end of our episodes, like Kyrie O, what a legend. Stephanie C, another absolute legend. Gnome H, the most legendary because she is my mother. Love you, Mom. Thank you. Patrick C, quite legendary as well. Alan, shut up. I'm doing this. Alan L, a true legend. Daniel W, possibly one of the lesser known legends, but still quite legendary in his own right. 2V, legend. Melissa L, absolute banger of a legend. Sarah F, well known in America as legendary. Rax W, another true legend in the West. Marcos L, speaks for himself, legend. Patricia D, legend. Consuela U, another absolute legend. And Lisbeth V, true legend. To all of our patrons, thanks again. We appreciate you. And to everyone listening from the complete Radio Outcast team, safe travels.
Safe travels!
Safe travels.
As instructed by the mistress, I was to carry the leaden Sonny machine and search for a woman not of this time.
It was a town full of skunks. On top of money, they wanted me to steal from the town mayor.
I was mortal. And in a bit of denial, I won't lie.
Radio Outcast is a funky gunslinging podcast for mature audiences. Content warning. This episode contains depictions of violence, guns, and gunshots throughout the episode that may be upsetting for some listeners. We encourage our listeners to prioritize their safety before venturing ahead. Thank you.
Allow me, if you will, an opportunity to lament about the state of transportation in this, the year 1887. You see, the common folk speak of these Pacific railroads as if God himself pushed them through his own bloody tracts. Apologies. I don't speak in grunt. The Mistress of Death demanded me towards some bump town, Lone Flats, New Mexico. However, what could have been a 3 days journey became 6, and then 8, and then 10. Because I could not risk traveling the Union Pacific through Utah, where I spent an eternal 15 years, and where my past now waits, and I could not risk connection with the Southern Pacific through Texas, where my future awaits. You see, I've learned that Texans are the most unforgiving brutes, particularly the mustachioed sort. Am I losing you? Please try to keep up. So, with all conveniences gone, I was forced to take a carriage to Richmond, and then rail to Louisville, and then rail to St. Louis, where I bathed in whiskey until I became spiritually paralyzed, so that I might have forgotten my recent near-death experience. But I did not. I remained blurred through my travels across Kansas City and woke to Albuquerque and its intolerable desiccation. A city as dried as my liver. Ah, your carriage fees. Please forward the charge along to Mr. Matthews at the Texas Cartographers Guild out in Abilene. He is my superior. To conclude my journey westward, I was granted a golem of a man for carriage. He steered us into the orange desert deeps of New Mexico, refusing courtship of any kind, and seemed impervious to my stories of travel and geographical expertise. Now, when I suggested I could not pay him immediately, he glanced down at the rusted pistol on his hip, and, at last, he spoke.
I kill men.
I had evaded one bullet. I did not expect to survive another. Of course. Here you are. Now, would you be so kind as to direct me toward... Charming. As instructed by the mistress, I was to carry the leaden Sonny machine and search for a woman not of this time. How was this speaking metal machine meant to assist me in my travels? I could not know. That was the extent of her details. Indeed, I'm on a fool's errand. But even a genius would comply with such demands. When a bullet lingers at the bridge of your nose, and when your lungs further collapse with each passing cough, you welcome any extension of life, be it divine or infernal.
Hey, handsome. You here to build a bank?
Ladies, I have no judgment for your craft. Well, in fact, I respect the art of performance and the grit and beauty that
Mr.
comes
Banker,
with...
my time ain't free. If you want to talk, I'll listen. For a price.
Perhaps. Where might I, find information on this sanctuary of a town? The chorus of hyenas pointed me onward into town, if you could call that barren Lone Flats a town. I followed the gaze of their long, pointed nails until my eyes met a pair of saloon doors. In such dust towns as lone flats, the landscape reveals itself in pieces. The deeper I walked into the town's belly, the more that I could make out. A rickety general store, a saloon with 2 rocking chairs out front, and a 2-storied brothel, no doubt the origins of those cackling working women. As I approached the steps of the Lone Flat Saloon, I spied in the dust-covered distance something peculiar. Through the orange fog, there rose a tall and slender obelisk of sorts. Something of a bell tower, I supposed, pitch black and perfectly rectangular. Now, at the moment, I considered it one of 2 possibilities. My utter dehydration had gotten to my senses, or it was something of a local monument. Of course, it was neither. As I approached the saloon doors, another peculiar sight appeared. A young cowboy, a black cowboy, strutting right out of the saloon doors on some private mission. And he sported a beige hat with a wide brim, better cared for than any other cowboy hat you'd find in that town. I nodded gentlemanly toward him and provided a smile, and he looked perfectly through me and carried himself forth and away. Welcome to Lone Flats indeed. Oh.
Day 1. This is a diary of the bad hands God delivers us, and the true record of a man fighting the dealer. The first man they turn away, and the last they want to turn their guns on. I am that man, Jesse Rogers, the Southpaw. Just rolled up on the town of Lone Flats that day to buy some info off the first lead I'd had in years. Went to the saloon where I was meant to drop the cash. Just when I thought the bartender would take me to my contact, he told me the deal had changed. It was a town full of skunks. On top of money, they wanted me to steal from the town mayor. Something about a necklace with an emerald so big it's got at least triple what I was gonna pay. Could have said no. Gut told me to do the clean thing. But they had me by the balls. Knew I was desperate for any crumb leading me back to those bastards. Based on the whispers, they're too dangerous to sell out cheap. Not half bad. Thanks. I'll be back for another soon.
I'm sure you will. Start next door. Ask for Marigold.
Got it.
See you around, kid.
Some dandy, a banker maybe, smiled at me as I left. A short man, ash-white hair that made him look older than his face. Fuck knows what he wanted from me, so I just kept moving.
Back so soon? My friend out there told me you weren't looking to spend.
Looking for Miss Marigold.
Inside.
Before Marigold's place, I'd never been in a whorehouse, not even for a job. The entrance stretched into a room covered in gold curtains with star shapes painted on. There was a flight of stairs that was covered in a long rug which led up to the private rooms. The curtains parted. A small woman came out in a fancy dress, with her lips painted purple.
How can I help you?
Miss Marigold?
Do you need something, young man?
I ain't here to start any trouble.
Well then, you may follow me to meet the girls.
Need a way into the mayor's party tonight. Was told to come here. Look for a Marigold.
Are you a man of business, mister?
Could be.
Your name?
Jesse.
Family name?
Can you get me in or not?
Listen, Mr. Jesse No Name. The mayor and I have an agreement. My girls and I are not owned or bothered by anyone so long as I grease the wheels of negotiation for 'em.
Meaning?
Seeing how you don't seem the type to be in loan flats for negotiations, I'll make it clear for you. We flatter men's egos to the point where they make poor deals, but great ones for the sake of the town. The smarter ones pay me directly, so the mayor is the one whose ego gets stroked to feel he's the one winning instead. In the end, my house is free. If you've been led to find me here, I will assume you're smarter than most rich men. You'll find me a neutral ally, though my friendship does not come for free.
Anyone ever tell you talk too much?
You should feel flattered. Your company has put me so at ease, I couldn't help but tell you my whole tale.
Yeah, I'm sure. How much?
$20.
Are you crazy? What about me tells you I can afford that?
As I said, that is the fee necessary for the services you would need. An invitation, an escort, and my silence.
Jesus. Fine, but I'll pay you after.
Oh, now you've offended me, Mr. Jesse. It was a pleasure meeting you.
No, I can spare $5 now. I'll get you the rest after, I swear.
Good day, Mr. Jesse.
God damn. Now what? Just as I was about to go, a door flew open upstairs. A woman emerged, had a wild look about her. She wore a yellow dress the same color as the little lightning bolts dangling from her ears. Should have taken my chance to leave. Found another way. Then I wouldn't be stuck in the mess I'm in now.
Mom? Oh, Mother. Please. Come on, just answer me. Fine. Guess I shouldn't expect you to answer when you wouldn't even talk to me at the trial. Listen, I know I never took prayer seriously, though I bet you'd say I never took anything seriously. Shit. Whoops. Probably shouldn't cuss during a prayer. I'm sorry, okay? You told me this would happen with Emmy, that I wouldn't be able to give her what she wanted and only get myself burned. No matter how pretty it is, that's what happens when you play with fire, right? But you know this isn't fair. I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be lost, powerless, stuck in a place that's so quiet it's eerie and where no one wears deodorant. I miss the 80s, the real 80s. I thought I put the 19th century well behind me, but I guess Emmy had other ideas. What the fuck? Ugh! She sent me back in time and threw me in a brothel. As soon as I stood up, I nearly fell back down to the ground. Something wasn't right. Someone as used to the mortal plane as me should not have felt like that. Coda felt weird too. Said they felt empty. No, this can't be happening. I didn't have any of my powers anymore. I was mortal, and in a bit of denial, I won't lie. But if my powers are gone, why are you still here, Coda? It doesn't make any sense. Coda fluttered to one of the brothel windows. I followed them. Outside, the world looked and felt older. Obviously, I was no longer in the Bronx. I wondered if I might not even be in 1987 either. There was just one long dirt road with people riding on top of horses. Felt like I'd gone completely 730. The weirdest thing, though, was that outside, up on a huge bluff of land, stood a large black tower. It looked like something out of a Hitchcock film, or whatever. But it was also sort of familiar. Why did I feel drawn to it? Maybe because, like the tower, I was also out of place. Did you put it there, Mom? Is this your way of saying I'm looking out for you? Don't say you're just sitting up there, looking down, watching me look like a total whack job. Don't ask me why. Do you see that tower? I think we need to get over there. But I can't exactly walk around in a crop top and miniskirt. Help me go through these dresses for something that'll fit, yeah? Oh my god, that is so cute. But no, the idea is to not stand out. You see those people walking down the street? Hideous. Those dresses would get you kicked out of any decent club. Coda, find me something as terrible so we'll fit in. Go with something canary yellow. At least it'll match my earrings. It's just like Emmy to drop me in a whorehouse. You know how petty she is, Coda. Like, remember how if I even barely looked at another god or goddess, she'd get all damaged? Ooh, found some clean undergarments. Anyways, it's ironic because I'm not the one who slept around. Oh yes, I love the bodice. Great choice, Coda. Okay, all done. Now we just need some shoes. Oh, you know what? Who needs shoes? Let me just fix up my hair. And there. Does that look right? I honestly can't tell if it's too modern or not. Thanks. Now, let's get out of here. Maybe I was a little too eager as I left, but I had a plan. Well, I had a destination. So I opened the door, ready to leave that brothel in the mortal plane as soon as I could. I saw a door outside and sprinted down the stairs, hoping no one would catch me as I left. Lo and behold, I immediately ran into someone. A tall man blocking my way to the door, the ivory grip of his gun sticking out from a holster. Hi. Are you the bouncer? Oh, great.
The what now?
Like, the guard? I mean, obviously you're not the guard. And I would know that, clearly, as someone who works here.
Right. Yeah, I'm, the bouncer. Why not?
Right. Why not? The cowboy pointed a finger at the ground, signaling for me to crouch down by the stairs. It wasn't like he was bossing me around. It was more like it was in both of our interests to hide. So I did.
Mr. Jesse, stand in there longer, like an obstinate mule will not change my mind.
Sorry, I dropped something.
I could tell he was thinking really hard about something. It's the same look you get, Mom, when you're figuring out how to trick me and my sisters to work together. The cowboy had a plan, and as I crouched there, hiding from the lady, I knew I was about to be a part of that plan.
Well,
he opened the door, turned his back to her, and glanced at me. It was a signal. A signal for what? I don't know, but I needed to bounce out of that brothel without any extra drama. And the cowboy gave me an opening. I waited a bit after he left. Once I was sure the woman had gone too, I ran out the door. As soon as I stepped out on the brothel's porch, a woman in a fluffy tulle dress turned to me. Her eyeliner went out to her ears.
Hey, are you new?
Me?
Don't look so scared. Yes, I mean you.
She's with me. We're just about to leave.
What? Where?
Hey, cowboy. I don't care that you gave my friend a bit of change. We don't let our girls leave our doors or our safety.
Already spoke to Marigold. It's all sorted. She'll be my escort for the mayor's party.
Party? Right. The party.
Marigold said something along the lines of men with mugs as nasty as mine needing the opposite company.
That sounds like something she'd say. I'm sure she gave you the rundown already, but no offense, you look kinda naive. Just remember to keep your wits about you, especially around clients, okay?
Her kindness was a shocking jolt after the trial. Humans really are too quick to protect strangers. Okay.
Come on. Got a lot of road to cover.
So I followed him, if only to figure out where I was and what was going on. At the time, I had no idea that we were both headed to the same place anyway.
A saloon in the center of nowhere. A watering hole for the untrimmed mustaches of the world. No doubt I held more teeth in my own mouth than all those drunken rubes combined. Good sir, you are this establishment's bartender, yes?
Who else do I look like? Grover Cleveland?
Very humorous, good sir. But I can assure you I've met President Cleveland, and his mustache was far better. It soon occurred to me that I'd already drawn uncomfortable attention to myself. The Rat Trap's patrons had their eyes on me, or rather, fixed upon my suit and pockets. They seemed rather amused, some even disgusted with me. It seemed that my Commonwealth charms had fallen entirely flat in Lone Flats. Forgive me, sir, it's been a terribly long journey.
Is this a terribly long way of asking for a free drink?
Oh, no, sir, nothing like that. Although I do have an inquiry, and I'd never say no to a free drink. An inquiry about a strange woman. A woman? Not of this time? Perhaps she passed through this fine saloon.
Son, if you're asking about the whorehouse, go out and turn...
No. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not in search of a... Well, I suppose she could, but... Well, it just doesn't seem...
Listen, son. You're disturbing the regulars. You can either stop speaking in codes, or go on and sort yourself outside.
Now, I had seen my rank degraded once too often. Nearly shot by a bloodthirsty Texan, utterly dismissed by the post-verbial carriage driver, and now belittled by a lowly Western rube. Think me not prideful, however. This was merely part of the role. Now, what would Charles Osgood say? Codes? I'm speaking in educated English, Mr. Bartender. I'm speaking each word as they are properly writ. Don't you understand? Writ. Writ. Have you ever sat and read a book with words? Now, a true shapeshifter dedicates himself at all costs. It is the only way to make a living from it, even if you might make a dying from it. Anything less, and you're nothing but a thespian. It seemed that my saloon outburst had set off the wrong bells, or perhaps the right ones. Whichever, the bartender and his lazy-legged loons started reaching for their holsters, and that they had that particular look in their eyes. The same look that Mr. Matthews, the true Roy Matthews, the mustachioed ogre, had given me in Virginia. And my estimations told me this is the killing gaze. But it did seem the admonishments were going to continue pouring from my mouth without regard and with no clear reckoning. One might call it a death wish. I am quite literally on a mission for death herself, fulfilling her wishes. Would she allow me to ruin myself so simply? I doubt it. I could say whatever I pleased, and absolutely no harm would come. Have any of you in this wretched place ever read a book that didn't have little pretty pictures in it?
I told you. Take yourself outside.
No doubt he could have struck me had he aspired to. Now, I spent a whole childhood in the West, and the years after at the faro table. Now, I know these sorts of men. They knew the difference between a paralyzing shot and one that kills. But death was on my side now. Instead, he struck the corner of the Sonny machine.
You are listening to...
We are going back, way back.
That's like trying to pull a game out of the fourth quarter by punting on
From
third
the
down.
60s, 70s, 80s, 80s, 80s. What are you doing hereabouts, stranger?
Specifically in a city like New York, one can hear songs in many languages.
First tower activated. First tower activated.
The Sonny machine began to make a terrible rotating and beeping noise, and the saloon patrons, if they did not want to destroy the screeching machine, they looked to steal it for scrap parts. I needed to escape. Right, yes, that's, all I needed. Farewell.
First tower located. Anomaly 112 meters distant.
Anomaly? Hello? Sonny? Hello? Anomaly? It was unlike the tube. The machine only spoke at me, and I could only speak at it, but never in conversation. I do hope these nightly recordings are coming through. I'm only doing as Death herself instructed, speaking into it as one might a diary. She made it a part of our infernal deal, this bastard machine. Mistress of Death! Sonny machine! I need you to quiet down for risk of me getting shot. Again! Or, well, again! On that dusty road, Sonny's interminable beeping continued, and after every handful of minutes, it reminded me of its first tower and anomaly. I walked to the Lone Flats thoroughfare and strode in circles, listening to its beeping speed up and down.
First tower located. Anomaly 102 meters distant. First tower located. Anomaly 135 meters distant.
Was the first tower the anomaly? At 102 meters, the beeping seemed faster than before. Then, at 135, at its slowest. Oh, excuse me, madame.
Oh, Mr. Banker. You've decided to make a withdrawal.
No, madame. I'm not a banker. I'm looking for a woman out of...
Oh, I see now. That little device of yours? You must be one of those land surveyors looking to strike up some oil. You know, I thought that big tower down the way was for drawing the oil.
The tower? I recalled the bell tower I'd seen before. What I presumed to be a bell tower. But does one activate a bell tower? Perfect. Thank you, madam. Now, have you happened to see a, woman out of time? I'm looking for someone.
Like I said before, darling, I charge for my time. I see all sorts of women every day. All of them are out of time, in one way or another. That's why women charge for their time, because we are out of...
I was beginning to understand the bartender's frustrations listening to words spoken in code and all, when, from out of the brothel doors emerged a most curious duet. Wait, I'm sorry. Do you know that woman? Any half-decent eye would note her hair, unruly and gathered by a ribbon, as not of this time. Less obvious, but certainly clear to someone with my polished skill set, was the misfit of her gown, the strange, jagged metallic earrings, her unshodden feet. The young woman's clothes were not worn with intention. As I said, the difference between a thespian and a shapeshifter is dedication, and this woman running along after that young black cowboy I crossed earlier, she wore this for survival. Yes, the frilly yellow gown wore her, quickly thrown on. This was not a character, she...
Which woman? I know many women.
First tower located. Anomaly located.
I had gotten what I needed from the woman on the road. I pushed past her and followed the couple from a distance, burrowing the beeping Sonny machine beneath my coat flap to muffle the noise. Their bodies became silhouettes against the orange dust of Lone Flats, and far beyond them, rising in the distance, was the black obelisk. It looked the same as before, activated or not. The beeping machine slowed down as their bodies disappeared into the layers of orange dust, but I could not run closer for risk of them hearing this damned machine. No matter how I tried to quiet the machine, pressing its various colored buttons or punching into its belly, it seemed the bartender's bullet lodged itself into some deep part of the Sonny machine that keeps it alive. Sonny, I need you to control yourself. Are you alive or not? Are you listening, mistress? My pleas to no avail. I chased after the shadows of the cowboy and the imposter, but they were younger and faster. They disappeared into the orange dust, presumably headed toward the mysterious tower. The most I could do was continue forward. What did that young man and woman have in common? Has death given me a challenger, someone to race in order to save ourselves? Were he and I given the same mission? These were the questions on my mind, distracting me as I wandered forward into the ocean of orange dust, traveling into the New Mexico mist, when I walked straight into the metal gate of the mayor's front yard.
Anomaly located.
After massaging the inevitable lump on my forehead, I spied there, on the other side of the mayor's gates, the couple approaching the mayoral mansion. Why visit the town mayor? Who cares for a provincial landlord?
At first, thought she was just another of Marigold's girls. Thing is, she was so cagey I knew better than to buy into my first thought. But I needed an escort, quick, and this girl looked desperate to leave that place. Thought maybe she was a thief trying to run after finding some loot in the room upstairs. When that working girl didn't recognize her and thought she was new, I figured I was on the money. The girl all too quickly tagged along. Seemed she was looking for something too.
Not to sound unappreciative or whatever, but why did you help me?
'Cause you're helping me now.
I am.
Following me, aren't you?
Yeah, but I could leave.
And I could take you back to that brothel and tell him I caught you stealing from him. Figured we'd make this easier for each other.
But I didn't steal? Well, technically I did, but it's really just borrowing, I think.
Don't care. Just need a pretty face from Marigold's to get me into the party.
I won't sleep with you.
No one's asking you to. All you gotta do is act like you actually work for Marigold.
Well, okay. But I got somewhere I gotta be.
You'll get there. After the party. Let's start with names. Real, then fake.
Helix.
What?
My name? It's Helix.
That a joke?
Okay. That's rude. What's your name then? Buck Johnson? Dan the Cowboy Man? Shooty McGee the Shooting Fantas?
It's Jesse. Jesse Rogers.
Uh-huh. Exactly.
Could tell this wasn't gonna become any sort of friendship, me and her. Had the attitude of a bad wind. But all I needed was her to get me in and some time away from the party. Noticed she kept glancing at that tower on the mesa behind the mayor's house. She was distracted when we got to the door. Yeah, I could tell. That's where she was headed. But this Helix woman would wait. Hope to God she wouldn't ruin my best chance at getting this necklace.
Hello. Good afternoon. Who might you be?
Mayor Lingood, a pleasure. I am one of Miss Marigold's newest girls, Miss Donna Summer.
Miss Summer, the pleasure is mine. Anyone under the care of Miss Marigold is always welcome in my home, especially when they come accompanied. Who might you be, dear fella?
Mayor Lingood. Name's Nate Eaton.
The madam, I am one of the new girls. She sent me for Marigold is her name. She
The
said...
usual arrangement, Mayor. Marigold said you'd understand.
Mr. Eaton and Miss Summer. Come in. Come in. There is more than enough room for the pair of you. Things are barely underway. You too, Mr. Eaton. What did you say you do?
Hey, apologies, Mayor Lingood. My business is cattle, sir. Usually, I get into fancy homes by lowering my status, not lifting it. But Lingood didn't seem to care how much I contributed to the conversation. Seems Marigold was right. Money talks in lone flats, just like anywhere else. And it looked like there were deep ties between the mayor and that brothel. Well, I wasn't asking no questions. The mayor trotted us around his place, though he didn't seem happy to play host to us for too long. He still went around pointing out every shiny thing that proved just how important he was. For such a blip of a town, the mayor's house screamed wealth. Took us to a large room where folks were already gathered. Families and men who seemed just as rich as the mayor. Counted a few guns among them, plus the shotgun on display near the entrance. And the piece the mayor was carrying, one of them touched his hip when we walked in. There were only two ways out of the room once we walked in. The way we came in, and a servant's door back to the kitchen. Would need to wait a while to make any moves, lose their attention. A woman and a young girl came over to us.
Mr. Eaton, let me introduce my wife, Jane Lingood, and my only daughter, Annabeth.
Mrs. Lingood, Miss Annabeth.
You have such a lovely home. I really like the candelabras. Candelabras. Yeah, the candelabras.
I just been dealt either a great or terrible hand. Jane Lingood was as beautiful as I heard rumors say, as in not one bit. The thing was she wasn't wearing the necklace. Her neck was bare. Meant I'd have to sneak off and try to find it. Good thing I'd had that Helix girl to use as a distraction.
Radio Outcast was created by Maria Fernanda Vidaurrazaga and J.T. Lachausse and produced by Ann Hughes. Starring Daniel A. Stevens as Charles Osgood, Griffin Otto Deniger as the gruff carriage driver, the bartender, and Mayor Orville Lingood, Ann Hughes as the witty prostitute, the sweet prostitute, and the voice of the Sonny machine, Ivory Amor de Francisca as Jessie Rogers, Maria Fernanda Vidaurrazaga as Miss Marigold, Jade Duong as Helix, and Daniel Sotelo as Coda. This episode was written by Fernanda and JT, directed by Fernanda, dialogue editing by Anne, sound design by JT, and music by Samuel Kinsella. You can find us online at radiooutcast.com or follow us on Instagram at radiooutcastpod and Twitter at radio_outcast. If you like what you hear, let us know by leaving us a review on Apple Podcasts, Podchaser, or Good Pods. Honestly, it helps us reach more listeners and gives us a chance to see what you all think of the show. Like physics teacher, thank you so much for your review. If you'd like to help us grow, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/radio_outcast. Our patrons get access to behind-the-scenes material, original scripts, and bonus content, including newspaper clips of an assassination attempt on President Cleveland and text messages between the gods. If you become a patron at the Coda tier for as little as $1 a month, you too could get a special shout-out at the end of our episodes like The Young Gun Kyrieo, Stephanie C., the best bounty hunter in Lone Flats, Gnome H., a determined homesteader heading west, Patrick C., the only camp cook to make a decent cup of joe around here, More Than Just a Highwayman, Alan L., who rumor says sings a mean opera, Daniel W., the mysterious undertaker, 2V, the most respected cattle baron in the West, Melissa L., the city clerk with the latest hot goss, Sarah F., one of the greatest painters in Lone Flats, Rax W., who once saved my life at their incredible medicine show and definitely did not pay me to say this, Marcos L., the kindest and most attentive school marm during the day and the slyest gambler at night, Patricia D., who has a warrant out for their arrest. Their crime was said to do something with stolen diamonds, a pilfered pie, and rabbits for some reason. Consuelo U., my favorite shopkeeper in town, and it's not just because she's my mom. Lisbeth V., a city slicker looking to find golden opportunities in our little town. Valeria V., the best faro player in Lone Flats till Charles arrived in town. The retired cavalry officer DJ. Juan Aurelio P., the local barber who once gave the mayor's brother an emergency leeching, all while also giving him the most stylish and talked about haircut that year. Our favorite man of the cloth, Andy S. Aaron B., who's new in town but already making a splash with their exclusive parties. And, of course, we can't forget Physics, who owns our famous Lone Flat Saloon, but cannot be held responsible for the mysterious deals the saloon's bartenders may or may not be making with out-of-towners. To all of our patrons, thanks again. We appreciate you. And to everyone listening, safe travels.
The common man rejects chaos.
Most importantly, glimmering in all its glory on a marble vanity was her famous emerald necklace.
Who else do I know on the mortal plane in 1887?
Podcast for mature audiences. Content warning. This episode contains depictions of violence, guns, blood, character death, and implied child abuse that may be upsetting for some listeners. We encourage our listeners to prioritize their safety before venturing ahead. Thank you.
Well. What do we have here? Last time we saw my sweet Helix, she had her arm linked with that broody cowboy. Not even 1 hour in 1887, and she's already at a human party. Whatever. I've got that annoying Poindexter tracking her for me. What was his name again? Chuck? Chester? Charlie. One of those. For now, all I can do is sit in the heavens, hoping she gets to that tower. Just have to bide my time. Well, time I have. And Helix? I'll have her again, too.
From outside the property gates, I found it so astonishing how ornate and illuminated the mayor's mansion was as compared to the utter neglect down the road. How the Lone Flats brothel and saloon were constructed of a pitiful patchwork wooden rot, while the yellow manor stood bright and wide. After the young cowboy and his mysterious partner made their way into the mansion, I counted 9 more couples, 9 men and 9 women, sally across the mayor's threshold. Now, how would I steal myself into such a gathering without being partnered? It is doubtless to me that the mistress anointed me against all others due to my particular talents, that of a shapeshifter. She knew there would be moments like these, moments for risk and subterfuge, and though I am still mystified about my divine mission, to locate this woman out of time, I would not fail when... I would not fail when there were... I walked around the mansion to look for a rear door. Thus, I circled the perimeter, and there I located, of course, a servant's back entrance. The door left wide for kitchen steam to escape. You will certainly get me into a mess if you do not cease that incessant ruckus! Naturally, I soon discovered a rigid knob on the side of the Sonny machine, which I promptly flicked downward, and the sound burrowed itself.
Sir, the front entrance is on the other side.
Some wispy elderly man wearing a drooped taupe blanche pointed his wooden spoon towards the property's interior. This was, no doubt, the chef for the mayor's salon.
But I think this is the right place. The back door?
I had to shift quickly. The apron-wearing gentleman had many years on him, his eyes wrinkled and piercing, squinting me up and down. No doubt, he had sussed countless phonies across his days.
And you are?
I'm Daniel.
Daniel? There wasn't a Daniel on the contractor dossier.
Oh, I was told to come here.
You don't look like a servant, nor my very late comish chef.
He pointed the wooden spoon toward my chest.
Those are some nice garments for a contract servant.
In the West, even chefs keep pistols hidden beneath their aprons. And for what? To shoot the rats with? I could not know. But I needed to string my words carefully. I had successfully carried the interrogation long enough to gather some useful context. But, in the end, the oldest trick in the book came to fruition. You let the victim come to their own resolutions.
Oh, now I see. You must be the page-turner commissioned from Albuquerque. The master has talked about employing a music-learned man. If not for this one, that... I wasn't aware he sent along the contract. But now the costuming makes some sense. Come in. It's sweltering.
The common man rejects chaos. When left to silence after the suggestion of disorder, he fills the void with comfortable thoughts. This finely dressed man couldn't be a criminal, or a con man, or an agent of death. This man is a page-turner. Of course. A contractor. He has nothing sinister at work.
Thank you, sir.
You can leave your coat on that rack. The mayor doesn't allow boots on his carpet, so leave those near the door. One of the attendants can provide you some temporary show loafers. And some cleaner socks. That thing in your hand, I really don't know where you could put that. What is that?
This is a page reading tool. It's a musical thing.
You mean a metronome?
Exactly, sir. It's new. Very new.
I heard Edison keeps other inventors on double time. Looks like it's true. Anyways, the mayor will like to see it. Carry on into the gallery room down the hall. Remember the show loafers.
My appreciation, sir. Thank you.
The old fool. I trotted along down the hall into the foyer, where I exchanged boots for loafers, and then followed an attendant into the wide windowed gallery room. As the curtains were drawn, all the partygoers were sweating from the New Mexico sun, and thus the room smelled of nauseating perspiration. I elected to breathe through my mouth.
Apologies, sir. I must have glanced over you at the front door.
Tobacco stains on the bottom lip, a silver ring for each finger, aside from his two bulbous thumbs, which flaunted gold. The only difference between a small-town mayor and any other is that small-town mayors still believe the monocle is en vogue.
Mayor Orville Lingood. And you are?
Daniel, sir.
You are Mr. Daniel? Or is Daniel your Christian name?
It's my first name. I'm Daniel Plainview.
Mr. Plainview? You mustn't be a lone flatsman then. Unless you are another of Miss Marigold's newly initiated? I would be curious to hear she's invited serviceman under her fold.
No.
I lifted the Sonny machine to my chest and tapped it, as a child might gesture toward another to escape blame.
The page turner.
Mayor Lingood leaned forward into my face, squinting behind his monocle, then surveyed the Sonny machine in my arms. He leaned closer, cheek against cheek, and whispered into my ear.
My wife must have sent for you. Do understand, my daughter, brilliant as she may be, cannot truthfully read the music. We have whipped the tune into her fingers. Memorized, of course. She's marvelous with her memory, but all the same, turn the pages. I was not aware the missus sent for you, but she knows optics, no doubt. And a page turner will portray the illusion of musical knowledge. It's important to a robust education. So, Mr. Plainview, please do make her look musically learned.
Mayors such as these in the American West. Truly, the cowboy days have concluded. Commonwealth pretension has ascended its arms out to the frontier. A shame.
Of course, sir. That's completely understandable.
Ah, there's the entertainment herself. Come, darling.
A most wretched creature emerged. I had never seen anything so ghastly. Standing at 4 feet, the mayor's daughter shambled across the gallery with a face painted ivory white, hair curled into a dozen wheaty cyclones, and the gown. The offensive gown, a billowing mass of pink netting. Perhaps her legs were replaced with pegs. She walked as if taking her first steps.
Hello, my sweet dear. Isn't she a marvel and a wonder, truly?
Just as Mayor Lingood began ushering me and his alarming daughter toward the grand piano, I spotted across the gallery the barefoot woman and her young cowboy companion. They stood out as an oasis in the desert, speaking with none others, not even amongst themselves. They stared obliquely around the room, the woman perhaps mystified, the man determined.
Annabeth, this music man will assist you in your page reading. Understand? You have brought the music sheets with you, yes?
The decorated husk of a girl nodded, smirking with the same unfounded arrogance as her father. Then she withdrew a fold of sheets from behind her back.
And Mr. Plainview, this machine you gestured toward, it is an instrument for accompaniment?
Oh, it's the metronome for pacing.
Ah, I had only seen such things in acoustic form. How excited. My dear guests, come around for this musical interlude. I introduce you to not only the age of invention, but the age of beauty. Annabeth Lingood, with accompaniment from the electric metronome. In one frame, such is our bright futures.
The haughty creature named Annabeth took to her piano stool, and I stood beside her, peeling open the first page of her recital song. Neither of us could read the damned script, so I would make do flipping pages whenever the moment felt right. No doubt she would be playing a slow children's tune, something rudimentary. It would be a simple deception. I set the Sonny machine on the piano's lid and flicked its rigid knob. The crowd was awestruck by the machine, the beeping, faces lit as though they had seen a grand illusion. Some looked fearful that technology had progressed beyond their comprehensions. All were enamored, except for two: the terrified little girl on her piano stool and the mysterious woman across the gallery hall. She squinted toward the Sonny machine almost knowingly. Yes, a woman out of time indeed.
Not a matter. Come now, dear guests. Let us rouse Annabeth to the musical challenge. No doubt our beauty is learned and skilled to such a degree. Come, come.
Snuck off as everyone clapped for the mayor's kid. Even Helix looked lost in the fun. She'd had 2 glasses of wine already, mine and hers. Didn't know if I could trust her to come with me and not bring any more unwanted attention. Pretending to be a rich cattle farmer was bad enough. I'll be back.
Really? The show's just getting started. Fine. Where are we going?
You're staying here.
Says who?
Just please keep an eye out. Stay close to the exits. With everyone gathering together to watch the mayor's girl at the piano, no one paid me any attention. Didn't run into a soul, not guest or servant, as I dipped back down the way the mayor brought us in. The rooms on the first floor were all busts. Nothing but guest bedrooms, a study, a library, and some storage rooms. Second floor was a little better. After opening and closing a couple extra doors, found Mrs. Lingood's room. I mean, who else? 4-poster bed with red satin pillows. Don't want to think about what goes on in this room with those two. Most importantly, glimmering in all its glory on a marble vanity was her famous emerald necklace. Gotcha. Was a toe step from the jewel when I heard it. Almost thought I'd imagined the sound, but it got louder the more I wondered what it was. First, I thought it could have been a cat, some stray in the attic. But when I walked over to what I thought was a small closet across the hall, heard it loud and clear. There was a kid in there. Someone other than the mayor's so-called only daughter. Looked at the room with the necklace, then back at the door where the kid's cries was coming from. No choice. Had to go check on her first. Children always come first.
It had been a while since I'd heard music. How long was that trial anyways? It's hard to tell time without Emmy's help. Anyways, Jesse said not to wander away from the lounge's exit. I wondered if I should listen to this random mortal. He seems to know what he's doing, but I'd just been punished for lowering my station, and listening to a human's orders is not very godly. I figured a couple of steps closer to the piano wouldn't hurt. I wanted to feel the music vibrate against my skin. Also, the metronome looked out of place. Kinda like a Walkman. Even if it wasn't, it didn't belong, just like me. And I hadn't noticed until then, but the house had light bulbs. The 1980s isn't a far shot from the 1880s, but I couldn't remember if that was right or not. Are light bulbs a thing yet? Sometimes I think I should have gone to human college, just for the trivia. Even at a shitty concert, at least I could always turn to the friend I was with to see their reaction and laugh with them. But I don't know who I expected at this mayor's party. Jesse had left, and who else do I know on the mortal plane in 1887? Forget it. The mayor's daughter sucked, by the way. She had no rhythm. The party was looking like a complete bust. Some people clapped politely to get her to stop, but the little thing was determined. The mayor made such a big deal when he presented Annabeth as his only daughter, his pride, the joy of the town, and now he was hiding behind his hand in a corner. Usually, if I had my powers, I would have given her a hand, but Emmy's punishment doomed more than just me. Poor girl. I decided to leave the lounge and find Jesse before things got worse. Hello? Mr. Eaton? He wasn't on the first floor, so I went up the stairs. Along the walls were huge photos of the mayor, his wife, and Annabeth. In the center of the upstairs hallway, crouched down with his ear to a door, was Jesse. He looked at me, put a finger to his lips, and waved me over.
You hear that?
The terrible piano playing? Wait. Had I had my powers, I would have heard it before even getting to the stairs. Once Jesse pointed it out, I couldn't not hear it. I pressed my ear against the door.
Sounds like a kid. Door's locked.
All of a sudden, Jesse pulled out 2 thin bits of metal and began picking the lock. He did it quickly and silently. Then he turned the brass knob.
What the hell?
A human child. She was huddled in a ball crying in a corner, surrounded by big, beautiful paintings that looked straight out of a museum. fantasies of purple wheat fields and pink sunsets with clouds shaped like horses. Paint stained her palms and arms in a swirl of colors. Her hair tumbled to the ground around her, knotted and clotted with old paint. The left side of her face was a lot smaller than the other half, and the skin around that side of her jaw looked chapped. She looked a bit like Annabeth, but older, like they might be sisters. She was too skinny. She stared at us without making another sound. No more crying. She didn't even scream. She was completely still and wary. Hi. Are you okay?
Hey, what's your name? No, that's all right. Know somewhere safe we could take you?
Maybe she doesn't want to go with us. The girl looked at the door and stood up. As soon as I thought to reach out my hand to help, the girl ran between us and took off down the hallway. Jesse took a step back like he expected this and gestured for me to join him as he followed her.
I was suffering my 7th minute of page-turning when, from a staircase across the gallery, emerged a grim little girl. She perhaps was not characteristically grim, but her conditions certainly were. The left frame of her jaw was sunken, a formation from birth, no doubt, left wrinkled and reddened, though this was not the cause for any concern. Rather, the apparent sight of malnourishment, the rings of darkness beneath her eyes, and the utter lack of a child's glow. Well, I knew better than to minimize. Before the crowd had ample time to collect themselves, the mysterious woman and her cowboy companion emerged behind the girl. In such a conspiratorial fashion, the both of them glared across the gallery toward the mayor.
Who let this creature into my gallery room?
The mayor pointed his ringed fingers across the way, turning his head in disgust, as if he could not bear the sight of such a thing, this poor girl. And much of the crowd followed suit, turning their heads the opposite way. Just as the mayor's hand reached its revolted apex, the cowboy took one step closer into the gallery.
How'd this child wind up locked upstairs in your home, Mayor Lingood?
What? You dare enter my home, wander through private areas as though it were your own, and then invent falsehoods to question my integrity?
At this point, I wished it were but a mere piece of theater. The temperature within the gallery room spiked, and the crowd soon parted as the terrified girl took steps across the room, an ocean of terribly mistreated hair trailing behind. Annabeth turned from her piano stool and watched the other girl tremble toward Mayor Lingood. It was clear now to me and all observants as we glanced between the two girls that they were not unalike. The cyclones of hair, the two dimpled chins, there was no doubt. These were sisters.
Now where are my attendants? Someone take this thing away.
At the utterance, the head cook emerged to whisk the poor thing from the gallery room, taking her gently by the arm and guiding her from sight.
Are you her father? Hello? Jackass, I asked, are you her father?
Well, it did seem I found my otherworldly woman. I'd not heard a woman confront a man, especially a man with status and power, in such a way since, well, I suppose never. The mayor's crowd went utterly cold. They stared at each other in what felt like an eternity of silence.
You don't deserve her. You don't.
I have heard enough from you. You two wretches will see yourselves out of my home. At once. I ordered you to leave.
I would take the time for elegant elaboration, but the unfolding was bloody and swift, so I will narrate all the same. The mayor, having taken offense to the strange woman's scolding, revealed his gun and shot a bullet across her left shoulder. A thin shower of blood splattered across nearby guests, and then, not one breath later, the woman's cowboy companion revealed his own sidearm. At an almost ungodly speed, the young man took a shot at the mayor, and with fantastic precision took a similar chunk from the mayor's left shoulder. This time, the thin shower of blood sprayed on myself, and I held back a retching sensation. And yet again the poor Sonny machine had been struck. It flew from the grand piano and crashed onto the floor.
Tune in now for the best music.
Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher.
You remember it as good fun.
Sounds of the past and future. First tower
Activated.
It is a wonder, after these past few days and weeks, how a bullet has not managed to strike me yet, how I've seen so many fly about, and this poor Sonny machine and that poor mysterious woman knelt on the ground, clutching her bleeding wound. After Sonny made its strange proclamations about a prime minister and whatnot, the woman looked toward the machine, and then myself, with a curious intensity.
Tower?
We don't have time.
The tower. I need the tower.
All right.
The cowboy took the woman by her arm and guided her past the staircase and out the front entrance. All the while, the mayor spat and cursed as he collected himself off the floor. You can discern a capable mayor, I believe, through the loyalty of his citizens. Of course, no one in the gallery room reached for their own guns, nor said a word, as the woman and her companion made their escape.
Man, by God, chase after them! And someone grab my horse.
A few hesitant men made their way toward the front door, while others ran out to collect the mayor's steed. I would not get in the immediate way of a man with a gun, but I couldn't lose track of my target, the mysterious woman. I strode over to collect the Sonny machine and made my way swiftly out the mansion, shadowing their trail toward the mesa.
Things went to hell pretty fucking quick after that. Soon as we got out of the house, Helix got out from under my arms and started running to the slope of the enchanted mesa. Helix clutched the hurt arm as she kept moving, blood dyeing the ground redder than usual as we moved. Pushed her up a crop of rocks and pulled her aside long enough to tie my red handkerchief tied around that wound. It's a long climb. Tell me when you need help or you'll slow us down. Got it?
Okay.
Had to keep an eye out for the mayor's man. A man like that, pigeon liver, once you injure his pride, he'll come for you until the grave. Better have a plan. They're coming.
The tower, I just know it.
Soon as one of them was at shooting distance, I fired a bullet, rattled the horses up, got one to rear back and kick off their rider with the first shot. Only 3 guys followed the mayor. I managed to scare all 3 off in just 3 shots. The second shot I aimed at a loose spot in the mesa to drop rocks on him. Got rid of a second rider that way more than halfway up the mesa. The third shot I made cut through the reins of the other. The rider panicked and lost control almost immediately. Never shot to kill. Their lives weren't mine to take, but I could get them out of the fight. By the time we reached the top, the only head I saw left was the mayor's, face as red as a sunset. He was so angry. When I looked back over at Helix, saw that giant black tower sprouting up out of the ground. It was taller than the mayor's mansion. It was a long, straight run once we reached the flat top of the mesa. Keep going. I'm right behind you.
Just shoot the motherfucker!
We were halfway across the mesa's face when the mayor came up behind us. Couldn't aim to kill, but figured I could leave his fate to the gods. Assholes who keep their own kid locked up in rooms. I closed my eyes and let the spirits guide.
What are you doing?
The ground shook under my feet. The mayor was getting closer. Couldn't see it. I could feel it. I shot blind again. The mayor screamed, but the horse kept running my way.
Die, you bastards!
It ain't my call to kill. Only for fate to decide, and I'd be nothing but fate's hand. Kept my eyes closed, took my final shot, and when I opened my eyes, I saw. I missed.
Jesse!
I felt the sting first. Then I looked down and saw the hole through my chest. Blood spread all across my front. Couldn't breathe. It was like drowning. Next thing I knew, I was on my back, watching the mayor galloping straight for Helix. We were only a couple feet away from the tower. She didn't get what she wanted, and neither did I. I never got my hands around the throats of the bastards who killed my dad. Only thing I managed to do was watch the mayor shoot at her and miss. And then, like magic, a weird-looking bird appeared out of thin air in front of her. It looked like it was made of a glowing blue glass as it flew straight for the horse. It opened its beak, and louder than the sound of bullets, it cried out. Horse panicked and kicked about. Mayor held on. But the bird kept following him around, crying, growing louder and louder, till the mayor finally lost his hold and the horse kicked him right off the side of the mesa.
Monsieur Lingood flew right off that mesa, bucked from his stallion like a rag doll, fell off the highland's steepest edge, down to a dusty desert death. And good riddance. It's due to the mayor that I have these sores from those goddamn show loafers.
First tower rotated. Anomaly 13 meters.
Hey, a bit quieter now. Call me Craven, but what with all the bloody theatrics and projectile drama, I was not ready to confront the otherworldly woman, or her companion of misfortune. I needed more information. What is their mission?
What is this strange obelisk? I tucked Sonny beneath my jacket flap to muffle its noise and lowered to the mesa's floor, spying the couple from afar.
Jesse! Shit, I don't know what to do. A hospital? No. Fuck. He didn't answer. Why? Why was he shooting with his eyes closed? It made no sense. I didn't know what to do. Jesse's eyes fluttered open and then shut. Blood was everywhere. I put my hands over the stomach wound, but I couldn't do anything. The tower isn't important right now, Coda. He's literally bleeding out. I still don't know if the towers are from you, Mom. I don't know, but in that moment, I needed a miracle. A huge fucking goddess-sized miracle. Everything depended on that tower being exactly what I needed it to be. Shit. Okay, we have no other option. I had no idea what I was doing, but it's all that I knew to do. I ran to the tower. My hands were completely soaked in Jesse's blood. It dripped off my fingertips. There was no door to the tower, but I could feel it. My power. It radiated off the tower like it was heat coming off a machine. I pushed my hands against the surface, the smooth black reflecting nothing at all, not even the sunlight, and I closed my eyes. I could feel it grow hotter, burning my hands. Come on, do something. The blood on my hands turned brown from the heat, then white from the divine. It hurt. The shoulder where I was shot fucking hurt. It all hurt. Then it stopped. The burning on my hands, the heat from the tower, but not the pain in my shoulder, the hollow feeling in my body, the absence of my godly powers. That remained too. No, it didn't work. Wait. No.
What?
How? No. This can't be happening. I assumed the worst. I mean, for Jesse, it was the best. But he didn't know. He had no idea, and neither did I. Not until I ran over to him and tore his shirt wide open. No.
Hey, what the fuck are
This
you?
can't be happening. It's gone.
This.
Hello, McFly? Not the hole in your chest, my immortality. You stole it. It's a long story that I don't feel like going through right now, but okay, so I was banished here by my stupid ex, and I thought the tower would give me back my essence, but it didn't. It gave it to you. I don't know how or why, but it means you're fucking back from the dead forever, and my shoulder is still fucking bleeding, and this hurts like a bitch. Do humans always feel this?
You're joking again. Or, no, I'm just dead. I'm dead. And you're some sort of thing I'm seeing. That's what's happening.
I grabbed his hand and pressed it against his chest. His heart was racing, beating like it was supposed to. I could feel the same divine heat from the tower coming off his skin into our hands. No more than a hot breath of air. That's mine. That's me. But it's like you only have a part of me? My divinity. Maybe... Hold on.
Your what?
I got up and went back over to the tower. I put my hands back on it, but the surface had gone cold. It was empty, too. That was it. Just one power. That's all we were getting. Or, I guess that's all Jesse was getting. Not my favorite one, but it's the big one that separates gods from mortals. This can't be it! Where are the rest? Oh, I can't be trapped here forever. I don't even know where else to look.
Well, take whatever it is back. I don't want or need it.
You think if I knew how, I wouldn't snatch it right out of you right here, right now? I can't. Not unless I have all of the fractured parts of me back inside of me, and that's still a hard maybe.
Fractured parts? Writing a poem or something? Whatever. Let's get them, and then you can go.
Are you not listening? I don't know where the rest of me is. I was lucky to even find this tower. Ugh.
Tower consumed. Stand by.
As a child in the Utah Territory, I'd heard stories of God work and devil work. I'd been educated in the distinguishing factors. That which destroys is devil work, and that which heals is God work. Man can neither create nor destroy, not in any meaningful way. Mankind bores. Men flop around and then die.
Stand by. Stand by. Stand by.
There was the obelisk, and that man who I saw dying, Jesse, it seems, I watched the rose of blood bloom across his chest. But then, breath returned to him. So, is this all an act of God work or devil work? Where do we stand? That's all I could do at that moment. I stood up. I'd seen something miraculous, just like when the bullet froze before my face.
Anomaly. Located. Stand by. Stand by. Stand by.
As soon as I emerged from my crouch, walking onto the mesa's dusty flat top, the otherworldly woman turned to me. In her face, recognition. And then the revenant cowboy, too. He turned to me. Now, if I were in any less position, I might have established a more veiled character, shape-shifted into something further from my truth. But I had Mr. Osgood, who sufficed. I had the leveraging power. And so, I approached them.
Stand by. Second tower located. Second tower 4.
Good evening to you both. My name is Charles Osgood. You might recognize me from the, former mayor's descent, so to say. Yes, an odd time to be so formal. No doubt you agree by the looks on your faces. No worries. I mean no harm. The cowboy glared at me with suspicion while the woman, Helix, I'd heard the man call her, she stared at the Sonny machine in my hand.
That Walkman. That thing you're hiding beneath your coat. I saw it earlier. Across the room, it mentioned the tower. I thought I recognized it too, because that's definitely...
A Sonny machine, of course, or at least that's what I...
No, don't interrupt me. That's a TCM model, but I haven't seen this one. Where'd you get it?
By the fury in her face, I knew that I should conceal my source. Well, I wish I could say, but I have truly no idea. I'm a contract cartographer, you see, employed by the federal government. Cleveland himself picked me out. Yes, indeed. I've been sent from the Commonwealth to do some field work, especially what with these discussions of Utah's statehood and...
The president gave you that Walkman?
The what? Oh, the Sonny machine. No. I found this on a bench.
Did he just say a bench?
He did.
Not my best untruth. But what else could I say? It's an otherworldly device. And had I pointed the finger at any one person or place, it seemed that this Helix would hunt it down.
Well, I need it, so give it here.
Oh, well, we're both headed that way, yes? Perhaps I can hold on to this, as I've grown fond of it, and I do know the land quite well. See, I spent many years in the Utah Territory, and...
We're fine. Nate here is well-traveled. Now give that here.
You are Nate, and here I thought you were Jesse. To describe how they then leered at me is to describe how a wolf might stare down a rabbit after the rabbit had smacked the wolf upside the jaw. But I'd caught them in a moment of ruse, and now that our terms of engagement were equal, I had a chance. I apologize. It's no matter these names. We are strangers. But we are strangers who can help one another. Mr. Jesse, or Mr. Nate, whichever you choose, you may have knowledge of the West. But I have affordances of privilege that you will no doubt need. I have friends in high places, whereas you two perhaps can cover the more lowly places of camaraderie. Yes? You see?
Untangle that.
Are you saying you know something about these towers?
No. What I'm saying is I'm the sort of person who could know something about these towers, given the time and some opportunity to...
It's a yes or no question.
Second tower?
You see, madam?
How does it know?
I couldn't tell you, only that this companion of mine has guided me here, and surely it will guide us to the next of its kind. Yes?
Could just take it from him.
This guy seems desperate to help, and my shoulder is fucking killing me, so whatever.
It was not the most enthusiastic welcoming, but it was where things were. And now I am here, in this Lone Flats Inn, sat on the edge of this bed, speaking into this TCM, Helix had said. Sonny machine is much more exciting, however. Don't you think? After our journey down the mesa, listening to Helix and Jesse discuss their next day's plans, I've made some estimations. It seems that both of them are seeking someone. Perhaps that puts me one step ahead, as I've already found my target. But Mr. Jesse seems to be looking for more than one person. Oh. But we had an errands run of an evening. First, we took the mayor's troubled daughter to the bordello's forewoman, Miss Marigold. She intends to make some connections in Albuquerque, where the girl will go to live with a proper family. No doubt a better life than that decrepit closet Helix and Jesse spoke of. As for the mayor, who will be Lone Flats' next mayor? Who cares? Jesse had made mention of some necklace he sought to collect, but decided that he would leave it for the daughter. Well, the decent daughter, not that accursed thing that played the piano. And Helix, well, she seemed to stew inside her mind. She seems intent on chasing down this second tower. Could this have been the Mistress of Death's plan all along? To gather us three to...
Oh my gods. Could you please stop saying that? It's so, creepy.
Madam? I'm doing as you said. I'm recording into the,
Yeah, I get it. But, like, gag me. Just call me Emmy. That's my name. Like, Mistress of Death? That's somebody else's job. I'm leagues above that. And anyways, if I were you, which, like, ugh, thank God's not, right? I'd quit pissing people off. I'm keeping you alive, but remember, a bullet's still a bullet, you know?
Emmy. Yes, I apologize. How long have you been listening in? I feel so embarrassed.
Long enough. Look, Charles. You're still using Charles? Anyways, you keep it up. Things are moving nicely. Just like, don't lose sight of Helix. I mean, it's hard to. She's loud.
Yes. Yes, of course. Anything, especially what with your protections helping me with this, you know.
It's gonna be a long road, Charles. Time to stop acting like we're strangers. Time. I'm honestly, like, so clever.
And she's gone. Huh. Tomorrow, northwest, toward this second tower, whatever it may bring. And what shall it bring? In this new world that's dawned upon me, truly, who could know?
Radio Outcast was created by Maria Fernanda Vidaurrazaga and J.T. Lachausse, and produced by Ann Hughes, starring Daniel A. Stevens as Charles Osgood, Griffin Otto Deniger as kitchen head cook and Mayor Orville Lingood, Ivory Amor de Francisca as Jesse Rogers, Jay Duong as Helix, Daniel Sotelo as Coda, and Ann Hughes as the Sonny Machine and Emmy. This episode was written by Fernanda and JT, directed by Fernanda, with dialogue editing by Anne, sound design by JT, and music by Samuel Kinsella. A special thanks goes out to Madeline Haller for giving us pointers on that Kansan accent, and to Professor Rickerby Hines for being such a guiding light during the early days of our show. You can find us online at radiooutcast.com or follow us on Instagram at radiooutcastpod and Twitter at radio_outcast. If you like what you hear, let us know by leaving a review on Apple Podcasts, Podchaser, or Good Pods. It helps us reach more listeners, and it gives us a chance to see what y'all think of the show. If you'd like to help us grow, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/radio_outcast. Our patrons get access to behind-the-scenes material, original scripts, and bonus content, including newspaper clips of an assassination attempt on President Cleveland and text messages between the gods. If you become a patron at the Coda tier, for as little as $1 a month, you too could get a special shout out at the end of our episodes, such as Kyrie O, how are ya? Stephanie C, you rule. Gnome H, I dig the name, I think it's pretty cool. Patrick C, miss ya. Alan L, you're swell. Daniel W, I think you're talented as hell. 2V, my bestie. Melissa L, hey mom. Sarah F, your poetry is like totally the bomb. And Rax W, the Orb Keeper. Marcos L, my dear. Patricia D, you're golden, and that's something you should hear. BCA Staging, howdy. Val V, the Queen. DJ. I wore your jacket like 2 days ago. The one that's beige cream. 1P, you're super. Andy S, it's been a while. Aaron B, you've got the stuff that makes a whole room smile. And we have 2 more. Physics, thanks bro. Susan D, hello. And this concludes the credits for our happy little show. To all of our patrons, thanks again. We appreciate you. And to everyone listening, safe travels.
This 20 questions sounds quite fun.
See? Charles likes my games.
Yeah, big surprise.
I'm sure you're at least a little curious about me, right? It's not every day a mortal gets to meet a god.
Radio Outcast is a wily gunslinging podcast for mature audiences. Content warning. This episode contains depictions of violence, guns, and gunshots throughout the episode, as well as character death at the beginning and kidnapping in the middle of the episode that may be upsetting for some listeners. We encourage our listeners to prioritize their safety before venturing ahead. Thank you.
Been a week since Lone Flats. A week since I came back from the dead, hitched my fate to a goddess, and lost my shot at getting a lead on the men that killed my dad. Now I find myself in the center of a good old Mexican standoff. There's a dead body on the ground in front of me. Fresh blood stanking up the air and soaking black into the desert rock. We've all got our guns drawn. One of the men points his barrel square at my forehead. From the bloody look to his eyes, the bastard wants my brains across the sands.
You fucker! You killed my brother!
Keep shooting!
Nope. No. Don't keep shooting.
My heart's pounding. All I want to do is kill these motherfuckers. After all this time, they're right in front of me. Got my aims on his head. I can kill each of them with one quick pull. And they can't kill me. Not with this power thing I got from that tower. It's everything I wanted. Here. Right now. Won't ignore this chance. It's like God put them right before me. Here in this hot, stinking desert to be executed. Squint my eye. Pull back on the trigger and... Well, I guess I should start a little earlier. It was a long day that came before. Helix was talking nonstop like she always does. And that rat, Charles Osgood, was, of course, sucking up. He wants something. Don't know what it is. But that man is a wanton man.
Okay. My turn. Never have I ever... Never have I ever been shot more than once.
Oh, good one, madam. I myself received my first bullet not long ago. Left not even a scratch. But that's quite a long story. You know, the Sonny machine, too, has already been pinged numerous times.
Jesse. You need to put a finger down. First, you raise your hands again. Put a finger down for those 3 last ones, and now put down another.
Told ya, I ain't in the mood for your weird god games.
It's a human game. I learned it at this killer NYU sorority party where if you lost the game, you had to drink... Wait, New York University's a thing now, right? Well, anyways, the game is from the future, so I guess you wouldn't know it. Also because you're boring.
Tell your blue bird to mind his business.
They're a mockingbird. Leave Coda alone. Try to be a team player for once, okay? You don't like Never Have I Ever. Fine. I've got other games. 20 questions. Okay. I think of a random person or thing, and you have to guess whatever I'm thinking. You get 20 questions to try to figure it out. Ready? I've already got a thing in mind. Do you want to start?
No.
Indulge her, Mr. Rogers. I'm sure a solitary man such as yourself could do with a fun bout of gaming. Now, you might not guess it, but I consider myself quite the gamesman. Best Pharaoh player in all the West, some have said. Just before I emptied their pockets. But that's another story. This 20 questions sounds quite fun.
See? Charles likes my games.
Yeah, big surprise.
I'm sure you're at least a little curious about me, right? It's not every day a mortal gets to meet a god. How about truth or lie? I say a truth and a lie, and you gotta guess which one's the lie.
Oh, how about just talking? What's the point of a game?
Look, we should be getting to know each other better if we're gonna be stuck together. And it should be fun. Otherwise, we're just grunting across the desert until we find the next tower.
Nah. I've walked hundreds of miles in complete silence. I don't need to talk. You need to talk. All I need is to finish this detour. Got bigger things to worry about than some game.
Come now. Miss Helix and I have been perfectly accommodating. And you would do well to follow suit, yes? Have I not lent the Sonny machine to our cause, thus providing clues toward our great mystery? And did I not provide us with all accommodations from my own purse in the few destitute watering holes we've crossed thus far?
Yes, you've been a big help.
Oh, thank you.
He'd have been more help if he had got us horses instead of feather pillows for the night.
Ugh. You need to chill. Honestly, What was that? So, Mom, how is everyone? No? Well, you can't blame a girl for trying. So, there was this random gunshot in no man's land. This place is straight out of a Wile E. Coyote cartoon. Just endless hot orange desert. So, you'd think we would have seen what was happening around us for miles, but I couldn't tell where the gunshot came from. It sounded really close. And since Jesse and Charles were boring me to death, obviously, I had to go check it out.
That sounded like it came from just below this hill.
You think?
Whoa, hold up. Where are you going? Your shoulder's still healing and you're ready to run back into another gunfight? Did you forget who's immortal here?
Oh, you don't have to pretend to care, Jesse. I'm just curious. Plus, I'll be sneaky. Jesse's a complete killjoy. I managed to slip away from him and crawl over to the edge of the hill. A band of men? It looks like 3 of them standing around a wagon. 2 of them are dressed in some sort of brown leather uniform. They're beside each other on their horses, like a team. The guy next to the wagon is dressed in dirty, stained clothes.
Well, at least no one's dead.
Yet. Those 3 are rangers.
I told you. These ain't no fucking stolen goods.
We got down to the ground and listened in. It seemed these rangers, or whoever, were accusing this guy with the wagon.
Oh, you keep talking about a train robbery. Now, I don't know nothing about.
That voice seems familiar.
An old friend?
Shh. One of the rangers moved forward on his horse, raised his gun into the air, and shot a warning shot. And then, this was crazy. So the ranger gets all intimidating, approaching the guy in dirty clothes, and then the other ranger behind him. The other ranger pulls out his gun, and he shoots his own teammate in the back of the head. It was heinous.
Clean shot, Paxton. I expected nothing less.
Let's go, Ruthless. I'm ready to get out of this goddamn uniform.
Jesse looked like a stone. Totally hardened, his eyes wide open and frozen. I mean, yeah, it was an intense situation, but Jesse, I thought he'd seen things like this all the time. What's wrong with Jesse?
Sorry, what was that?
And that's when it all went wrong. Charles knocked over a few rocks when he turned to look at me. They tumbled down the hill, right in front of the 2 murderers. Fuck!
Y'all stay put, or you'll be joining the Rangers on the other side soon.
The thief and the fake ranger quickly cornered us on their horses. We were scattered apart. The fake ranger circled his horse around me and Jesse, pointing his gun between both of us. Obviously, he had no problem blowing someone's brains out, so we complied. We got down on the ground as their horses kicked up a layer of thick desert dust. The other guy was focused on Charles, sizing him up, looking at his fancy clothes.
Got him. Let's move.
They took Charles. When the dust settled, all that remained was his Walkman in the dirt, his so-called Sonny machine.
It seems a fool's errand to impart today's events to my diary, given all that has transpired under my mistress's meticulous watch. Suppose I were a common man, with a common family, a common education, and a common dedication. Were I that sort of man, I might engage in the nightly rituals that so many others claim to enjoy. I would sit at a table, have a plate of pork and beans alongside my family, give prayer, sit in silence by the fire while I wished I knew how to read or something along those lines, I'm sure. Then my mind to bed, over and over until my death. So, in a sense, perhaps these daily entries are my pork and beans. Oh, God. Today's variety came in the form of an abduction to my total embarrassment. Had I not suffered enough by enduring the cowboys and Helix's incessant disputes? It seemed not. No, I must also be carried away like some damsel by rogues in the desert to their secret compound.
It's Paxton. We're running in right now. Over.
This is Rubio. Copy.
Looks like he's gone and got the fire ready. Whoa. Here. I'll go let her know we got him. Start unloading.
These miscreants had tied my hands and gagged me with a rope, and now the dirty-clothed bandit grabbed me from the horse and tossed me to the earth. Dirt in my mouth, he yanked me to my feet and led me to some canvas tent. Soon as they freed me from my binds, the rope and the cloth gag cut free from my flesh, the tent opened, and their leader emerged. A most familiar presence.
Here he is.
Ah, look. You managed to get the right one.
Mistress.
You alright?
All right. Some dudes just stole Charles. Is that normal for you?
I don't know the guy. Maybe they had a reason. It's fine. Look, he left that machine of his. See? We can still get to the tower. She took the machine from my hands and started messing with it.
Okay, which way?
Anomaly 4,380
Fuck! It won't work.
That ain't helping. Just shut the thing up for now.
No, you know what ain't helping? Is you.
You gonna turn this around on me?
Charles is a fucking map maker. You're supposed to be the muscle on this team.
The fuck's that supposed to mean?
Aren't you supposed to be some kind of badass cowboy? I've seen you shoot, Jesse. When you're not closing your eyes, you've got perfect aim. I know you could have stopped them.
I ain't shooting a soul while I'm stuck like this. Difference between me and those fools is I've got honor. A code. And I'll always do the clean thing.
Oh, cry me a fucking river! Boo-hoo! I'm immortal!
It ain't just that. If I wanted a code that made you happy, I'd run for office. I don't hurt kids. I don't leave a job unfinished, and I don't get in unfair
How about
fights.
instead of whining all the time about how much taking my power ruins your life, next time you don't let some fucking criminals kidnap the only guy who can lead us to the things that'll put us back to how we're supposed to be?
The girl might be right. I should've. Normally I would've, but those men, the fake ranger especially, the one who roped Charles up, I knew those voices. I knew those eyes. Those were the same faces that told me not to worry, that I'd see my dad soon as he finished taking 3,000 heads down to Lone Flats. It was them. Sam Vogel's boys. I let them go free. We didn't need that dandy to find the first tower. Sure as hell don't need him to spot the second. Come on. We're close enough.
Jesse didn't know what the hell he was doing. He huffed off in a random direction. Meanwhile, I'm on my 7th day straight in the mortal realm with a burning hole in my shoulder. Each step across this endless, flat, orange desert makes it sting more and more, and man, without buildings or trees or anything, the sun is the worst. Literally, the bane of my new mortal existence. Even though I'd gotten used to drinking water and eating, it was nonstop. My mouth was dry as hell. My head was pounding. My feet were the worst part. I severely underestimated how much I'd want shoes in the desert. Each step was like taking 20 at a time. They were burning, but wet. I was sure they had to be bleeding, but I was too scared to lift my skirt and check. I'm fine.
Huh?
I said, are you done being an ass yet?
Whatever.
Funnily enough, I was more invested in finding Charles than the tower. But Jesse was all focused on that tower. I don't know, I guess I felt responsible for Charles getting captured. For one, I hadn't thought he was good company at the start of this whole mess, but he was definitely starting to become my favorite the more Jesse kept getting on my nerves.
Nah, I remember we were headed this way. We were supposed to go north, slightly west. This can't be. It should be here.
It was obvious. We can't do this without him. We need Charles.
Radio Outcast was created by Maria Fernanda Vidaurrazaga and J.T. Lachausse, and produced by Ann Hughes. Starring Ivory Amor de Francisca as Jesse Rogers and Aaron Rubio, Griffin Otto Deniger as Burr Paxton, Jay Duong as Helix, Daniel A. Stevens as Charles Osgood, J.T. Lachausse as Remy Ruthless Morel, Ann Hughes as the voice of the Sonny Machine and Emmy, and Daniel Sotelo as Coda. This episode was written by Fernanda and directed by Fernanda, with dialogue editing by Ann, sound design by JT, and music by Samuel Kinsella. Radio Outcast has been nominated for this year's Audioverse Awards. If you've been enjoying the show and would like to show us your support by voting for us in one or more of many categories, the link will be in the show notes in the description of this episode. Visiting the link is also a good way to find a new show to listen to between our bi-weekly uploads, so I highly recommend it. As always, though, you can find us online at radiooutcast.com or follow us on Instagram at radiooutcastpod and Twitter at radio_outcast. If you like what you hear, let us know by leaving us a review on Apple Podcasts, Podchaser, or Good Pods. It really helps us reach more listeners and gives us a chance to see what you all think of the show. If you'd like to help us grow, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/radio_outcast. Our patrons get access to behind-the-scenes material, original scripts, and bonus content, including newspaper clips of an assassination attempt on President Cleveland and text messages between the gods. If you become a patron at the Coda tier, for as little as $1 a month, you too could get a special shout-out at the end of our episodes. Like Kyrie O, who tragically lost a pair of earrings to the Sam Vogel gang while waiting for a carriage. Stephanie C., the train conductor who had a nasty surprise when a band of desperados suddenly appeared on her vessel. Gnome H., who claims to have run into the Sam Vogel himself at a petting zoo, of all places. She says he was chatting near the goats intently about some sort of sinister escape plan. I believe it was the Patrick C. of coffee-making notoriety in the town of Lone Flats who once bested the man named Ruthless at a good old staring contest on Christmas Day. I also heard tale that Alan L. is the dreaded Sam Vogel gang's gun supplier. Daniel W. is still searching for the young brown mare the Vogel boys stole from him. In a cruel twist of fate, that horse of his would one day meet a goddess and live out his lifelong dream. Melissa L. was too wise to be tricked by Vogel when he tried to sell her a rebranded calf in his youth. However, that clever and serious Burr Paxton sure drove a harder bargain when he did the same to her 5 years later. Sarah F. once sold a portrait to Aaron Rubio. He is still rather fond of the painting. Rax W. bumped into Burr Paxton on their way to a chili eating contest, and that sly devil stole their entry fee. Then, of course, there was the time that 30 head of cattle were stolen right under Marco L's nose while he napped. Patricia D. is said to know where the Sam Vogel gang is hiding, but when pressed on the matter, very politely replied, "It's not my business to tell." Consuelo U. Oh yes, dear listener, even my dear old mom was hit by these cunning criminals. The story goes, old Rubio promised her oro, joyas, y el mar entero for her prize stallion. There may have been no tussle, no blood, but there sure was a broken heart after their encounter. Val V. Oh dear, that poor, poor soul. Val was on her first train ride out of her hometown when the Sam Vogel gang did what they do best. Rob a bunch of good folk. Juan Aurelio P. I've heard tale that this is the man who trained old Rubio and continues to buy the horses, cattle, and yes, dear listener, even the goats that the Sam Vogel gang smuggles out of the U.S. lines into Mexico. Andy S., such a sweet man, but unfortunately for him, the Vogel gang is crueler. Sure, he won't say what they did, but I know it wasn't kind. Aaron B. was trusted by the state to transport some very important bonds across the nation via the Pacific West, and became yet another victim to the Sam Vogel gang. Susan D., I gotta say, there is no one cleverer than she, who apparently single-handedly beat not just Ruthless Morel, nor just Aaron Rubio, not even just Burr Paxton at a 10-hour game of Pharaoh, but has apparently beat none other than Sam Vogel himself too. Lena, they are truly too clever for their own good. Rumor has it they stole 3 horses from the Vogel boys right after they had stolen 10 heads of cattle. The poor suckers had to walk their way across the border. And last but not least, Chelsea S., who once read Sam Vogel's palm and promised him great fortune would come enter his life. However, she did not realize it would be her fortune he would be taking as his own. To all of our patrons, thanks again. We really appreciate you. And to everyone listening, safe travels.
Do you think the god of death has a sense of humor?
And I remembered that I was supposed to be better than this.
Your precious code is tenfold fulfilled. Now, please, do it!
Radio Outcast is a wicked gunslinging podcast for mature audiences. Content warning. This episode contains depictions of violence, guns, character death, and blood throughout the episode that may be upsetting for some listeners. We encourage our listeners to prioritize their safety before venturing ahead. Thank you.
I mean, has there ever been a competent human? Or did I just end up with, like, the worst one? I mean, how unlikable do you have to be for Helix to not like you? I mean, that she manages to like any human is super beyond me, but we're talking about the goddess who would drag me down to earth to watch every talentless, sad little musician over the centuries, and she cheered them on, no matter how grody they were. But if Charles doesn't, like, shape up, even Helix will catch on that he's a total fraud and listen more and more to that stuck-up man-child, Jesse Rogers. It's okay, Emmy. It's okay. For now, Helix is mega annoyed with that vaquero, and as for my little bumbling weirdo, Charles, I had some guys kidnap him, so we can have a little, chat.
Mistress, you've chosen to corral with outlaws?
So, you had no clue? Not even a little itty-bitty clue?
No, I how would I? Should I have?
You are completely useless, Charles. Like, ugh. Start paying attention to everything, okay? Because I've got a big problem now. And if I've got a big problem, then, you've got a big problem. Remember that bullet? So, there's a grody wrench thrown into the works, or whatever. That Jesse guy? Yeah, not a part of the plan. I don't know who he is or where he came from, but I need you to get rid of him. Or befriend him. Something. Do I care? No. I need him out of the way. But it's clear to me, listening to your recordings, that he mad major mega totally despises you. Or at least doesn't trust you. Aren't you supposed to be some, master con artist?
My apologies, Emmy. You are absolutely correct. I should...
No. I said pay attention. Don't talk. Listen, okay? Now, let's motor.
She took me inside her tent and instructed me to sit at a wooden table. Shortly after, one of the ruffians came in with her supper. A rough-eyed bandit serving supper to a lady. No doubt this was power. Power I do not quite understand, not its source, nor the mistress's grand plans.
The key is to make them love you. I've looked into your past. I know what you're capable of, Charles. Of course, Helix can be so mega difficult to love. That's why I'm doing all of this, you know? Like these guys outside my tent, the ones who smell and look like shit. Do you think I really want to be hanging around with them? Like, barf. It's all part of the larger plan, yeah?
As my mistress tells it, she found the outlaws not moments before they'd decided to rob a train. They seemed a perfect match for her mysterious plans.
So I gave them the walkie-talkies. Do you know what walkie-talkies are? Ugh, never mind. And then let them go do their little heist thingy.
As they explained it to my mistress, these bandits work for some mysterious figure in Texas. Oh, how inexorably I am familiar with Texan figures. Nevertheless, the outlaws emptied out every compartment in the train of wealth, killed the conductor, disconnected the engine, rode all the way to Tucson, put the engine in reverse, and watched as the leather-clad rangers chased after the empty vessel. Now it was at that moment that the man-beast they call Ruthless was told by my mistress that he would be smart to join the Rangers as one of their own and pretend to chase after his own gang. She told him when to kill the Rangers, when he could rejoin his delinquent friends again, and when he and the others would capture me. Indeed, this was all part of her master plan.
I made that whole little thing happen for them, and all they had to do was bring you to me. So, like, duh. Do you get it? That's only one of the many reasons why they totally love me. And if you, Charles, care about not, dying, that's what you gotta do. You gotta make her love you. Not as a lover, or whatever, ew. You're definitely not her type anyway, but as a friend, a confidant, okay? Lucky for you, I know every trick in the book for getting into Helix's adorably naive good graces.
So, she offered me information I had already come to understand. Helix is naive. She enjoys games. She's fond of parties and other merriment, but, most importantly, she craves recognition. The latter I'd noticed myself, particularly today with the way she bypassed my eager participation in her games to demand Jessie's. And what I need is to create an opportunity where she feels validated. If I can bring her that, then I will find myself in her favor. If I may ask one other question, mistress?
I mean, I guess.
What do you suggest I do about him? I fear that even once I have convinced Helix of my usefulness, that the cowboy she has taken as protector, Mr. Jesse Rogers, will never be persuaded. His distrust has been laid out to me in no uncertain terms. I worry that he may deter my attempts and poison my image in Helix's mind.
Helix is a god. Some stupid little human isn't gonna get in her head. I'd tell you to just kill him. But, the whole stolen immortality thing or whatever.
Emmy smiled when she mentioned killing Jesse, as though it were a joke. However, he is an unexpected variable, a potentially dangerous variable, regardless of if my mistress realizes it or otherwise.
Should have checked on her sooner. We'd been trotting along for miles without a sign of a giant black tower. Hadn't heard Helix open her mouth in over an hour, but I could still hear her walking behind me, dragging her feet. After some time, I turned and saw the state she was in. Her brow was furrowed in concentration as she focused on lifting her feet one at a time. This small young woman who called herself a goddess looked no steadier than a newborn calf. See? That right there is why we needed to get some horses.
Fuck off.
That little bird of hers flew around my head as I walked over to her. Seemed we were on the same page about old Helix. Sit down.
No. We have to keep going.
If we don't check on that shoulder of yours now, you'll be down and out by sunfall.
Fine.
Soon as she got off her feet, her face relaxed. Her shoulder wound had gone from red to blue and black. The impact point welled up like a bubble. I didn't know how to ask for the next part, so I just stared at her.
What?
I'd like to see your souls, if that's all right. She glared at me. It looked like she might tell me to go and never return, or like she might cry. Instead, she closed her eyes, chest heaving from the panic, and nodded. I was careful, raised her skirt only as far as I needed. Oh, where are your shoes?
I couldn't find any in my size.
Her feet were raw, red, and blistered all over. There were small cuts on her heels that needed cleaning. How the hell you gonna travel the desert barefoot? But she was already deep in the soup. No sense in that. Instead, I offered to carry her. The only way we'd make any progress.
Oh. We need to find Charles.
Yep. Alright. Never have I ever walked the desert without boots.
We could just talk.
Alright. What do you want to know?
Well, first off, what's that accent supposed to be? Michigan?
Michigan? It's Kansas. Sorta. Been all over the place since I was little. My folks went up in Georgia, so got a bit of that. Did a lot of cattle drives with my pa to Nevada, Texas. So, them too.
So, your accent is more of a mixtape than an album?
I guess.
Okay. Next question. Why were you trying to rob that mayor? The one back in Lone Flats?
That'd be the story of what happened to my dad. It's long.
That's okay.
Like I said, he was a cattle driver, one of the best. Must have been 6 years since it happened. He'd been short-handed on a job. Just him, a friend, and 3 white men who said they were from Arizona. Similar faces. These men were chasing now.
Soon the sun began to set. Emmy had hastened me out of her tent after our conversation. I was sure Emmy had already devised some trickery to reunite me with my companions. I sat by the fire, a bowl of burnt beans in my hands, and waited. Now that my first objective has been completed, having located the otherworldly woman, my new mission is to follow Helix as she finds her towers, and to report back our adventures. Though the sun had receded, the ground was still warm from the day's heat. A few hours later, the freezing temperatures from the evening would set in. Those criminals were the worst sort of company. In total, there were 3, but from the little I gathered of their conversation, there had once been twice as many. I didn't learn much else. Soon, the 2 closest to me, Burr Paxton and Ruthless, switched languages. It sounded French, not dissimilar to the sort I've heard in my travels through Louisiana, East Texas. So too did I notice that the third switched from English to Spanish when he spoke to Emmy. Now, I thought he must be Mexican, or at least accustomed to the language from experience and trade. It is no great secret that the southern states are plagued with looters who smuggle anything from gold to cattle. The only time these outlaws spoke in English was when Paxton called the Spanish speaker to inspect a map. It was then that I found possible answers to this Jesse dilemma.
Rubio! Aaron! Come take a look at this.
So that's the path Sam wants us to take.
We needed a new base fast, and he delivered. You didn't think it'd be pretty, did you?
Vogel and his goddamn puzzles. But I can get you there.
I recognized the name at once. Sam Vogel. It was, after all, the only detail Jesse had let slip in a week. The only detail that marked him as a real person outside of just the vengeful cowboy, making my job more difficult than it had to be. Were I to have that map, then I would have the power. Oh, certainly, yes.
You with me, Paxton?
Yeah. Mine's wandering is all. That dandy was with 2 others, and I just can't get that cowboy's face out of my head. Must be a ghost or something.
Maybe we robbed him.
You done eating those gross beans yet? Ugh. Humans and their eating.
Oh, yes. Thank you again.
Don't fuck this up for me, okay? I'm gonna bounce, 'cause, this world doesn't deserve my Gorgina face,
Of course. And, mistress, I do appreciate your...
Yeah, whatever. Later.
Do you think the god of death has a sense of humor, Mom? I know I was never around to meet him. Emmy met him, but she always said he was boring and not worth thinking about. I think he must have a sense of humor in order to do that job. It's gotta be fucked up. Here's Jesse, right? He's a human, destined to die like every other human. And his dad died, like they're all supposed to. But he died before Jesse thinks he should have. And now, here's Jesse, immortal.
Took the cattle, and all they left behind were the bodies. They took his boots.
Jackasses.
Yeah, well, Soon as your old god shit's figured out, I'm back to looking for him. Gotta get each one of those assholes.
When a human dies, and you love that human, it hurts. I know this all too well. It might be different because I'm a goddess and he was... Well, that's a different story. But it's the only death I've ever really known. Gods don't die. I'm barely starting to understand this mortality thing. But your dad, I'm sorry. It's just wrong what happened to him.
Thanks. What about you?
My parents? That's a really, 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 really long story.
Nah, how'd you end up how you are? Since you're a god and all.
The short version? Well, my ex is a narcissist, and some people said I was bad at my job.
What job is that? Walking barefoot?
Ha ha. No. Essentially, I am the god of sound. That's music, wind through the trees, snap of a finger. Yeah, all of that. I made it.
Did you now?
Yep. And Coda here, they're my familiar. They help me, they keep my powers controlled. Every god needs a familiar to prevent their powers going whack. Beyond that, Coda is my best friend.
So, you've all got birds in?
Nah, some gods use inanimate earth objects like a stopwatch or a cigarette or a walking cane. The only thing is, when you're on Earth, you use an earthborn familiar, like a bird. He adjusted how he was carrying me on his back and then cracked his neck. I was just about to ask him if he thought we should give up when he stopped in his tracks. I followed his eyes. Several yards away behind a skinny butte, there was a pillar of smoke. We kept silent as he got us closer. Luckily, the sun was setting over the back of the butte, so we were in the darkest spot of the desert floor. Jesse led us closer and closer, carefully measuring each option before sprinting a few yards at a time. Eventually, the baddies came into full view. Their faces were easy to see against their fire, and there, closest to the fire, huddled in on himself, was Charles.
Are you gonna fight me if I leave you here?
Don't you dare.
Figured. Can you walk? Just a little.
Thanks to Jesse giving my feet a break, I had a bit more energy in me and my shoulder had calmed down. Together, we took baby steps closer to the fire, trailing the shadows. I waited for Jesse's signal. It was exciting, honestly. I felt like a panther in the dark, hunting my prey. I kept expecting one of them to notice us, pull out a gun and just blow me to bits. But they didn't. They were too occupied with their food bowls and chewing tobacco. When the gang was just a few meters from us, Jesse tilted his hat. And then, we pounced.
Shot the tall one through the skull before I thought anything through. He fell like a brick, his head smashing down into the fire pit. I turned the barrel toward the next one, the man I knew. That's a face you don't forget. His eyebrows meeting in the center, a long scar across his chin. These were the guys. These were Sam Vogel's gang. They took my world from me. Now it was my turn to take theirs.
Holy fuck! You actually shot him?
It was then that my head caught up with my hand. I looked at the body, my finger on the trigger, and I remembered that I was supposed to be better than this. I was supposed to look these rats in the eyes. I took them out of this world so they knew who it was that done them in. I wasn't supposed to sneak through the shadows and shoot a man while he ate dinner. I'm better than a dirty fight. Fuck!
What are you doing?
The chin-scarred man turned his head and spotted us.
You fucker! You killed my brother!
Keep shooting!
Nope. No. Don't keep shooting.
Osgood runs from the fire but gets grabbed.
Release me at once! What would... Jesse! Jesse! This one! This is the man you want! Shoot him! I heard them! They're Smithy Vernacular's gang or whatnot. He knows you!
Shut up!
Drop the gun, or your friend's dead. A clear shot. But I hesitated. I can't.
Oh, for the love of... Rogers, they are murderers! Robbers! Blood-soaked degenerates! Your precious code is tenfold fulfilled. Now, please, do it!
Osgood's grin is practically manic. The guy's beaming at me as he finds a loophole for my code for me. Maybe if it had been anyone else, that wouldn't have been enough. But right then, it was. My dad, his friends, the Rangers, and every other soul they'd taken. Osgood was right. Maybe I could kill them. The scales were already tipped against them.
Enough!
The chin-scarred man shot me in the stomach. Then again, in the side. A familiar sting in both areas stunned my body with pain. Blood poured from the wounds. But it never blossomed. Muscle pushed the bullets out from my body, and then my skin stitched itself back together. The pain is brief. The shock lingers. But I won't die. I won't even have a scar. Again, I heal. Look back up at them to take aim, but they've thrown Osgood towards the fire and started running to their horses. No. They don't want to fuck with the undead man. I get one through the knee as they try to mount their horses. He falls, but his friend catches him and pushes him on. I run after him and keep shooting. They get away, but they left their loot, a horse, and the one bastard I shot will bleed out before they get anywhere.
Charles!
Oh, great. My summer coat is utterly ruined.
Helix checked on Charles while I checked the dead outlaw for clues. Figured there might be clues that might lead me back to Sam Vogel's latest hideout. Nothing. When I turned back to Helix and Osgood, they were skulking around through the gang's loot. Mostly bonds and other shit that'd be more trouble than it was worth to take. Told them we should leave anything that might pin us to the gang's crimes. That left us with quite a bit of loose change. Most importantly, a free horse. Think I'll make it mine. Osgood. How'd you know about all their crimes? They poured their hearts out to you? You going among the willows with them now?
Oh, yes, of course. That one you shot especially enjoyed chatting about his favorite custard recipe. What a ridiculous accusation. I simply overheard him say he knew your face, and then the name, Samson Varner Gang, or whatnot, came along.
It's Sam Vogel, you fool.
Can the arguments wait until after I've got my power back? Here, Charles, take the Walkman. Won't work without you anyways.
Thank you.
Anomaly. Then.
We followed the machine's ramblings just behind the butte of the camp and found the tower. The damn thing had been right under our noses. A tall black obelisk waiting for us in the shadows. Helix hobbled her way over to the tower despite me offering help, but she insisted. Me and Osgood watched from the butte as she studied it. She put her hands up against the tower and waited. Seems nothing happened. She tried it a few more times. Watched Helix go from intrigued to rambling confused to airing her lungs out. She stormed round in the moonlight like a child, kicking up dirt. Then she looked up at me and just stared. Her eyes were all wide and mouth going open. Started walking forward and she waved me off. Next thing I know, Helix is pinching a shoulder wound.
Fuck, this hurts.
How came she so, huh? Has she gone vasy since my time apart?
No.
Oh.
Helix squeezed her wound until blood came pouring out. She covered her hands with it and then went back to the tower. A few seconds later, she was jumping up and down and ran back, talking about some power that lets her know and speak all languages.
If all of these fucking towers only give me one fucking power at a time, how much longer is a stupid fucking quest gonna take? Oh, we're gonna be stuck together for a while.
Not your fault. We'll figure it out. Osgood didn't have much to add to the conversation. He just kept to himself, plucking at the dust in his powder white hair. Only 2 reasons a man has gone quiet. He's got nothing to say, or he's hiding something. And trust me, Osgood's always got words to say. He didn't speak up till Helix asked him if he could teach her to play card games. I noticed he hadn't been tied when we found him. In fact, when I went to check the body, found us serving the food where Osgood had been sitting. Why would those good-for-nothings treat him as a guest? But Helix was right. We need him. But if my instincts are right, and Charles Osgood, or whoever he really is, gets in my way, code be damned. I'm driving 6 rounds through his heart. And you know I will.
Radio Outcast was created by Maria Fernanda Vidaurrazaga and J.T. Lachausse, and produced by Ann Hughes, starring Daniel A. Stevens as Charles Osgood, Ann Hughes as the voice of the Sonny Machine and Emmy, Ivory Amor Di Francisca as Jesse Rogers and Aaron Rubio, Jay Duong as Helix, Daniel Sotelo as Coda, and Griffin Otto Deniger as Burr Paxton. This episode was written by Fernanda, directed by Fernanda, with dialogue editing by Anne, sound design by JT, and music by Samuel Kinsella. Special thanks to my neighbor Nate for helping me get back into my apartment after I locked myself out in the middle of sound designing this episode. As always, you can find us online at radiooutcast.com, or follow us on Instagram at radiooutcastpod, and Twitter at radio_outcast. If you like what you hear, let us know by leaving us a review on Apple Podcasts, Podchaser, or Good Pods. It helps us reach more listeners and gives us a chance to see what you all think of the show. If you'd like to help us grow, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/radio_outcast. Our patrons get access to behind-the-scenes material, original scripts, and bonus content, including newspaper clips of an assassination attempt on President Cleveland, and scandalous letters written by the illustrious Miss Marigold. If you become a patron at the Coda tier, for as little as $1 a month, you too could get a special shout-out at the end of our episodes, such as Kyrie O, the Wildfire, Stephanie C, the Long Shot, Gnome H, the Bog Trotter, Pat C, the Pinocchio Man, Alan L, the Steel Blood, Dan W, the British Invasion, Melissa L, the Poker Face, Sarah F, the Miracle Tooth, Rax W, the Range Whisperer, Marcos L, the Lone Doctor, Patricia D, the Dynamite Eye, VCA Staging, the Phantom Friend, Lisbeth S, the Gold Viper, Val V, the Evening Gun, Juan P, the Kid with a Plan, Andy S, the Sunrise Wolf, Aaron B, the Great Lasso, Mr. Physics, the Dawn Rider, Susan D, the Second Life, Fearless Lila Rose 300, the Big Courage, Chelsea S, the Good Egg, and Sebastian the Hazard Machine. To all of our patrons, thanks again. We appreciate you. To everyone listening, safe travels.
Home. A malignancy.
Gray skirts, gray suits, gray faces.
But hey, at least it was a city.
Radio Outcast is a mystifying, gunslinging podcast for mature audiences. Content warning. This episode contains depictions of guns halfway through the episode, which may be upsetting for some listeners. We encourage our listeners to prioritize their safety before venturing ahead. Thank you.
Mom, remember when Salvandar was formed? I don't remember the exact god union that made him, but I remember Amoa, god of healing, announced her intention to form a god of medicine because she was tired of watching humans attempt to use magic. Or what they called magic. So Amoa unioned up with some disease god, I think the demigod of plagues, and together, they made that shaggy-haired stoner, Salvandar. That must have been, 5,000 years ago? He invented herbal remedies, and then theriac, and then penicillin, which everyone praised him for. He taught humans to heal themselves, which meant us gods could relax a bit more. Amoa was just so proud. It was the talk of the heavens for decades. I remember you saying, "I hope to be as proud a grand god someday," and you side-glanced me. Always guilting me, Mom. You know Emmy used that against me, right? She brought it up every single time I hesitated to make a union with her. Oh, but wouldn't the art mother of communication be so aesthetic to finally have a grand godling? Ugh, whatever. It's been weeks since I've arrived in this sweltering place, and you haven't responded to a single prayer. Not a peep. But you know what? I think whatever god made air conditioning, that's who we should be promoting. Ever since I became humanly corporeal, I've been sweating my entire ass off.
You going dim on me?
Huh? Dim? No. I was just thinking.
Thought the heat might be getting to you.
Back in the valley, me and Jesse weren't on the best of terms. It felt like we might have strangled each other at any second. Not like Jesse can die since he stole my immortality or whatever. Unintentionally, I know, but can't a girl complain? I had my immortality for 370 million years. Anyways, things have sort of improved with Jesse. Probably because he's all damaged about Charles now. The whole horse ride from the valley, he's been glaring at him.
He's been real quiet. You notice?
We should probably be grateful. On our way out to the valley, Charles did his typical rambling about his great deeds or whatever. I've gambled against Isabella Bird herself. I sat in the opera box from the opening night of Excelsior. Oh, how you wouldn't believe. You're right, Charles. I won't believe. That went on and on and on for hours, but as the Walkman led us closer to the city, he stopped talking.
Home. A malignancy. No matter how I wish it from my world, Salt Lake City thrust itself back upon me. And I decry that putrid city with every groove of my soul, but not aloud. Now, I do this in silence. I could never publicly denounce such a place, for it beat me to the punch.
Is that a cigar shop? Oh, look! A shoe emporium? Oh, and a theater. I haven't been to the theater in ages. Oh, and a hat boutique. Hey, don't they barter these days? Let me see what I've got. A rock from Enchanted Mesa. Some pocket lint. Ooh, there's my lightning bolt earrings, but I'm never selling those. Wait, where's my hair scrunchie? Did I leave it back in the heavens? No, wait, don't they barter these?
It seemed our friend Helix hadn't seen proper civilization in years, as if starved for kinetic energy. I wish we were in Philadelphia or perhaps Baltimore so that I might have shared such euphoria. But no, as we trotted down Main Street, I shadowed my face, I kept myself small, just as I used to as a boy.
Well, don't see a tower nowhere. Tallest building is out over there, but that looks like some sort of cathedral.
That's more like a castle. What the hell is that? I thought kings and queens weren't a thing in America.
Not in the traditional sense. The gods continue to test me. As we strode northwest from the Arizona valleys, a voice within me wondered, could it be those crooked canyons, all too familiar, and the burning red rock? But no, surely we were not being sallied forth to this hell that wants to find me, to summon such a coincidence. So I strode on, northwest, and further northwest still. Oh, those Utah dunes, how they stretch forth like an endless grained duvet. We trekked the orange abdomen of America, sand beneath our toenails. 80 miles out from Salt Lake City, Sonny pointed straight toward her, and I submitted to fate's eternal humor.
Charles, check that machine. Let's see if we pass that tower.
Later. We must run an errand first.
You sure it's we, or is it you? 'Cause I've got no errands.
The revenant cowboy knows to suspect me of concealing something. No doubt he is a survivor through wit and reflex. I have not told him what I stole from those valley bandits, the map of Abilene, Texas, where Jesse's villainous rustler gang go to Pronzumerd, but he knows to suspect me of something. I perceive this in his glare. Ah, here we are. You might rope the horses to that lamppost?
An alley? All this bustling city, and we're stopping in an alleyway.
You shall see the elephant in time, but for now we need protection.
Only a few sorts of man, I figure. The first kind of man, you know him right there. He's a simple man. Nothing about it. He works to eat. He eats to work. Maybe call him virtuous. I say simple. Second kind of man, he's riddled. Some sort of void inside him I figure he's trying to fill. Could be ambitious. Maybe he's a railroad man or gone panning for gold. Or maybe he's lying, cheating, stealing. Whatever the case, the void don't fill. So you've got simple men, then you've got riddled men. Now, the third kind of man, I just call him finished. A finished man walks with the grave at his heels. He does nothing with hope. He could have opportunity at his door, and he'd turn the lock. A finished man has no family, no love, nothing to even die for. Simple, riddled, and finished. That's it. And the problem is, depending on the hour, Charles changes the kind of man he is. Coffee man brought us to a back alley door. No doorknob or handle. Just a wooden slab in the middle of a brick wall. Nothing right and good ever came from a hidden door. I got enough trouble, Charles. What's this we're getting into?
If you wish it, you can wait out here. I'll only be a moment.
Strange character came out of the door. Nothing like most folks in Salt Lake City. It's a Mormon town. Folks keep conservative. Don't dress for the eye. Gray skirts, gray suits, gray faces. And if they ain't Mormon, then it's a new railroad brought some workers over from China and Japan. Out on the street, that's where you'll see. Half the folks in conservative wear, half of them in cinder-marked railroad fits. But this strange man at the door, I had nothing. Big old beard, had a mulberry coat on with a gold pocket square. Tall black hat, long black gloves.
Well, don't allow me to get dizzy in age. What's the burden?
Oh, mind the grease, doorman. You've a duty. Now rise to it.
Very, very well then.
The way Osgood and that purple-frocked man were talking, all that la-di-da, seemed bigger than your usual conversation. Each word had double meaning. Seemed they were operating on some code. I don't know. I kept a close eye.
3 cards. A king, a queen, and a joker. Joker is the key.
Mulberry Man had 3 cards. Started shuffling them around, didn't know what the hell was going on. But then he stopped shuffling, held 3 cards out, and waited for Charles.
Young man, I am no amateur, but do go gentle on my friends.
Charles went into his own pocket, pulled out a joker card just waiting. Had my mind splitting. How long was he holding on to that? Before Salt Lake, I figured Charles was just some pigeon-livered bunko artist. Nothing much to it. I've met every turn of trickster across the West. But Osgood just showing up with that talking machine and the way he started acting after Arizona, it got me to thinking. But before I got a word out, Charles went on inside past the Mulberry Man.
Go gentle. The board does not go gentle. Now, find the joker. Joker is key.
I don't mean to shit talk the entire global human population of 1887, but I really miss normal people. Really, I shouldn't have found myself in some weird alley watching a fake British dude do card tricks to let me and my friends inside some shady bar or whatever. Actually, now that I think about it, 1987 New York City wasn't all that different.
Just saw you swap cards. You had the joker in your left sleeve.
Ah, and so you succeed with the sharp-eyed route. You may enter.
Jesse gave me a parting glance before going off into the bar. Then I was face to face with this bushy, bearded, fake British dude. Was he an actor out of work? Who knows. He showed me the cards and then shuffled them. Then he held them up. Yeah, just like he said, you put it in your left sleeve?
Oh, I must tisk. I would never repeat a stratagem so soon.
He pulled up his sleeve and sure enough, no card. Then he reached into his hat and pulled out the joker. For fuck's sake.
Perhaps wait here for your coterie. Do keep entertained, dear.
Yeah, there was 0 chance I was gonna stand around in some creepy alley waiting for them. So I did what I would have done in 1987. Followed the noise. Wherever the noise is, the action is. Well, it wasn't New York City. Nothing else could ever come close. But it had life. Laughter, chatter, arguing, humming, doorbells chiming. A huge portion of godness is literally just people watching, and I hadn't played spectator in so long. I walked out into the alley onto Main Street and stood there spinning around learning about Salt Lake City through all of its sounds. Some man buying feathers for his pillows, a mother and a daughter planning a painting session near the lake. A group of immigrant rail workers strolled by, and thanks to the all languages power I picked up at the Arizona Tower, I heard them talking about some sort of demonstration. Right down the road, apparently. Exactly what I needed. Group energy. I made my way down the sidewalk, unbothered by all the looks I got because, well, I'm barefoot and in tattered clothes. It was hard not comparing Salt Lake to New York. I'd hear a door chime and turn around expecting to see some fresh-to-death fashionista strutting out. Instead, it was another lady in a gray dress, another dude in a round black hat. Here, everyone wanted to just blend in. The only thing I want blended is my makeup. All I wanted was to run up to some random Mormon lady, grab her hand and say, "Follow me, let's go shopping. You're having a fashion emergency, but hey, I can heal you." Come on, I'd wind her up in a rose-colored dress to bring out the color in her cheeks, put on some major drama shoulder pads and a mega bright lime belt with a matching hat, and she'd look like a fresh tomato, you know? I'd walk her out from the store and say, "Break the sidewalk, stomp it," and I was just so out of my element. But hey, at least it was a city. In front of the theater I saw earlier, there was a crowd of 20-something people walking around in circles and chanting. They had signs painted with shit like, "No Satan in our city," and "Magic possesses our babies." Seems like human protesters never really update. Anyways, I looked around to find out what the issue was supposed to be, and above me, stenciled into a wooden marquee, it read, in bright green lettering, "Salt Lake City premieres the fabulous Amgine and her singing automaton." If there's anything that can steal this god girl's heart, it's singing, and it's humans thinking they can do magic. So, when the protesters circled around to march in the opposite direction, I slipped behind their backs and walked into the theater's foyer.
City of salvation, city of obedience. 40-some years ago, a bushy-bearded prophet led his people out from Illinois. But, in truth, they were driven out. When they eventually trekked into the Salt Lake Valley, they said, "Ah, this is the right place." Now, of course, in those times, Utah was beyond the United States territory, so these latter days imagined an independent haven. Something to call their own. But what do I know of America? America, where the church bells never seem to stop ringing.
Come in. Take a seat where you like. And your title?
Osgood, thank you. I've only just dusted in from Arizona.
Not you. I'm well aware of your lineage, Mr. Osgood. I mean to introduce your nervy friend here to the den of the trade.
Now, though I expected the cowboy could pass the doorman's crude test, I hadn't believed he'd have any interest in trailing me. Now, surprising it was to discover Jesse at my side. He examined the tea and cigar lounge with trepidation. A lifted eyebrow. It seemed every facet of the lounge gave him offense. The immaculate floorboards glossed to a mirror's sheen. How the entire establishment smelled of an eye-watering jasmine. And how Jesse glared at the poor tea steward passing by in his gold-tousled cap. Oh, the Den of Trade never had a chance with the fellow.
Rogers.
Rogers and Osgood. Very well. It has a ring to it, yes? Perhaps legal practitioners. Rogers and Osgood. Cattle salesmen. No matter. The Board of Trade invests in many local ventures.
Madame Treasurer, I must... do you remain the board's treasurer?
Precisely the inquiry. Yes, now I am one of the 6 vice presidents.
6? What makes use of... Well, no matter. Mr. Rogers and I, unfortunately, we are not present for any business prospects. The young tea steward delivered a cup to the vice president. She assessed the beverage with a swirl, peering into its steam.
Then the conditions remain as before. You require a visitor's protection. We require you to remain disloyal to your lineage. The war for Salt Lake City has impressed since you last came, so do not impede.
At that instant, the young tea steward returned with 2 pairs of worn railroad worker uniforms. He laid them on the lounge table before us, and then, atop the uniforms, a revolver.
If you are not privy to this already, Osgood, then I shall tell you now. Last Thursday, Cleveland and Congress dealt quite a blow to those here. Well, not us, of course. The Board of Trade will fare quite well from the decision. But do you not feel the striker reaching toward the tinderbox?
I haven't the faintest idea. Cleveland? I shared a cigar with a man not... It was a dream, rather. A dream of Cleveland. Go on. What of this tinderbox?
All right. On the surface, it regards polygamy. What good American would argue for it? But of course, we shall have the judges, too. Those that commit polygamy will be prosecuted. And of course, the board is all too willing to cooperate. You see?
How the woman preached such ethical responsibility and yet carried a most sinister grin. I told you of America, mistress. America is within this woman's face. Yes, I imagine the board's business prospects will only bloom from this decision.
Last we spoke, Osgood, when you asked for safe passage out from the city, we were speaking of a Mormon Utah. Now, it shall be a state in no time. If the financial seeds are planted firm here and now, then that means that...
Think it's time we leave.
Naturally, the cherubic Jesse Rogers with a grimace for the times. It seemed that these literal back-alley dealings set a turn to his stomach. Indeed. Madame Vice President, it has been a pleasure.
Oh, yes. Yes, and you, too. Perhaps time will polish your endearing hesitations. Take care.
A snake in plain sight. That's what I thought of Charles Osgood. I figured the man had something crooked in him, but that back alley visit dotted the I in wicked, put the flame in my blood. The hell was that? And don't you dare run your mouth, tell it true.
What? You don't appreciate the gift of...
Oh, man had the audacity to mock me while I was suited up in some railroad worker costume, outfitted like a damn fool. Had my mind racing. How did Charles get that talking machine? That woman there said all's good. Made a damn point of it. All's good.
Well, simply because your survival looks different than mine, Rogers, it does not make it less legitimate. Understand this. Your survival requires a sharp eye. Mine requires a sharp tongue. Now, if you are finished with the character audit, I do believe we're missing 1/3 of our little syndicate.
That moment, I felt I should have let the vocal boys keep old Coffin Man. Let Charles, or whatever his name truly is, talk himself to the chopping block. But Helix ran off. Yeah, figure she can take care of herself, but the Board of Trade put the bid in the barrel. Did they take her? Did Charles arrange with the vocal gang for her capture? Nothing to do but play along in a town where it seemed Charles had the connections, and I had all the questions, but no answers.
You feel it too, Coda? Gods, my blood is buzzing already. It'd been too long since I'd heard humans produce something sonically pleasant. All those tens of millions of years ago, after you decided to form me, you taught me. When humans speak, when they sing, even when they weep, it's all in worship to you. But let's be real, Mom. 95% of human noise is disgusting. Off-pitch, shrieking, redundant, and when they were still in ape form, before they started organizing music, gods, I kept my heaven's door shut for a couple millions of years. But it's that 5%. Those rare times when humans come close to magic, when their drums or voices reach everyone up in the lounge halls of the heavens, and the sound is just so alive.
Amgine showcases the riveting automaton, no gimmicks, echoing reality, a mechanical opera. Now, grant us song!
They all talk like that. Makes it more mystical, or whatever.
Divine energy, surreal energy, robotic energy, energies together, one. Bring energies unsung, sing energies divine.
The audience started taking out pens and sheets of paper, and I figured, whatever. Humans have the weirdest rituals, and that's the byproduct of way too many gods, in my opinion. When Grandma gets healed, does little Josephine worship the god of healing, or the god of medicine? Or both? Or does she worship the god of diseases for relaxing a bit? Or the god of death for not signing Grandma's name to a scary long scroll? See, this is why Earth has made so many frickin' religions with contradicting god models. And yeah, I could go on about this forever because, well, it literally has gone on for forever. But as you say, Mom, it's all a part of the natural process. We're working out the knots. Billions of years later. Still working out the knots. Well, at least you've got one less god up there to worry about. Coda, no one goes to an opera to think about the words. As Coda freaked out about whatever, I noticed how no one in the audience watched the stage. There were about 20 others in the audience, all of them hunched over their papers, scribbling. It looked like a late century university lecture hall right before the final exam.
Is this some old world shit I don't know about? Do people just write their memoirs during the opera, or is everyone writing a review?
My recent power, universal translation. Gods, all I wanted was to not work, to relax with some goddamn music, but Coda was freaking around and interrupting the show, so I listened closer to the singing machine's lyrics. I started picking up something weird, a language that, in all my god years, I'd almost forgotten. It was only used for a few decades. Deseret.
Stop flapping around. Yes, I'm listening now. Chill. This city to return to us as we are the true children. Okay, that sounds like a biblical song. The money men corrupt our city. They own the railroads. They possess our streets. Do they even have railroads in the Humans' Bible? Now, in our own blessed home, we must disguise, a disgrace we must perform, false protesters to conceal. Wait, false protesters? So this is... But a sign has come, a monolith from God underground where the latter days might once again... Shit. Deseret, invented by the Mormons. I thought their secret language was dead by this time, but I was wrong. At that point, I knew I was an interloper. When I stood up, no one bothered looking. They just kept writing, translating, probably preparing to pass messages along to friends and families. Something was about to happen. I didn't know what, but you don't wheel out a code singing automaton just for kicks. I needed to find the guys. Something about the monolith underground.
Radio Outcast was created by Maria Fernanda Vidaurrazaga and JT Lachausse and produced by Ann Hughes, starring Jade Duong as Helix, Ivory Amor de Francisca as Jesse Rogers, Daniel A. Stevens as Charles Osgood, Griffin Otto Deniger as the Mulberry Man, Ann Hughes as the Vice President, Daniel Sotelo as Coda, and Maria Fernanda Vidaurrazaga as the fabulous Amgine. This episode was written by JT, directed by Fernanda, with dialogue editing by Anne, sound design by JT, and music by Samuel Kinsella. Just a quick update, folks. Radio Outcast co-creators, myself and JT, were invited onto W. Keith Tim's show, the first episode of To Talk About Radio Outcast. The episode was released a few days ago, actually, on Halloween. The first episode of is an occasional podcast about audio drama and the creative process, hosted by W. Keith Tims. In each show, he listens to the first episode of an indie audio drama, then has a discussion with the creators about the show, their methods, their struggles, and their successes. It's really a great conversation for anyone interested in storytelling and creativity, and with so much talent and variety out there, you're sure to find your next favorite audio drama by listening. I personally for sure have. During our interview with Keith, JT and I discussed the characters of Radio Outcast, Outsiders in the Gilded Age, music, Samurai Champloo, and how working on this project has helped strengthen our friendship. I also want to take a moment to thank all of you, seriously, who helped show your support last month by voting for Radio Outcast for the 2021 Audioverse Awards. We really appreciate your support and hope that you continue sticking with us for the long run. As always, You can find us online at radiooutcast.com or follow us on Instagram at radiooutcastpod and Twitter at radio_outcast. If you like what you hear, let us know by listening and reviewing on Apple Podcasts, Podchaser, or Good Pods. It helps us reach more listeners and gives us a chance to see what you all think of the show. If you'd like to help us grow, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/radio_outcast. Our patrons get access to behind-the-scenes material, original scripts, and bonus content, including a letter from Miss Marigold to her sister detailing the fate of one young girl, and text messages between the gods. If you become a patron at the Coda tier for as little as $1 a month, you too could get a very, very, very special shout out at the end of our episodes, like Alan L. You remember our rumored opera singer? Well, I heard that the fabulous Amgine singing automaton's voice was largely inspired by his. Andy S., that preacher from Lone Flats, I heard he has a brother this way about in Utah who is mining for silver. Andy has not heard if luck has found his brother yet, but I heard that it was Andy's kindness and prayer that helped his brother make it all the way into the crossroads of the West. No Mate sure has seen a lot in her travels west, but none quite so breathtaking as the pink sunset tucking away into the horizon behind the latter day's temples while the city lights gleam gold and a train whistles in the distance. Before becoming an undertaker in Lone Flats, Daniel W. was a gambling man. Rumor has it he once won the suspenders off of a man of high esteem who deals with the Den of Trade during a wonderfully exciting game of poker. Aaron B. is said to have transported 50 banned books into the city of Salt Lake, mostly dime novels, and made quite a pretty penny from the contraband. The wide-eyed and young Sebastian found himself stuck in Salt Lake City one day after exiting a train headed east to stretch his legs and missing his ride. Stephanie C. has spent the last 5 years conducting trains across the Pacific Railroad. Her favorite restaurant is in Salt Lake City and serves the best coffee along the rail. Chelsea S., traveling fortune teller, once read a young man's fortune, a friend of the man who now calls himself Charles Osgood, and saw empty teacups in his future. She offered him a sad smile. Lisbeth S. has traveled far and wide, long enough to know how to deal with a broken wagon wheel in the middle of nowhere better than most. She helped the fabulous Amgine years ago when they broke not one but 3 wagon wheels. Sarah F. spent a week painting the sights of Salt Lake City. She left the city with 15 finished landscapes. Fearless Lila once stole a bar of silver and 3 bags of coal from a wagon marked Salt Lake Mining. Sadly, she missed the crate beside it, carrying 20 whole bars of silver and a few uncut gems. Melissa L. can always deliver the greatest gossip. She told me that the favorite son of some big shot in the Mormon church was caught not only gambling, not only reading contraband novels, not only drinking with capitalists, but also speaking on more than one occasion with a dandy of certain proclivities several years ago, and has not been spoken of ever since by his family. Truly a scandal. Patricia D. once worked in the mines for a brief stint, but was run out of town by the Den of Trade when they found several pieces of jewelry and fine china missing from their property. Physics once purchased a puppet from the fabulous Amgine, a prototype of the singing automaton, to display at his saloon. Its ghastly eyes spooked the clientele so badly it has since been incinerated. Val V. used to gamble along the Pacific Railroad and knows there is no greater place to indulge in such vices as a city who condemns vices in general. She found herself 5 times richer after a brief stint in Salt Lake. Consuelo U. My dear mother, she once knew the fabulous Amgine long ago in their youth. She says that the fabulous Amgine was quite obsessed with tinkering and things in the way of technology. The last she saw of the fabulous Amgine, they were traveling north to meet Edison and ask for a job. Juan Aurelio P. is responsible for setting up the contract smuggling contraband books, arms, and even drugs in and out of Salt Lake City. You need a contact in the underworld, he's got it. Rax W. once found themselves stargazing in a field and fell asleep. They don't know it, but the moment that they woke up, the last rail was laid down in Salt Lake City. Susan D. has a lost love in Salt Lake City, a beautiful bronze statue that once fell from her wagon and was later picked up by a person traveling west to seek their fortune in the mines. Marcos L. pilfered jasmine incense from a member of the Den of the Trade when he was asked to leave an exclusive party. Patrick C. was once invited to a tea party hosted by the Den of Trade to showcase his marvelous juggling abilities, but declined when he learned it was all the way in Utah. Kyrie O. claims to have come up with the word Deseret as a child far before she came to learn that it was already claimed by the Mormon Church. To all of our patrons, thanks again. We appreciate you, we love you, we can't get enough of you, and to everyone listening, safe travels.
Oh, you don't trust me, dear Rogers. How sad. What shall I do?
You didn't answer my question earlier about the name Osgood.
Charles, do you happen to know anything about underground Salt Lake City? Or something about the underground?
Radio Outcast is an outlandish, gun-slinging podcast for mature audiences. Content warning. This episode contains depictions of emotional abuse, implied homophobia, and violence, which may be upsetting for some listeners. We encourage our listeners to prioritize their safety before venturing ahead. Thank you.
You know, I didn't send Helix back to 1887 just randomly. It's all part of the design. Because, okay, that music thing with the funnel, the phone, the gramophone, that thing, that was trademarked in 1887. It's like a huge timestamp in our relationship, right? Because recorded music is our thing. So yeah, humans can thank us for that. Gods. Helix was obsessed with those things. Phonographs, records. She got so wrapped up in our new creation that she started spending more and more time on Earth, totally neglecting her duties at home. But I tried. I put this gorgeous gramophone from Gramophone. I put one of those things in the meeting hall of the heavens. I mean, it was amazing. It was like gold and didn't have to be wound up. It would never rust. It was like a pretty great gift, if I'm being honest. But when I showed it to her, Helix just said, "It's not the same." Salt Lake City was supposed to give Helix and Charles a chance to bond because, Charles also abandoned his home. But, as usual, Helix left all the work to other people and went off to do her own thing, which this time was to go see some tacky little show. Well, she wanted a show, and a show she's about to get. And, Charles, I hope you rolled an extra cigar. You're gonna need it.
Barefoot? The hell you wander off to?
Barefoot? That's a choice endearment. Not long ago it seemed you'd be her executioner. Now it seems I've the honor of your enmity. Ah, poor Jesse. I shouldn't have pressed further. The young man cannot help but be utterly himself. An honest man, a straight shooter, as he likely self-describes in his nocturnal writings. But I could hardly forget his earlier bludgeoning of doubt. Better to solve things then than to let sleeping weeds wake.
That was different. That was about temperament. This is trust.
Oh, you don't trust me, dear Rogers. How sad. What shall I do?
You didn't answer my question earlier about the name Osgood.
I didn't. Curious. I seem to remember a perfectly answerable answer.
That woman. The war she was talking about, she said a war.
And your imagination brings it all back to yourself, I presume?
I do. That's how I've got this far.
Ah, yes. The narratives we create for ourselves. Do go on about your travels. Or shall I read it in print?
In that machine there, you found it. On a bench. A bench.
So, it all came forth. Perhaps I would have begun these pressing questions a bit earlier, but Jesse had his distractions. It mattered not. I reached beneath my dust coat and took out the revolver. You wish to trust me, Rogers? Then take this. Make use of it.
A gun? Don't need it. Got my own.
You catch me in a lie, Jesse Rogers, and I urge you, shoot me.
Shoot you? Hold on. Catch you? So you being plain about it?
Plain as Kansas. Your little code, surely it can arrange this. You consider me such a crook. Very well, I confess to crookedness. It's not as though I could prove otherwise to you, you and your precious narratives. Yes, I'm being plain as Kansas.
Now, what was I supposed to think? This was some friendship test? I had nothing but a sick suspicion. I sure took that fucking gun, though. I ain't never seen him shoot. But you could tell a man's experience by the way he chases gunfire. Back in Lone Flats in Arizona, Osgood kept looking for the bullet holes rather than the gunner himself. First sign of an amateur. Chasing the bullet before the barrel. Only one bullet.
Yes, well, the board is charitable in the performative sense.
Seemed to me the whole town was performing, filling up a role. Board of Trade, purple coats, talking codes, splitting my mind. As me and Osgood walked around town with that talking machine, things started twisting my gut. Us in those damn fake uniforms. Who else was wearing a costume? I saw railroad workers marching around the sidewalks, but were they really working for someone else? Watching us?
Third tower located. Anomaly 86 meters.
Charles?
Rogers?
With the new game Charles was playing, the whole shoot me line. Figured it was the right time to ask. Put the pressure on him. Got a question for you. When the Vogels got you, brought you down to their encampment, did you hear anything? About anything? Don't think I didn't notice his eye twitch. Flash of a second.
I heard a few things. As you know, bandits love to speak loudly where everyone can eavesdrop. Seems an occupational flaw. But one of them told a bawdy little joke
Would you like to hear it?
No, all's good. I don't.
What hangs from a gentleman's waist and wishes to poke the hole it so regularly poked over and over and over again?
Oh.
A key!
Right then, a hand gripped me from behind, squeezed my shoulder. Last time someone came at me by surprise, had him down on the ground before he could speak. Was just an old alfalfa desperado looking for some change, but can't be too careful. This time was no different. Took half a second for both my guns to come out, turn around, aim both barrels toward her forehead. Oh, shit.
Third tower located. Anomaly located.
Jesse, by the gods, put those things down.
Strange city, strange folks. Had my reflexes on edge. Once my heart settled, I tucked both guns back into my railroad pants.
See, Rogers? I knew you'd find use for that little revolver.
I spent half an hour looking for Jesse and Charles in the city before finding them dressed up in one of those local railroad uniforms. Honestly, it was kind of hilarious seeing them dressed the same. Jesse and Charles, looking like they just rolled around in an oil spill. Okay. Well, I do have to ask why you're both dressed like that, but first, Charles, do you happen to know anything about underground Salt Lake City? Or something about the underground? I watched the blood drain from his face. He instantly went pale. Well, paler than Charles normally is. Look, I think the third tower is somewhere beneath the city. I just accidentally walked into a... Well, not accidentally, but I ended up in some Mormon theater thing. There was a singing robot, and people were taking notes, and Deseret is still a thing. Anyways, they said something about a monolith. Underground? Charles stared forward into nothing, just totally blank-faced. Me and Jesse stood there, waiting. What the hell was happening? Eventually, Charles lifted his hands up and pulled the railroad hat off his head, dropping it onto the sidewalk.
The uniforms will be useless now. Please follow me.
It's like Charles turned into some sort of automaton himself, turning around, walking in the opposite direction. And me and Jesse looked at each other like, did this dude finally snap? Charles led us down Salt Lake's main street, through the flocks of city-goers, around corners, past the theater with the protesters still marching around in circles. As we got farther away from Main Street, more of the conservative-dressed people began to stare at us. Some of them scowled at Charles.
We going to that cathedral?
Humans build all sorts of pretty tall things in service to God, or the gods. Sometimes they build pyres, and sometimes temples. This cathedral looked nearly finished. It's like the white spires of this building were being built into the clouds. Groups of men hauled stone from the road on wagons. But as we got closer to the temple doors, the men stopped, and they stared.
What is this? I mean, I know it's a big-ass church, but...
No, you're right. It's more than just a temple. It's a headquarters. Why should you care about what's whispered here? Come, follow me, and let these people talk. The temple workers reminded me. Under their breaths they whispered, "Apostate," as we crossed the courtyard. Stand like a sturdy tower that does not shake.
Don't think we welcome here. Folks looking at us like we shot the dog.
We are certainly not welcomed, but this is where we will go for our next tower.
Ironic. They build these things to welcome the gods, and yet here I am, totally not welcomed.
At the temple's entrance, we were greeted by a young girl wearing a white bow. She gave curtsy. I gave bow. Perhaps she was too young to know me, my face, my name. If she did, perhaps she would have run for the hills. But she knew precisely where to guide me, and in that, the young girl knew plenty.
Whoa, this place is massive.
They began construction when I was a boy, many, many years ago, back when I played the role of temple guide. As we followed the girl through the cathedral's belly, down innumerable stone corridors, into even darker and smaller corridors, I recalled my own childhood, guiding men and women across the temple's lot. I know this place intimately. I have walked it hundreds of times.
Hope their god likes to walk.
Yes, I knew that place well. And then, suddenly I did not. The young girl guided us down stone steps, grabbing an oil lamp from the wall. We had suddenly become medieval, plunged into a cold dark. And while I knew the destination, this route perplexed me. At the end of a long corridor, a strange dinging sound. 2 metallic doors pulled apart and revealed a small, brightly lit room, no larger than a broom closet. Our young guide continued forth, and we followed into the contraption, stood shoulder to shoulder. The doors slid shut, and the machine began to descend.
Those doors opened up and put us at the mouth of some mine shaft. Could only see a few yards ahead. A cavity of stone braced up with wood.
A
Thank you for your guidance. I will take us from here.
Little girl waved, stepped behind those doors, and disappeared.
I want to act surprised by the elevator. I really do.
Charles went on. We followed him through the slippery cave, steadying ourselves on the walls. Folks with pickaxes twisted their heads, pointed their lanterns at us. When they recognized old Coffin Man, they started up again, calling him apostate. Y'all keep running your mouths, gonna catch a black lung.
Leave them be.
Suppose it wasn't my cross. So, I kept my mouth shut, eyes wide open. After walking for a while, we approached a huge wooden door at the end of the mine shaft. 2 guards. Both had pistols on their hips. Said we couldn't bring weapons inside to meet some man named Mr. Cannon.
Ah, of course. We've only the one single gun, isn't that right, Jesse?
Wasn't sure if Charles forgot about the extra revolver. Was strapped to my right thigh beneath the uniform. Yeah, I'd been in enough quick situations. So, as I went to hand the guards my primary gun, was able to shimmy that extra revolver down through my pant leg. Slipped it right into my boot. Just in case. Through the door, a small room with a desk. And a man sat there. Bright white beard, big nose. Looked a little familiar. He finished up writing a letter, then leaned back. He was expecting us. Took off his spectacles and sat them down on the table.
I will speak to the woman, and she will speak on behalf of him. I expect respectable behavior, and nothing less. No. Proceed.
Bearded man pointed at Helix. Didn't look at Charles, but I did. Looked back and forth between Charles and that cannon man. Ain't no doubt. Same bright white hair. Same nose. Ain't no doubt.
I'm not a secretary. I don't speak on anyone's behalf. Thanks.
On his desk, a golden nameplate that said George Q. Cannon. He stood up and straightened his coat. Still wouldn't look at Charles. Just turns to face the wall and talks towards it.
You come here, to this city. Do you know what has transpired? Why I hide here in the underground? Do you know where the war stands? Of course you do not. You played double agent, fickle boy, bringing further ruin to this city. Did you not think I would know? We've seen you entering the den of trade. We've seen you with your puerile disguises and your friend here, inviting herself wherever she wishes.
Oh, yeah, of course. I guess I should have known the magic show was gonna be a secret gathering for a literal underground resistance. My bad.
Cannon seemed like he didn't get argued with much. Turned red as a tomato.
Look, we're just here for the monolith. A big black tower. Seen anything like that?
Yes, no doubt. We cannot be graced with such a blessing without receiving some reminder of man's arrogance. You, whatever name you chose for today, I permit you this lone visit, because the divine monolith is not ours to possess. We cannot ordain the earth upon ourselves. But I will repeat my original request from years ago. Do you remember it, boy?
I'm not one to forget.
Just hearing your voice again, it repels me.
That's enough.
Is it? So be it then. The door behind me leads through a final passage. You will come upon the monolith. Do not disturb the worshippers visiting this site. This is a holy place. Remember, you will remain unwelcome in this city until you prove yourself welcoming. One day, you must pick a side, my son. And then, you must cleanse yourself of your inclinations.
Charles nodded. The man sat back down and continued writing another letter. Thing is, Charles didn't seem fazed at all. Like he'd been through this before. Or maybe he just didn't care. We followed Charles around the desk and through the door.
Outside that piece of shit's office, I could already feel the tower's energy. My blood started buzzing. Charles, we'll get out of here as soon as possible, okay? That was...
Please, I need no consolation. That man moved me not at all.
Of course, he was lying. I knew it. And, by the way, Jesse looked over at me. He knew it too.
Think we're here.
Holy shit.
Indeed. This is new. For even me.
We stepped into a massive cavern. The ceiling disappeared into the darkness high above, but a hole in the earth shed a column of light down on the third tower. It glistened in the sunlight.
Got some folks praying. Might want to keep it down.
We tiptoed carefully around worshippers on the ground. They prayed on their knees or curled themselves up into human balls. They seemed to completely ignore us as we approached the tower.
I do hope it's a worthwhile reward.
I gave Charles a smile. Not that long ago, I was shunned by everyone I knew. In that courtroom of the heavens. I remember what it felt like to have absolutely no one at your side. Whatever Charles did, surely he didn't deserve that treatment. He gave a smile back. Charles, can I borrow the pin on your jacket real quick?
Fashion emergency in a cavern. I do understand.
It's been a little over a month now, as a mortal, and I'll tell you, Mom, the little pains are the ones that suck the most. Like, the literal pains. I knew I had to get blood on my hands for the tower, so I poked my palm with the tip of Charles's pin. Fuck. It's fine. I'm fine.
Yes, well, last time, I believe you pinched a 2-inch gun wound for the blood.
I put my hand against the tower surface. My fingers started to tickle, like putting your hand against a staticky TV screen.
Well, what do we got?
I started to hear them. At first, they were quiet, like rain far off in the distance, so I focused on them. Confessions. I heard dozens of confessions from the worshippers surrounding us. A woman confessing to a dire illness, a boy confessing to stealing money from his grandfather, and then a man confessing to some crime. It's one of the gods' more nuanced powers. Detecting truths isn't the same as reading thoughts. They each require their own unique fields of focus. I remember asking you, Mom, why I even needed this. If humans wanted me to know something, then they'd tell me, right? But you said confession is a sacred thing for people, and so is secrecy. You told me to use it sparingly, and I will, I promise. Just let me get my bearings. The sick woman, she confessed, I am afraid. I am sick and dying, but I fear telling my husband. I'm supposed to care for him, but soon I won't be able to. Will he leave me? And the young boy, he confessed, I stole from my grandfather. I stole money from his drawers. My grandfather's store is already running out of money, but I stole anyway. And then the man. He kneeled at the tower, sliding his hands up the surface. He confessed to a crime. What would have happened if I hadn't been listening? The man confessed, he is a traitor. He betrayed the board. He must be removed. What did he mean? Who must be removed? I listened closer for his confession, but I didn't need to. The man lifted his head from prayer and turned directly to Charles. The skylight from above shone down on the man. His eyes were vacant, cold. I've seen these sort of eyes before. The way a human loses himself, his spirit, moments before a kill. How the mayor in Lone Flats shot at Jesse, and how Jesse shot at one of the men who killed his father. Jesse, over there!
Charles, get down!
The man launched from the ground with a knife in his hand. He rushed toward Charles, one hand reaching for Charles's throat, the other pointing the knife. Jesse slammed his foot against the ground. His gun flung out from the boot, soaring through the air. He caught it. Jesse aimed it at the man's heart. The knife fell to the ground, a black bullet marking in the middle of the blade. The man clutched his wrist in pain, totally confused, but mostly scared shitless. He looked at Jesse, looked at the bent knife across the cabin floor, and then I heard the man's next confession. Shit on this. This is not worth the pay. Yeah, keep on running, jackass!
Helix, how did you know?
Good timing? Maybe the word is providence. I got my power of judgment back. It helps me read the truth of things.
Better use that thing on old Charles here.
Moments from my near death, and you're... Never mind. Helix, the man, what was his so-called truth?
He said he was getting revenge for the board, that you failed them.
The board? Are you sure it was... Perhaps you misheard?
What? No, I don't do that.
I see. But are you positive?
Just be grateful. all's good.
Charles just stood there, staring at the ground. What I want is to use the power of judgment to peek into his brain. Figure out what's really going on in there. Like, who is that cannon man to Charles? Like actually. The guy said my son, but I don't know, religious humans use that stuff all the time, right? So many questions. What did Charles do in Salt Lake City long, long ago? What does he have to do to be welcomed back again? All the questions. And now I had the power for it.
Come on. I'm sick of this town.
Indeed.
But I didn't use the power. Not yet. I need to trust these guys, and until they give me a clear reason to doubt them, I'll hold back on the power of judgment. For now. We walked down the long stone corridors. Jesse got his gun back, and after we emerged from the giant temple, Charles flicked on the Walkman for our next destination.
Stand by. Stand by. Forced power. Located.
Hey folks, before we get into the credits, you should know that this episode marks the mid-season finale of Radio Outcast Season 1. The last half of this season will return on the first Wednesday of January 2022. Radio Outcast was created by Fernanda Vidaurrazaga and JT Lachausse and produced by Ann Hughes, starring Ann Hughes as the voice of the Sonny Machine, Ivory Amor de Francisca as Jesse Rogers, Daniel A. Stevens as Charles Osgood and George Q. Cannon, Jay Duong as Helix, and Daniel Sotelo as Coda. This episode was written by JT, directed by Fernanda, with dialogue editing by Anne, sound design by JT, and music by Samuel Kinsella. As always, you can find us online at radiooutcast.com or follow us on Instagram at radiooutcastpod and Twitter at radio_outcast. If you like what you hear, let us know by leaving us a review on Apple Podcasts, Podchaser, or Good Pods. This helps us reach more listeners and gives us a chance to see what y'all think of the show. If you'd like to help us grow, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/radio_outcast. Our patrons get access to behind-the-scenes material, original scripts, bonus content, including a letter from Miss Marigold to her sister detailing the fate of one young girl, and text messages between the gods. If you become a patron at the Coda tier for as little as $1 a month, you too could get a special shout-out at the end of our episodes, like Kyrie O, Stephanie C, Gnome H, Patrick C, Alan L, Dan W, Melissa L, Sarah F, Rax W, Marcos L, Patricia D, VCA Staging, Lisbeth S, Val V, Juan P, Andy S, Aaron B, Physics, Susan D, Fearless Lila Rose 300, Chelsea S, and Sebastian. To all of our patrons, thanks again. We appreciate you. To everyone listening, safe travels.
DJ Furtrap here, giving you the melody. Now, let's see you on the floor. I want to see you all out there showing your best moves.
Radio Outcast is a groovy gunslinging podcast for mature audiences. Content warning. This episode contains mentions of racism, colorism, and colonialism at the beginning of the episode, which may be upsetting for some listeners. We encourage our listeners to prioritize their safety before venturing ahead. Thank you.
I knew the Valley of the Moon through story alone. A barren land in southern Idaho Territory, a pioneer's trail cuts through the hardened lava fields and around the apertures of Earth. Glimpsing it myself, I described the valley's face as more of the scaly backside of a great black crocodile. Well, I had no particular interest, as I'm partial to the indoors. How am I to drink and smoke and muse while walking across such a volatile landscape? Nevertheless, I had little choice. My mistress, Emmy, wishes to see Helix alive and well, or at least, simply alive. Miserable, perhaps, but should Helix die along this trek across otherworldly land made of hardened volcanic spew, hazardous winds, and heat strong enough to gather a graveyard of wagon wheels as trophies along our path? Yes. Were Helix to perish during her brief stint as a mortal woman, I do believe that my mistress would eviscerate me, without hesitation.
All over the world, join hands, start a love train. Hey, Jesse! Since you took that horse from those bandit weirdos back in Arizona, do you think she's technically a bad guy too?
A thought experiment. What is a beast's moral consciousness? Is your stolen steed a greater sinner than the one I purchased? Do animals understand concepts such as justice and morality?
Of course they do. Recorder is a gentleman.
No, do not tell me that's the name you chose.
She's an American quarter. The hell else should I name her?
Literally anything else. I mean, what an ugly, boring name.
Our dear cowboy friend cannot be blamed for his lack of taste. He's likely emptied that area in his brain to make room for a catalog of pensive stares and his wandering hero complex.
Yeah? Kind of names a Sonny machine and Coda.
Oh, please do not compare Charles's naming skills to mine. Coda is a gorgeous name for a gorgeous little familiar. Coochie. Ooh, yes, you are.
Quit messing around and hold tight to Coda before you fall off. Remember, if you go down, I'm coming down too. Map maker. Any chance we'll hit a town soon?
Oh, yes, certainly. There is absolutely zero chance. These winds will only become more violent once the sun sets. We need to find shelter and the tower soon.
Well, what does the machine say? We getting any closer?
What do you say, Sonny?
Holy shit! Look over there! Is that...
My head had been bowed for quite some time to shield my eyes from the wind and blackened dust. Therefore, when Helix exclaimed in surprise and I at last looked at the horizon, I was mystified by the view ahead. Not only were we nearing our next great tower, glinting in the heat wave some many miles ahead, we were also coming across the very shelter that we needed. A large, colorful building. Indeed, I'd seen Edison's light bulb here and there, loud, buzzy little contraptions, found primarily in the courthouses and saloons across our tattered land. But this building across the valley, goodness me, it must have radiated with thousands of these light bulbs. Red bulbs, blue ones, pink, green. It seemed quite the marvelous dream.
No way. No. Wait, is that a roller rink? You know what sucked the most about my trial, Mom? I had to sit there and listen to everyone, including my sisters, talk shit about me while you sat behind me and did nothing about it. God, Spectra's whole freaking thing about how I was demeaning my godhood by hanging out with mortals was just... You know what? I know it's gonna piss you off, and you probably are thinking that I haven't learned my lesson, but that moment when I saw the flashing neon in the middle of the Idaho territory was the best thing that's happened to me since you all turned your backs on me. The building was disc-shaped, with a pink and yellow neon sign in the shape of an arrow. Each time it flashed, the lights pointed up toward the black tower, which seemed planted inside the center of the building. A pair of neon green skates flashed on and off above the entrance. As we got closer, the roller rink's name became clearer.
Rink on the Moon. Quite a claim.
What's a rank?
Are you serious?
Jesse and Charles are really starting to get on my nerves these days, but I knew if I was going to impress them into no longer treating me like some naive damsel of the group, this would be my place to shine. I hopped off quarters back and did a little moonwalk between the horses. That's right, I've still got it. Don't forget, I won silver in every single dancing competition in the heavens. If it weren't for the god of ritual, I would have won gold. It's a place for fun and music and skating. You know, like ice skating, but with wheels instead of blades. Back in 1987, Dre used to take me to adult nights all the time, and we'd just groove song after song until the lights went out.
Dre? Is that a god of wagons?
No, he's a human. Was a human. My friend from before I got banished.
I see. Well, at least we found shelter.
Well, rinks aren't 100% friendly to 100% of people. The 80s were barely better than the 70s. Jeez, I remember some girls putting on lighter foundation just to get past the bouncer. It was totally fucked.
I don't know much about this area, but I know it ain't different than the rest of America.
Though I'm sure at least Helix would. Well, no. Perhaps, I must admit that your complexion isn't technically...
White?
Charles, make yourself useful. Me and Helix ain't looking down a rifle's mouth for a damn roller sink or whatnot. Get in there and find out what's what.
I don't suppose either of you have any stolen change to lend me?
No, but I do got the horse carrying all our food and canteens.
I'll resolve the matter myself, then.
Osgood for anything. The guy's smug grin after he manages to do some good is as irritating as trying to convince Barefoot to put on shoes. As we waited for him to get things squared away at the entrance, I could hear him doubling down on his affected speech while he charmed the woman at the doorway. She looked over at us with a raised brow. Took all I had not to give her a stern look back. But Charles slid between us, combed back his powder white hair, and just grinned. Lo and behold, Osgood succeeds and walks back over.
Any trouble?
No. It appears that the establishment was found by nearby Shoshone and serves all sorts. She said it's the only neutral ground through the Snake River Plain.
The ashen wilderness outside the building seemed a better fate. Soon as we walked in, my head started spinning. Colorful lights from pink to burning blue shone on and off in every corner. People sailed in circles across the glossy wooden floor around the black tower. They looked like they were gliding on wings. Some looked like fur trappers, others like miners with black coal stains on their slacks. There were also Shoshone, a Chinese woman fanning herself to the side, and 3 other black men who clocked me as soon as I saw them. There were more people inside than all those I'd seen in at least 5 days, all loud as hell, laughing and hollering at the DJ to turn the music up. Could hardly hear better than outside. Around the skating area, the carpet was covered in star shapes, though they were worn with hoof prints. First place I'd ever been indoors and horses were allowed.
DJ Fur Trap here, giving you the melody. Now, let's see you on the floor. I want to see you all out there showing your best moves. Yeah, you too, Dave.
Yeah, I'm out.
What? No, Jesse, come on. You're gonna love this, okay? I promise. At least stay long enough for us to get a train going.
A train? But we've only just arrived.
Not that sort of train, Charles.
Either way, not interested.
Why not? It'll be rad. Who cares if you can't dance?
Yeah, who said that?
Oh, the candied tactics.
Don't be obvious.
You're being obvious.
All right, well, the horse stables are indoors. I'm headed. Come on, Quarter.
One day I'll see you dance, Jesse Rogers. Lame-o.
Jesse and I, we are not friends, yet we are not enemies. It does seem his suspicions of me have softened, at least since Salt Lake City, where I was on quite the uncomfortable display. Perhaps his curiosities have been sated, no? Or perhaps Jesse Rogers bides his time. Formerly, he spent our travels poisoning my image in Helix's mind, all by evidence of his sterling intuition, of course. That Charles Osgood is some sort of snake. Now, these past few evenings, it's as though Charles Osgood was but a tolerated traveling companion. Mistress, I do hope that you're proud.
Shit, rubber wheels! Oh man, I was expecting old school fits made of wood, but these look like the rentals you get at the Roxy Rink.
As we strapped on our skates, Helix talked of the skating venues from her futuristic times, none too different from the arena around us. The disorienting flashes of light, the unintelligible music, and quite damning of all, the garish fashions. Had the future civilizations chosen color saturation as their savior? In Helix's hands, she held a pair of stockings so bright, so yellow, I thought I'd never unsee the wicked things. Nevertheless, it had been since, well, perhaps our entire companionship, that I'd seen dear Helix wear actual feet protection, be it stockings and skates or otherwise. Yes, these are quite a bit more modern than what I'm familiar with.
You've skated before?
I am a man full of surprises. During a brief tour through Boston, I drank cacao wine with a ballet dancer from Berlin. He was quite adept. Classically trained, no doubt. The hotel lobby proved an ample space to demonstrate his talents. Butterfly, grand bâtiment and ronde, 7 or 8 double tours. It was quite a marvel. Then he asked for my own demonstration, if I had any. Now, of course, I'd only learned from the ballroom peripheries, but an attempt I did make. I managed 1 plie and a sauté before my limbs quarreled. He found my initial attempts charming enough to provide some lessons. You know, Berlin is quite famous for their innovations with skates, before the practice came to us.
I did not. Wow. Ballet dancer, huh?
Yes. Quite talented at that.
Huh. How'd you meet?
The usual business.
Yeah? Huh. I didn't know that ballet dancers were all that hot at drawing maps.
She popped up off the bench and glided away without another word. I knew I had made a mistake. I chased after Helix as she slid onto and across the wooden floor. She was marvelously fast, spinning on the wheels and threading herself between bodies. In solo ballet, you needn't worry about such crowds. You simply dominate the floor. Here, I stumbled and held onto shoulders, allocating my weight until, at last, I gained some momentum. I felt the wind in my hair. It began to make sense, the dastardly music, the snappish lights. I felt a part of some distant world. One moment Helix would be inches away, then she'd delicately cyclone on her skates and cross the floor. I merely followed the jagged lightning jewelry dangling from her ears, and how it sparkled beneath the lights. It took me some time to catch up to her, a fortunate thing that I adapt so quickly. I spun round and skated backwards, facing her in the eyes. Apologies, did I offend?
And why would you think that?
I only meant that in my line of work you often meet a lot of intriguing characters, usually at parties. Perhaps I should have been more clear about what I meant when I said usual business.
You know, you don't have to justify yourself to me.
Right. No, of course not.
Hey, you're actually pretty good at this. You've been skating backwards without looking over your shoulder for a while.
Yes, well, as I said, I had an excellent teacher.
Bet I had a better one.
Helix winked at me and bobbed her head to the music. I slowed down to match. On a curve, I spun forward. Each of her steps crossed over the other as her body bounced up and down. She dropped on one knee so her other leg stretched along behind her and then alternated. She looked at me with a smirk, challenging me. And so I met her dancing with some of my own. I pulled my weight to the left, allowing my arms to come over my head as I bent sideways. Her shock at my ability turned into a sort of playful competition.
DJ Fur Trap here. Let me hear you all make some noise.
We're cheering! Ha ha! Goodness me!
All right, folks. Do not forget, tonight we will be having a dance competition. First prize is a fur coat from yours truly. We've also got a raffle for a week's worth of rations for 4. Sign up at the table by the lockers with the lovely Miss Key.
I knew that in order to earn Helix's complete favor, I needed to allow her an opportunity to shine. I must admit, Helix, though your technique is unconventional, your talent is exceptional. Would you mind teaching me?
Yeah, only the god of rituals could ever best me, and technically that's cheating because they literally invented dance. But that's a long story. You know, I've got a better idea. I'll teach you if we both enter tonight's competition.
Oh?
And when I win.
Oh, wager too.
When I win, you finally have to fess up about where you actually got the TCD. I mean, Sonny machine.
You mean the bench?
Yeah, you and I both know that was a terrible story. If I win, you've got to tell me the truth. Don't forget, I can tell when you're being honest or not now that I got that power back.
Cornered. If I agreed, I would likely lose. If I could, I'd simply make another story for the Sonny machine's origins, but the goddess can peer into the truth now. She'd learn my role in your plans, mistress. However, if I did not agree, I would be confirming every one of her doubts. A bluff was needed. Would that mean I get something in return? Should I win?
Sure! Why not? Name it.
You and Jesse have acquired these divine powers. If I were to win, which of course I shall not, but if I did, would you be willing to gift this tower's power to me? I recognize it's an impossible request, but what's a game without a bit of glistering risk, no? Her eyes widened. She glanced at the obelisk in the center of the floor, then back at me. I was convinced she would falter.
My power? Like I'd lose. Deal.
I was, gleefully, wrong.
I've been so wrong, don't you know? I've got to change.
Here's the thing. I'm no dummy. Charles has been shifty since we met him. It's that TCD model he carries that makes me really doubt him. A shady dude, I can handle. I mean, I dated in New York City. But a shady dude holding the key to my powers? Yeah, no, it's just too weird. We've seen weird things all over this time. Light bulbs, a singing automaton, this whole ass roller rink, but none of them have jack shit to do with me. Not the way that thing does. So how the hell did Charles get it? And why won't he tell me the truth about how he got it?
Pardon me, Helix, if you'll excuse me just a moment. I must see a man about the lavatories.
Ew. I told you those sardines we ate last night looked bad.
Yes, quite.
He was sweating like crazy. Whether it was from what he was about to do to some poor bathroom stall or because I was on the money, only you know who could tell.
Wanted to be a printer as a child. Got my hands on half a Bible when I was 10 years of age. Read it forwards and backwards, and every other bit of print I could get my hands on after. Were no publishers near home. Nor did my parents believe that if there were any, would give a young black boy a shot at taking charge of the hand presses. After the war, my father's father found that cattle driver was freer than most freemen those days. And so, when they reunited after the war, Pa also became a cattle driver. Was 11 when he found me my first job. Wasn't anything to do with letters. A friend of the family was a cowboy on the ranch outside of town. He taught me how to ride, how to break a stallion, how to care for him. That was the most important bit. Just 'cause they let us on their backs don't mean horses are fools. Pa used to tell me that the strongest man in the world had no way of conquering either a horse or a woman if he didn't also earn their trust. There you are, girl. Found you a nice place to rest for tonight. Let's get you on saddle, too. How's that? Lucky you can't hear all that nonsense in there. Might join you tonight rather than stick with those two. At least you keep your opinions to yourself.
They can't answer you.
When I turned my head, I saw a kid poke his head out from a stack of hay in the back. Little bits of it stuck out from his head. Yeah? How do you know? You two old friends?
No. Horses can't talk.
He wiped his nose on the sleeve of his fur coat, which looked far too big to be his.
Why aren't you with everyone else celebrating? Don't you have any friends? Is that why you were talking to the horse like it's people? I heard that sometimes people who don't have friends get so lonely they start talking to things and acting funny.
Where's your mom, Pa, kid? He wiped his dirty nose again and shrugged. I sighed and waved for him to follow me. Come on, let's go find your folks.
Sonny, I need you to focus. Mistress, Emmy, I need your assistance. Now, it's Helix. She has cornered me. I need to win a competition against her, or I'll be forced to tell her the truth. I need your assistance. I fear I may lose, and her latest ability won't actually allow me to...
Cut the dramatics. She heard you, okay?
Pardon, have we met? An elegant woman with fair skin and brilliant red hair stood before me as though she had appeared from thin air. She wore a man's suit, gray with white stripes. It was loose and unusually wide around the shoulders. The lapels were as white as fresh snow, and she wore a brooch made of gold and rubies shaped like a pair of glittering eyes. She looked at me as though I were a nuisance, but in a manner that reminded me of Emmy's gaze, as though I were a piece on a chessboard. A cigarette appeared between her lips a moment later, as if by magic.
I forget how stupid humans are sometimes. Your mistress sent me. Little human man. Apparently, you need the help. Even someone as uninsightful as my stupid little sister has sussed out that you're just a clown.
Your sister? The woman took another drag of her cigarette and raised an eyebrow at me in a patronizing manner. As the smoke fell from her lips, it spun until it formed a single image. Helix's face. Except her smoke-formed face had quite the exaggerated grin. Helix. That would mean that you are...
Daughter of the All-Mother of Communication, one of the 5 communication sisters. Yes, I am the messenger god of sight. You can call me Spectra, if you have to call me anything.
She blew an arrow of smoke through the puff that remained of Helix's face, dispersing the smoke. Forgive me, Spectra. As you've stated, I am merely a small human man. I do not understand. If you are Helix's sister, why help Emmy?
Not that it's any of your concern, but it's because she's my sister. Helix has done nothing but fail at her duties and neglect her union. She's a joke. She has tarnished our mother's name and tricked Emmy into giving her preferential treatment. If it was up to me, I would have started by spilling a bucket full of the blood of her favorite humans on her at her trial. Like that guy she wouldn't quit crying about. But I'm not in charge. Though Emmy's little punishment is lacking, I'm not a self-important idiot who will go against the will of one of the governing 3.
I didn't know quite what to say. In a single conversation, she had revealed more of the god's secrets to me than either Helix or Emmy ever had. Helix had sisters. She didn't fulfill a union. Then there was Emmy, who was not only a god, not only one of many gods, but one of the ruling elites among those gods.
Skating competition?
I'm sorry, what?
Keep up. That's why I'm here, right? I'm here to help back you at a skating competition so you can keep your association with Emmy's secret. Yes or no?
Yes. Though I am quite talented, a fact none can dispute, I need to ensure that I will win. Helix is a god, after all.
Barely. Okay. I've got this under control. You can go back to her now before she gets suspicious. She's too talented for you to beat fairly, so we'll cheat. Obviously.
I thought again of the buckets of human blood, how she hoped to pour them on her sister. What did Spectra plan to do now? How do you propose we emerge victorious? I've a few ballet techniques I might incorporate, but the acceleration could...
Gods, you're annoying. Relax. I don't need to make you good. I just need to make you look good. Lucky for you, that's my specialty. Radio Outcast was created by Maria Fernanda Vidaurrazaga and JT Lachausse and produced by Hughes, starring Daniel A. Stevens as Charles Osgood, Jade Duong as Helix, Ivory Amor de Francisca as Jesse Rogers, Griffin Otto Deniger as DJ Furtrap, Daniel Sotelo as Coda, and Maria Fernanda Vidaurrazaga as the Kid and Spectra. This episode was written by Fernanda, directed by Fernanda, with dialogue editing by Anne, sound design by JT, and theme music by Samuel Kinsella. This episode also features music by Gemini, The Bins, and Peachface. You can find links to their music in this episode's show notes or on our website. As always, you can find us online at radiooutcast.com or follow us on Instagram at radiooutcastpod and Twitter at radio_outcast. If you like what you hear, let us know by leaving us a review on Apple Podcasts, Podchaser, or Good Pods. It helps us reach more listeners and gives us a chance to see what you all think of the show. If you aren't sure what to say but would still like to show the show your support, you can rate us on any of those avenues as well. And now, also on Spotify at the top of the Radio Outcast page right from your phone. If you'd like to help us grow, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/radio_outcast. During our month away for the holidays, our patrons still received access to behind-the-scenes material, original scripts, and bonus content, including our very first Q&A session with our lovely producer and the voice of Emmy, Anne Hughes. But if that's too big of a commitment for you, if you become a patron at the Coda tier for as little as $1 a month, you too could get a special shout out at the end of our episodes, like Nameless Thief, an actual cartographer, unlike Charles, would be one of the first to map the treacherous terrain of Craters of the Moon. They never came across our beloved roller disco, but did find a mixtape and boombox hidden behind some brush. The tape, titled in pink Sharpie, For the Streetlights and the Starlight, 1987, was so good we have decided to honor each of today's patrons with a favorite hit off of the mixtape, starting with Nameless Thief's favorite on the tape, Heaven is a Place on Earth by Belinda Carlisle. Next up, Alan L., our rumored opera singer, has yet to visit the Rink on the Moon, but Kiss by Prince is bound to be on the speakers to get him singing. Andy S., preacher man from Lone Flats, is bound to start grooving when Manic Monday by the Bangles starts playing. For our well-traveled woman of the world, Gnome H., nothing will beat the thumping melody of Don't Get Me Wrong by the Pretenders. Daniel W., that gambling undertaker, has fine taste not only in company, luxury, but also music. Nothing less than the godmother of soul. That's right, Patti LaBelle's On My Own. Aaron B., band book smuggler extraordinaire, deserves something as cool as them, so to them we dedicate You Give Love a Bad Name by Bon Jovi. The wide-eyed and young Sebastian once played the best prank in the world on some miners in Salt Lake City, which is why DJ Fur Trap must have Never Gonna Give You Up ready when they hit the dance floor. Chelsea S. remains one of my favorite traveling fortune tellers, and though she is nothing but trustworthy in her fortunes, we dedicate The Great Pretender by the great Freddie Mercury to her. Elizabeth S. has actually frequented the Rink on the Moon a time or two, so we have it on good authority that Rhythm Is Gonna Get You by Gloria Stefan is the track to keep playing when she arrives. Sarah F. is raking in the money with her renowned painting, so why not listen to Billy Idol's Money while doing so? Fearless Lila, the talented criminal, fearless in all aspects, is sure to get the lift from Dirty Dancing on the first try while listening to The Time of My Life by Bill Medley. Melissa L. can sing a great rendition of What You Get Is What You See by Tina Turner. You'd think she'd been hearing the song for years instead of just recently during the strange year we call 1887. Patricia D., I heard a rumor that she listened to Bananarama in an oddity tent at a carnival and immediately started dancing. Physics, during that time he introduced the fabulous Amgine's puppet to Lone Flats famed saloon, might have had One Night in Bangkok by Murray Head playing in his mind had he ever tried staring into that puppet's eyes for longer than a minute. There's something mystical and strange lying behind those painted peepers. Val V would definitely be the person to break the tape trying to rewind and replay How Will I Know by Whitney Houston over and over again. Consuelo U, my dear mother, well, I don't need to guess to know her favorite track on the mixtape. It must be on the B-side, Bamboleo by the Gypsy Kings. Juan Aurelio P. is not only a regular at Rink of the Moon, he has tired DJ Fur Trap with all of his requests for In My House by the Mary Jane Girls. If the mixtape ever got in Rax W's hands, all I'm saying is that you better get ready to party all the time to, well, Party All the Time by Eddie Murphy. Susan D will be sure to get everyone up on their feet because next up we're playing Into the Groove by Madonna. Marcos L, another man of taste, is bound to bump Paid in Full by Eric B and Rakim. Meanwhile, Patrick C, I can see tearing up that dance floor under Spotlight with a partner to Dancing in the Streets by David Bowie and Mick Jagger. And finally, for our last dedication to the lovely Miss Kyrieo, we offer the absolute bop, Out of Touch by Misters Hull and Oates. To all of our patrons, thanks again. We appreciate you. And to everyone listening, safe travels.
Is everyone ready for tonight's competition? Alright.
It was finally my turn.
Radio Outcast is a groovy gunslinging podcast for mature audiences. Content warning. This episode contains depictions of torture, panic attacks, and graphic psychological violence near the end of the episode that may be upsetting for some listeners. We encourage our listeners to prioritize their safety before venturing ahead. Thank you.
Emmy's losing it. She's totally, utterly desperate. This delusion about her and Helix, bound for eternity, has gone on for far too long. And Charles, the human puppet man, he made that deal with Helix to try and win one of her powers, and Emmy went into hysterics, transformed the heavens into a slow-mo soup. So who did she turn to? Charles might be her ears, but I'm Emmy's eyes. I've watched that ridiculous little trio go from dust town to desert and desert to the city streets, and now they're in this little arena. A fitting place for a battle between sisters, no? Oh no, it's been a real pleasure watching you suffer, Helix, but that was child's play. Now, it's my turn.
DJ Fur Trap back on the mic. Come on, everybody. Let's have fun tonight. Here, across the nation, and across the world. Everybody,
put my arms up in the air and spun round and round and round to the music. I haven't felt as free as I did today since I hung out on the mortal plane in the 70s. I even taught a couple humans how to make a train with me. We linked arms together and took a spin around the rink with me on the end. It didn't matter that we all smelled bad or that we were all strangers. It was just irrevocable, spirit-relieving fun, you know? I was having fun, Mom. Like, can you just fucking think of the last time you had fun with the rest of the Pantheon? If that's ever even happened? Whatever. It's not like you're listening to my prayers anyways. Jesse! Jesse came back from the stables with a little kid beside him. I fell out of the train and skated toward him. I gave 2 thumbs up, did a festive little twirl, and Jesse just pointed toward the arcade area where he'd be.
When I wasn't escorting a guy, I was escorting a kid. Barefoot was having a good time. Never seen anyone dance quite like her before. Swinging her legs round and moving like a worm. But it didn't seem to bother no one. In fact, instead everyone around her was joining in and trying to copy some of what she did. Swear I saw Helix lift one leg up in the air and somersault without falling over. Osgood was about as talented as she was. He sure looked funny with his 3-piece suit spinning around in circles and dancing with his arms out like a pair of wings. But even I can admit the man's good.
Over here, this way.
The boy dragged me to some indoor carnival. At least that's what it looked like. A bunch of futuristic machines popping with noises and colors. Kids running around, dropping coins on the ground. Any sign of your parents, kid?
Maybe.
Got a name?
Yup.
Want to tell me what it is?
No, I don't know you, mister.
Yeah, that's fair. Name's Jesse. What's yours?
This one.
Oh. Stopped walking at one of the carnival games. The men working at the booth smiled at him and waved. A row of flimsy-looking rifles sat at the booth counter. Looked like they were bolted down with some metal. You his pa? The man chuckled and shook his head. The kid stood at the edge of the booth, pressed his hands against the counter, and started kicking his heels under the oversized coat.
Let's play this one.
What?
I'm gonna shoot all of those bottles down.
Kid, I got better things to do. We're looking for your folks, not shooting practice. Come on. Started walking off, but the kid didn't follow. He hadn't even looked over at me. Kid was standing at the booth, lifting one of the rifles to his chin. Let's go. Just kept ignoring me. I stomped back to him and lifted the rifle from his hand. One game. That's it. Them parents. Alright?
Teach me how to shoot straight.
So I did. Spent a whole $1 on the kid. One half bad. But then he wanted me to play too. And I got a tad carried away.
Oh. Whoa! You got that one with your eyes closed. Do it again.
Folks gathered around us as I hit target after target, asking for trick shots from the crowd like I was Buffalo Bill or something.
Show me, show me.
Alright. Hold it this way.
You did it different.
That's 'cause I'm a southpaw. See, I use my left hand for most things. That means I'm a southpaw. But you ain't like me. So, hold it like this.
Whoa.
Right. Now, let's fix how you're standing.
I'm gonna call you Southpaw.
I guess that's alright. We spent a while at that booth. Anytime I shot something with my eyes closed, the crowd started chanting, Southpaw, Southpaw. Kept asking for more and more trick shots. Until finally, the kid's pa called him over.
Alright, folks. Is everyone ready for tonight's competition? Alright. My boy's gonna hand out tonight's prize. Where are you hiding, little fur trap?
The kid grabbed my hand and started running around the floor where all the folks were skating. We went to a long table where a burly man sat covered head to toe in furs. It was the loud man who'd spent all day shouting nonsense to keep folks entertained.
There you are, bud. Hey, man. Thanks for watching him for me. You competing or watching?
Watching, I guess.
Cool, man. Hang tight a moment. Here he is, folks. Rink on the Moon's favorite little model.
He lifted his kid up in the air for everyone to see. The boy's sleeves fell down to his elbows as he shook his fists triumphantly in the air. And then the competition began.
Mom, the whole thing was killer. Everyone had so much fun. There was a nice young couple who did a few turns on the rink, then crossed their arms and linked their hands, and did a few synchronized kicks along with the music before spinning together in something like a waltz. Then a woman in men's clothing hit the crowd with a sassy two-step. After a few others, it was finally my turn. I started with a bit of backwards walking, some cross steps, a couple of spins on a single skate, and then I hit them with everything else. I ended in the splits with the backs of my hands over my eyes. For a moment, while all I could see was my skin glowing red from the lights above, I just listened to them. Their applause, their recognition, their approval. Then it was Charles's turn. I passed him to join the rest of the crowd behind the rink wall. Charles nodded at me, then he glided toward the center of the arena. The rink quickly flooded with smoke. I couldn't tell you a damn thing about where the fog came from. Seems like it lifted from the floor, honestly. Then the lights turned off. A single spotlight illuminated him. Charles lifted one hand into the light. Where did he find gloves? Well, he suddenly had them. It had rhinestones on the palms. He flashed his hands out and spun in figure eights. Charles combed through the fog, drawing lines of air with his fingers, and then he disappeared into the clouds. When the beat dropped, he emerged 6 feet off the ground, out from the fog and landing perfectly on one foot. The crowd was just totally losing it. I mean, shit, I was losing it. Where did he get all these moves? I mean, he was good before, but this was fucking amazing. Charles closed his routine by placing the backs of his hands over his eyes, just like I did in my routine. But the rhinestones added quite the flair. It looked like he had stars for eyes. He soared through the clouds faster and faster until he literally became a blur of white suit and diamond eyes. It was the fastest I'd ever seen someone skate. And right as the song ended, he shot his arms backward and leapt into the air. Landing the wrong way could mean a broken neck. I mean, I've seen joints pop out on the rink floor, but no, not Charles. The spotlight followed him in the air as he landed a perfect forward acceleration backflip, one of skating's most legendary moves. And I couldn't believe it. Not the skating thing, I guess, because Charles is full of surprises, like he said, but my power? Charles just won my power.
Once I finished the routine, my lungs demanded to escape me. That horrible woman filled the entire room with smoke. I felt as though I'd gone through a dozen cigars while running on foot from the law. My lungs burned, my vision was just shy of gone, and, what was worse, I couldn't even enjoy what was clearly a landslide victory.
It looks like we have our winner!
I raised a hand in thanks to my audience and made my way to the man called DJ Fur Trap. He shook my hand, pulled the fur coat off of the child dancing next to him, and handed the prize over to me.
Clean that coat before bringing those sleeves anywhere near my face.
Hey.
Barefoot. What you did out there was something else.
Simply stunning.
But Charles,
That was really something.
Oh.
I mean, that thing you did where you know, what do you call that? And when did you change back into your suit? I swear I saw you out there in some sparkling white.
Indeed. Although backflips are not the standard in ballet, not even in Berlin. But I do have some ballroom experience. As all fashionable gentlemen ought.
Well, Charles, it looks like you beat me fair and square. You really pulled out all the stops. I didn't even think to ask the staff about using a fog machine. How'd you convince them? Charles threw the coat over his shoulder and smiled.
You know, sometimes simply asking for help is good enough.
For a guy like Charles, who just loves to brag and narrate every single iota of his decision-making and how he succeeded, he sure got real quiet. Of course, I could pluck his brain for the truth. I could stare him down and draw out some rambling explanation, but what kind of goddess would I be, Mom? To break my promises? To intimidate just because I lost? I'd be just like Emmy, wouldn't I? No, I wouldn't do that. Maybe this is a test of my will, or one of Emmy's tests. She'd want me to squash his dreams, kill the promise. A typical goddess would never make a bargain like this and sacrifice such a gift. But I don't want to be typical. Besides, at the end of my sentence, or whatever the hell Emmy wants to call this, all my powers will revert back to me as soon as I enter the heavens. So, let's just hope this isn't one of the major powers. Well, a deal's a deal. You get my power.
I'm sorry. You're giving him what?
Yeah, I promised Charles if he won that he'd get this tower's power.
Mm-hmm. On purpose? Are you out of your goddamn mind?
Interesting. As a goddess, do you think she damned her own mind?
How'd you trick her into this, huh? Talking in circles like this?
I did no such thing. She was the one who challenged me.
Oh, barefoot. This is one of your dumber decisions.
Don't have a cow. It's fine. Right, Charles? All right, Jesse, do you have a knife on you?
Yeah. Here. You sure about this?
I'm sorry, but what is this knife for exactly?
Give me your hand.
My hand for what?
I need your blood.
Whoa!
Quit being such a wimp and give me your hand.
Can't we just use yours?
No. You won, remember? Now give me your blood, Charles.
No, I'm not gonna... That knife is... Have you seen everything that he does with that knife? He eats his food with that knife. He cleans his boots.
Your friends are weird.
You ain't wrong about that one. Should probably stop her from running around in skates while pointing a knife.
Yeah, don't need any deaths today.
Sorry about him. I'll go take care of it. See you, kid.
Bye.
Despite my protestations, Helix had Jessie hold me still in the end. She sliced my palm and then rubbed her hand on the blood.
Okay, be right back.
Helix skated to the tower in the center of the floor. She pressed her hand with my blood onto its black surface and waited, closing her eyes. The point of contact glowed as it often did, but a sudden warmth spread from my own chest and bloomed out to the rest of my body. That felt strange.
You get used to it.
Mistress, I do hope you are proud. I shall elaborate the gift I received. At once, the sounds around me became singular. Yes, still in a glorious social harmony, a cacophony of chat and plastic upon wood, but each one its own sort of identity within me. I suddenly understood how to piece them apart. At this moment, I was unsure what the power was in particular, but as Helix, Jessie, and I strolled from the wooden floor, I made an instinctive attempt. This is how your powers work, no? The instructions are encoded within. I sought out the garish music coming from above, and I altered its direction. Would I could, I'd silence the terrible sounds entirely, but I could not. Merely, I could manipulate its direction. The way that noise approached me. The power seems to work from the gut, or perhaps the chest. It has no discernible sensory result. Merely, I imagine the command of sound manipulation to reach out from my chest, to grab the invisible sounds and cast them aside. Well, I elaborated such to Helix, and she seemed relieved, as though this power were not one of her most urgent or beloved. Nevertheless, Mistress Emmy, it should come in handy. Were there to be a whispering across the way, I could pull its secrets closer to me. Were Jessie to prattle on about his mistrust in me, his diary ambitions, I could fling his voice in some other direction. It's what a pleasant gift, no? I thanked Helix for keeping her end of the bargain and excused myself once more to the lavatories to wash my wound. Once inside, the door locked shut behind me. Spectra lounged against the backside of the door, cigarette still in hand. Just as before, a fear tightened in my stomach. Oh, you're still here. Thank you for your assistance, Spectra. I couldn't have succeeded without it.
Yeah, whatever. I didn't stick around for your thanks. I came to deliver one last thing to you. From Emmy.
From my mistress! Aha! What is it?
A warning.
The room filled once more with smoke. Before me, the wash basin disappeared behind a wall of dark green clouds. A most rancid smell filled the air. Rot. Death. Amidst the jungle of smoke, Spectra stepped away. She faded into the peculiar deepness. Mistress, you have shown me the underbelly of the gods. Tendrils of black smoke reached across the green clouds. My lungs filled, heaved for breath, and I fell to the floor. I did not mistake your message as cruelty, mistress. I do swear. Please know that when I wept there, in the lavatories, I did so from the knowing. How those black tendrils took the shape of my own face. A floating, noxious Charles Osgood staring down at me. Each cough I made, the phantom self-image warped, altered, his eyes bloating outward and leaving black, accursed fluids, his lips bulging and cracking a sickly blue. I closed my eyes, but the vision would not escape me. I crawled through the mist. Soon, I found the cold lavatory wall, climbed my way up to shaky knees. I wouldn't dare ignore your message, Mistress Emmy. I faced it. I would receive it. I placed my back against the wall and stared into the face of a man I would become, a defiled and deformed Charles Osgood, were I to betray you. But I shall not. I have won today with the help of dear Spectra. I kept your truth concealed. My reward is a warning, and I accept it. I took my step forward across the lavatory and stroked the tendril chin of the noxious Charles Osgood. And then the mist went asunder, lifted through the ceiling, and away. I washed the blood from my palm. Mistress, I will not fail you.
Radio Outcast was created by Fernanda Vidaurrazaga and J.T. Lachausse, and produced by Ann Hughes, starring Griffin Otto Deniger as DJ Furtrap, Jay Duong as Helix, Ivory Amor de Francisca as Jesse Rogers, Maria Fernanda Vidaurrazaga as The Kid and Spectra, and Daniel A. Stevens as Charles Osgood. This episode was written by Fernanda, directed by Fernanda, with dialogue editing by Anne, sound design by JT, and theme music by Samuel Kinsella. Helix's performance music is an original song written and performed by Gemini, spelled Gemyni. Check out Gemini on Spotify this Friday for the official release of Limelight. That's Friday, January 21st, 2022. Charles's performance song is Familiar Long Hours by the electronic artist Peachface, who you can also find on Spotify, or find links to all the music in this episode on our website. And a heads up, this marks the penultimate episode of Season 1. Come back on February 2nd, 2022 for Part 1 of the finale episode for Radio Outcast Season 1. As always, you can find us online at radiooutcast.com or follow us on Instagram at radiooutcastpod and Twitter at radio_outcast. If you like what you hear, let us know by leaving us a review on Apple Podcasts, Podchaser, or Good Pods. This helps us reach more listeners and gives us a chance to see what you all think of the show. If you aren't sure what to say but would still like to show your support, you can rate the show on any of those platforms and, now on Spotify, at the top of the Radio Outcast page right from your phone. If you'd like to help us grow, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/radio_outcast. Our patrons get access to behind-the-scenes material, original scripts, and bonus content, including our very first Q&A session with our lovely producer in the voice of Emmy, Ann Hughes. But if that's too big of a commitment for you, if you become a patron at the Coda tier for as little as $1 a month, you too could get a special shout out at the end of our episodes, like world famous rollerblader Kyrie O, also known as the Ballroom Blitz. My mom's favorite rollerblader, Gnome H, better known as the Cyclone. The rollerblader you always see on TV, Pat C, better known as Mr. Sunshine. A rollerblader who once performed for the Queen. Which Queen? All of them. Alan L., better known as Love Lightning. He might as well have invented rollerblading. Dan W., better known as Fender Bender. She once outbladed the legendary Stevie Nicks, Melissa L., better known as Femme Fatale. You know her, you love her. She invented the hurricane backflip. It's Sarah F., rollerblading's reigning queen of the Midwest. Rax W. once used 2 empty Pringles cans as rollerblades and still won the competition. And that's why we know them as Pringle and Ready to Mingle. Marcos L. started off designing rollerblades, then said, you know what, I'm going to test my product. And he bladed from West Texas to Anchorage, Alaska. And that's why we know him as the Interstate Blade. I once heard an interview with Patricia D., who claimed that she won 207 Grand Champion titles. Well, that was wrong. It was 208. That's why we know her as, quite simply, the Champ. I can't remember, was it VCA staging that rollerbladed down the side of a 3-story building? Or was she the one who bladed out from a moving plane onto a boat, only to land with a handstand? Oh right, she did both of those. Lisbeth S. prefers an elegant adventure. Rollerblading down the lakeside, cutting through the city streets with the wind in her hair, an iced latte in one hand, and a good book in the other. She's the one who passes you by on a sunny day, and you say to yourself, I want to be like Lisbeth. Val V. I tried competing against Val V. It was 1993. I remember it like it was yesterday. Everything was on the line. The trophy, the title, the prize. I was first up on the rink. I pulled out every stunt, spins, dips, and splits. But as soon as Val V went out there, I knew it was over. She pointed one hand at the audience and said, "Don't blink." My old rollerblading buddy, Juan P. He taught me how to skate and sing at the same time. Trust me, it's not as easy as it sounds. That's why he's known as Lightning Pavarotti. His identity has been hidden for years. We all know him as Shadow Royale, the blading king of the South and the reigning champion of Houston. But I met him. He told me his name is Andy S. Aaron B helped me up my style like you wouldn't believe. Before I met Aaron, I was rocking around in a pair of wooden wheels, old gray skates, and a hand-me-down leotard. But Aaron pulled me aside and said, "Hey bud, let me show you how to skate with grace. Also, you need a new leotard." Think of physics rollerblading performances as high art. He calls himself Mr. Roboto, wearing a suit of blinking lights and contorting his body like Wall-E somehow became fused with Nathan Chin. Why do they call Susan D the Reign of Pain? It's not because she's a particularly violent rollerblader. No. In fact, she's probably the nicest person you'll ever meet. It's just that one time, at the international blading competition, she jumped so high into a backflip that she accidentally smashed her blades into a light bulb and the glass came raining down. No one was hurt. It was just really cool. Fearless Lila Rose. The name says it all. Fearless. Harry Houdini had nothing on them. I've seen Fearless Lila Rose blade through 10 rings of fire only to come out with a perfectly cooked s'more. Album of the Year. Rollerblader of the Year. Time Magazine's most influential singer/rollerblader. It's Chelsea S., better known as the Sensation. He started off as a stunt double for the John Wick movies, but then he decided, you know what, I want something more fast-paced. So he picked up some skates, and the rest was history. Now we know him as Rocket Man, but you can call him Sebastian. And last but certainly not least, the Nameless Thief, who once rollerbladed against a cheetah just to see if, finally, at last, some living being could compete with their skills. And the cheetah almost caught up, until it couldn't. To all of our patrons, thanks again. We really appreciate you. And to everyone listening, safe travels.
Hey, not to be a bother, but I, noticed that you're barefoot.
Yeah. Is that a problem?
Oh, no. Not at all. I'm sorry. My name's Mada. We're just stomping cherries over there to make jam. If you want to join.
Radio Outcast is an enigmatic gunslinging podcast for mature audiences. Content warning. This episode contains depictions of implied violence, non-consensual kissing, and cults at the end of the episode, which may be upsetting for some listeners. We encourage our listeners to prioritize their safety before venturing ahead. Thank you.
You ever heard of Jericho? I'll tell you. I learned through accident. Some years ago, was on a cattle drive with my pa. Must have been 9 years old. We were taking the Shishom Trail through some Indian territory. Lots of waterways out there. 100-mile drive could end up 300 or more. Couldn't afford losing cattle to a loose river stone. Had to guide them up and around. The cows got tired quick. So we stopped at the foot of Sans Bois, small mountain range in the southeast Oklahoma region. He had the last of winter's snow melting down the trees. Kept the ground soft, too difficult to drive the cattle across. That night, as typical, Pa sent me out on head count. Started about 80-some cattle, and counted up 80-some. No surprises there. Old Jacob Rogers was good for hire because he wasn't going to lose a single damn head. Now, during count, I noticed something strange. A couple of the younger cows getting thin. They were starting to look like the rabbits we'd find here and there along the trail. Heat struck dead and bone skinny. Pa figured it must have been the stress from the journey. He set me by the campfire and told me to hold on. Some several hours later, he came back with a Choctaw doctor. Now, she didn't speak English, and he didn't speak Choctaw. This weren't anything new. Me and Pa traded with tribes all across the South and West, most of them refusing years of governmental pressure to learn English. Don't mean we couldn't trade goods, though. So they went on through gestures, Pa pointing out the sick cattle and the woman investigating. Once she made her mind, the doctor reached into her sack and pulled out an old water-worn Bible. The Choctaw doctor took a reed pen and some pig blood. flipped to a page, wrote out 4 English words. Die, mother, other, red. Pa gave her some bird bones and deer meat. Were goods from a recent hunt, and all we had for trade. Then the doctor went on her way. Next morning, I asked my pa what her words meant. Die, mother, other, red. He figured the calves got stressed from seeing corpses along the trail. I asked him, why? Ain't like they're seeing no dead cows, just a bunch of jackrabbits. And he said, it don't matter. Seeing them dead things made them worried sick for their mothers. I said, not worried for themselves? And Pa said, of course. Every living thing worries about itself. You see something running alongside the road, you think, that could have been me. Thing is, if you die, you don't gotta deal with all the grief. But even a calf knows. Once you lose your parents, you're all alone. About Jericho. That page the doctor wrote on and tore from her Bible, she handed it to Pa. Now, he had no need to keep that, so once he figured the problem, he crumpled the page and tossed it. Figured some white men tried to convert the Choctaw folks with literature, but they just kept the Bibles for spare parts, using them like scrap paper. Anyways, when old Jacob Rogers wasn't looking, I picked that page right off the ground and uncrumpled it. The page told about the ancient city of Jericho, told about its formidable fortress, told about the man named Joshua who planned on conquering the city. That page cut off before I could get the rest of the story, but I like to imagine old Joshua did what he needed to do. Jacob, Jesse, Joshua. I don't know. Something I think about every now and again. That beeping machine guided us towards some old army fortress. Me, Helix, and Charles. We'd long walked the Yellowstone River and found ourselves in the cold and green Montana region. Nothing but flat land in that babbling Yellowstone till we saw what seemed like a long castle in the distance. Figured immediately it was an army station, being situated like that on the river. Good for resources, transportation, all sorts. Except there weren't a damn soul in sight. No rifle training on the lawns. No hip-yup formations marching left and right, following some rich man's son's orders. Just a long wall with towers looming deep inside. Something was off. But we trekked on. And see, here I was reminded of old Jericho. The walls of that white stone fortress getting taller and wider as we closed in. A sign that said, Fort Kiev. I imagine, years ago, thousands of years back, old Joshua and his army rode up on great walls like these. Except biblical Joshua knew what waited behind his gates. Nothing but a few cowardly Canaanites. At this Fort Kiev, well, all we got was the cold wind whispering down from the curtained walls. And so I wondered, anyone home?
I do love a good celebration. Given the right environment and a gathering of eager spirits, I could toast toward any cause. Oh, have you found a button in your salad? Let us toast to that. It's merely a part of the dressing. And has your wife struck you upside the head with a broom? Very well. A toast to you, sir, for at least she struck you with the soft end. And what's that? You've stumbled upon an old fortress in Montana, wherein a village of squatters dance and sing for reasons obscure? No.
I think the TCM is telling us to go inside.
Don't look like army folk to me. Suppose I should be grateful.
The fortress's entry gate had a green circular emblem painted onto a ratty cloth. In the center of the emblem, 3 wheat leaves. This designation seemed clear. Across the long interior yard of the fortress, the inhabitants had cultivated fields of vegetation, young fruit trees, and wooden casks no doubt meant for delicious brewery. What once was an imposing white fortress for the American army had been repurposed into a village and, on this particular morning, a festival grounds. From outside the green emblemed gate, we spied perhaps 100 villagers spinning around in circles around a central bonfire. I could not discern the cause for celebration, but there were foamy beverages and roasted meats and exuberant hollers. And how could I resist? So, shall we stand here and merely review the party from afar? It was not a true question, for as soon as I finished asking it, I flapped the reins on my steed and strode forward. No doubt the goddess and revenant cowboy could dispute until the moon crows.
It's just, we don't have the best luck with, parties. Remember the mayor's mansion?
Helix had her eternal reservations. Eternal, in the most literal sense, of course. But should we not celebrate life when given the chance? As I neared the green emblemed entry gate, a couple men in dirty gray hats pushed it open and waved us inside. They both looked drunken to a defect.
Looks like that one pissed himself.
Ugh, can't say I haven't been there.
It seemed the residents had repurposed an old artillery cannon into some sort of festival bauble. As the stone shot flew above our heads, our 3 horses stomped the earth and whined as if to say, "Nope, no further. See yourselves inside." And so we obliged. We lowered ourselves from the saddles and followed our dear Sonny machine's pulsing direction. Onward into the fray, the flock of raucous drunks dressed in their tiresome grays. Ah, the Midwest.
Back when I had all my godly capacities, alcohol had the same effect on me as water. Nothing. Gods are always hydrated. And that so-called buzz humans talk about? Yeah, never felt that. Not until I had all my powers stripped away, of course. So, I guess I'll thank Emmy for that. I mean, she might be the most selfish, possessive, heartless, conniving, and cruel, manipulative, and did I say cruel? And cruel deity to have ever graced the great fucking cosmos. But hey, at least now I can get tipsy. These people know how to party! Here, I got a mug for each of us.
What's in it?
A most foamy delight.
Oh. Hope you've got a stomach, Jesse. This shit is strong. Well?
Tastes like boot.
But the trained tongue would call it citrique with piney undertones, no?
I say boot.
Ugh, whatever. Let's toast. Alright, boys. I'm going that way. Let's meet at that flagpole in, let's say, 30? Oh, and don't leave your drinks alone.
Pardon?
Do what?
Oh, okay. Right. Warehouse rules. In the city, a party could show up at any time, at any place. A parking garage, a rail yard, an abandoned bodega. But most of the time, in the 80s, the other 80s, the one that's 100 years away, it was old warehouses. And while they had a certain je ne sais quoi that I loved, they could get pretty sketchy. Yeah, Mom, I know. As a god, I didn't need to worry, but I had human friends. So we made the warehouse rules. Check in every half hour, watch your drinks, and most of all, most important, most essential, don't make out with randos. Okay, see that flag over there? The one with the, hand reaching up to the sun? So in half an hour, we'll meet beneath, Then some old woman stepped right between us. Like, literally stepped right in front of me while I was talking and just smiled. Hello? Can I help you? But she didn't respond. She just gave me a big, wrinkly smile.
Hey, Helix. They's just trying to hand you some.
I looked down at the woman's hand. She was holding a purple flower petal. Maybe a geranium? I don't know. I was weirded out.
I'm sorry. That's just Miss Eve. She wants you to have a gift.
Behind me was some farmer guy. Or at least, he looked like one. Nobody else had a straw hat on except him. Ugh, and he had that tan. Ugh, I'm aware. Valley girls, farmer guys. My weaknesses. Oh, okay. Sure. The woman, Miss Eve, I guess, gave all three of us a purple flower petal.
Hey, not to be a bother, but I, noticed that you're barefoot.
Yeah. Is that a problem?
Oh, no. Not at all. I'm sorry. My name's Mada. We're just stomping cherries over there to make jam. If you want to join.
I looked down and noticed Mada was barefoot too. And he had a reddish tint to the bottom of his feet. And a big, goofy smile. You know what? Sure. Okay, I'll see you guys in 30. At the flag.
To tell the truth, was near sick of seeing those two faces. Been months now, stuck with old Barefoot and Jack-a-dandy. So after Helix went off, I wandered around to the bonfire and took out this here notebook. Started reading up on old entries, wondering how the hell I ended up in cold green Montana. Folks around me kept on with their drinking, dancing, throwing purple flowers up in the air. Got me wondering what the hell all the occasion was. Well, right around sunfall, folks started gathering around that front gate with that green circle on it. A couple guys went up to the ladder with some red paint, wrote on the wall, Brink City. Now, I've seen all sorts of shanty towns. Not my problem. Y'all want to claim an old army fort? Raise your own flag? Be my guest. But when Cleveland sends his boys back, Brink City better know how to do more than drink, dance, and throw flowers around.
There you are. Scribbling away, no doubt. Well, I've been planted at that flagpole for nearly half a lifetime. You do remember it, yes? The one with the poorly illustrated hand raising toward the sun? Or have you already gotten lost in that weather diary of yours? And what of Helix? Perhaps the goddess only knows how to set rules. And where has she run off to?
Over there, stomping cherries.
Oh, still at that. You would think the world's supply would be jammed by now. Well, no matter. Seems she found a lumpish companion for the night. Someone else to tire with her prattling, no? As she is the prattler between us three. Indeed. And it should come as no surprise that I've found myself a small audience to entertain. When I'm not idling at the rendezvous, aimlessly waiting for either of my associates.
Yep.
Indeed. And perhaps I found myself a few protégés. A few of the men are quite fascinated with my cartographic expertise, and rightfully so. They've even inquired how I might help to chart a map from here all the way to the...
If I may have your attention.
No problem.
Excuse me?
Woman had a big gray hood pulled over her head, hiding her face.
Thank you. I only mean to give welcome to Brink City. I've seen you turning pages for quite some time. We have a small but sufficient library up through the next 2 gates. You might find that more suitable for your reading. A quieter place.
But not I. I assure you, I have read Putnam's Monthly since I was yay
Just lead
high.
the way, ma'am.
And I said to her, "Madam, I've not seen your missing calf. In fact, I've not seen higher than your ankle." Was I, perhaps, a tad besmirched that both my companions had been whisked away, recruited for the twinkle in their eyes, while I spent the following 3 hours proving myself to this cohort of gentlemen, listing my achievements, charming with my wit? Not at all, for I stumbled upon the only squatter who mattered in all of so-called Brink City, a man known as the Commandant. He wore a most colorless gray garb, as the general population did, but his social position was made evident upon arrival. An imposing stance, his posture as straight and narrow as the flagpole I stood beneath, and the Commandant wore a wide-brimmed Minuteman's hat that cast quite the shadow. In the center of the hat's crown, a circular red emblem, which contained the illustration of a dagger. It seemed to distinguish himself and those men under his command from the green wheat emblem on the main entry gate. Although how these coded emblems work, I had no idea. Perhaps the squatters were performing a fantasy of civilization. Nevertheless, with a self-ordained title such as the Commandant, I was none too surprised by the man's grandiosity. I was smitten by his martial pageantry. It seemed quite earnest, if not somewhat childlike. Thus, I humored him.
Mr. Osgood, was it? Good to meet you, sir. I administer the keepers here in Brink City. You'll recognize us from our hats. We wear the crimson badge of arms. See?
Ah, so it is function over form here, I see. I must confess, I'm somewhat relieved. I thought a delusion of gray had run rampant.
Not a chance, sir. Uniformity reminds us we're each all equals.
A quaint notion. Do the green and red emblems not imply some gesture toward hierarchy? Perhaps this community has some manifesto that formally outlines its castes, classes, sects, tribes, so forth, in such a way that outsiders do not take authority from one over the other. But truly, an emblem with darling wheat leaves placed beside a blood-shaded emblem with a dagger? Perhaps I'm a cynic. Nevertheless, As the night grew heavy and the flagpole continued to stand unaccompanied by my former companions, I followed the horde of gray-topped gentlemen toward their so-called barracks. Just like the entry gate, the fort's second gate remained closed until my company arrived upon its threshold. That same crimson dagger emblem hung on its metal bars. A peculiar choice, I would think, that the armed individuals are not stationed near the primary entrance. But who am I but a wandering cartographer? And so, the keepers, as they claim themselves to be, opened the second gate, and the commandant guided us through. Deep in the fortresses afar, there rose what must have been the third and final gate. At the bonfire, that unusual librarian made mention of this gate, that the library would be located beyond a third checkpoint, where Jesse would need to pass through. It was much too far to ascertain a coded emblem of any sort, but it seemed numerous individuals guarded its flanks. As I passed through a second large gate that night, I spied a third and final gate in the distance. However, it was closed. And yet, did that brainy woman not guide Jesse beyond 2 gates? Mr. Commandant, sir, I have an inquiry about that gate out there.
Oh, no doubt. I shall tell you all about it. Mr. Osgood, because your curiosity is encouraging, perhaps you'd assist me with mapping guard patrols. They could rightly use a shrewd eye.
Me? Well, it'd be my pleasure. An honor, Your Honor. Perhaps a cigar could assist us as well. And some more of those fizzy goods.
We'll pick off one more tree. Then we can sneak off for some shade.
Your friends won't mind? It seems like the other people, the other makers, looks like they're still...
You're a guest. Can't make you do a whole day's picking.
But it's relaxing, and I haven't felt this calm in 100 years. No, Mom. Nothing happened that night. Me and Mata literally just pitted cherries and then stomped on them until we got tired. That might sound boring, but I don't know. I had a really, really good time. It made me think of me and Dre's first date. Out on the Brooklyn Heights promenade, laughing at how ridiculous everyone acted. Posh, walking their Dalmatians, completely ignorant of the people and beautiful scenery around them. Dre called them fancy husks. I thought that was fitting. We leaned over the railing and tossed bread into the water, watching the ducks squabble and flap around. It was... I didn't know what I had. Dre was the first time I really understood the span of a human life. So very short.
Look, that tree has good shade. We can hear the river from it.
Sure, but the other makers are still working, and I'd feel bad if...
Come on.
If I'd...
I want to show you something anyways. Little thing I drew.
Last night, we fell asleep outside the tub where we smashed cherries. They're called Napoleons. Bright red with little yellow bellies. And this morning, when we walked into the orchard, I saw dozens of people, makers, picking from trees. So, I meant to ask, why do you call yourself and them makers?
Oh, it's a sort of organization thing. Keeps things simple. You see this on my shirt? It's our emblem. Our community has 3 of them. Green, red, and blue. You can always tell someone's duties from it. It
doesn't mean much more than that.
I was starting to learn that Mata liked being brief. He led us to the cherry tree, and we sat beneath the shade, stretching out. When he pulled his straw hat off, a curtain of hair fell down to his shoulders. Mata tucked it behind his ears. I could tell he was getting nervous.
All right. Please don't laugh. There wasn't much light to draw by.
He pulled a small notebook from his back pocket and flipped through the pages. Then he stopped and handed it over to me. Oh, this is this me? When did you even...
Last night. You fell asleep pretty fast. I hope you don't mind.
As a god, you should probably get used to these things, but I never could. It was a sketch of me. I had my hand raised high and the sun burning bright above me. I looked, I don't know, divine? In one way, I was totally flattered. I mean, a farmer boy with that hair giving me a drawing like that? He even got my brow bones down accurately. So many of these reverent illustrations the gods receive, they get all the details wrong. Humans love to draw us with big white wings and golden halos, all that typical shit, you know? But Mata's drawing, it was me. My lightning bolt earrings, my bare feet, my dirty as hell but still stylish as hell dress. But then there's my hand, raised trying to grab the sun. He drew the sky as if the clouds were parting for me. For a second, I was scared. Did Mata know who I was somehow? Or could he just sense it? But I didn't want to think about that. I just wanted it to be what it seemed. A sweet drawing from a sweet guy.
Oh, good morning, sir. Have you been reading all night?
Shit. Must have gotten lost in the literature. Once that librarian, that's how she referred to herself, the librarian. Once she brought me to the library, I got knee-deep in the books. Must have been 12 hours. Got through an autobiography on Frederick Douglass and a couple dime novels on Deadwood Dick. Also learned the history of this Fort Kioff. Seems after the Civil War, the Union decided to abandon the fort. Beyond that, glimpsed through the lots and lots of books on the stars. Seemed these folks loved their physics literature. He had all sorts of handwritten notes in the margins, stuff like the divine firmament and ascension. Found that real interesting. Yeah, skimmed through just about everything. Some were alright. Figure I could have written some of them better.
Well, that's good. Perhaps some rest, you think?
Maybe. Got a question first. You wrote this book here?
Me. And a few others.
Was a thin thing, more of a pamphlet, handwritten, had a title, The Thinker's Manifesto. About 50 pages, with drawings. Anytime I see the word manifesto, I don't get good feelings. Particularly from folks who've just claimed an abandoned fort.
I was unaware I left that in here.
You didn't? Now, suppose you're a thinker. Book says you all wear those big hoods. Thinkers. What are y'all so curious about? Must be some important thoughts. Being hidden behind 2 gates in a small army.
Is there a more specific question I might answer? Mr. Rogers.
Yeah. I got a habit. Not telling strange folks my name. Didn't like the cut of her jib, right from the start. Seemed too convenient, too specific. Why'd she take so much interest in me at the bonfire? Sure wanted me to get separated from my group, didn't she? Soon as that librarian fell asleep last night, I scoped out the building. Got all these little rooms connected, each of them for a thinker. Well, I found the librarian's room. She was sleeping real peaceful. Found an old wooden trunk in her bedroom. And in that, books. Books like that Thinker's Manifesto. And most interesting, a book on opening up the firmament. To open up the sky, all they'd need is a sacrifice. Matter of fact, now I got 2 questions. You don't seem busy. First one is, these great pylons y'all write about. I've seen your little illustrations. There are 12 of them, right? All in a circle. Seems you've constructed these towers yourself. You're gonna tell me what they are and what they're meant for. And the last thing, this ritual y'all are planning. I read all about it. You need 1 maker, 1 keeper, and 1 thinker. That right? Now, I don't expect y'all to sacrifice your own. No. Y'all would go get some poor suckers instead. And just like this book says, you choose them by giving each a petal from a purple flower. Now, don't that sound damn familiar? Sounds a lot like the petals you gave me and my companions at the bonfire, don't it? Go on, Miss Eve. You're not fooling anybody. Pull that hood off and start talking.
Fifth tower located. Fifth tower 7.
That bleak obelisk is not going anywhere. Perhaps the journey should be savored, Sonny, and less the itinerant destination? The esteemed commandant stationed me in a private quarters on the barracks' highest floor. No doubt elevation implies prestige, and the commandant recognized me as august company. On the bedside table, the commandant delivered me to a mug of delicious brew, 1 sweet roll, and the rudimentary maps for his keeper's patrols. I relished this evening's peace. These past weeks, it's been one event after another, and though I'm no stranger to the bustle, I'd forgotten the gift of quiet introspection. And so, throughout the night, I'd contemplated his maps. Quite rudimentary indeed. It seemed the brawn of that half-town did little to renegotiate Fort Kievo's original footways. They merely divided the old military fortress into 3 precincts: makers, keepers, and thinkers. Beyond that, this Brink City, so they claimed it, was a lone dirt path leading from one section to the next. That's the extent of the keepers' patrols. They march forward and backward, and at each gate they march side to side. How quaint, if not incautious. No doubt the keepers, for whatever they kept, were the brutes of the bunch. Always stomping about, huffing and grunting. Not that a heavy step should preclude intelligence, but more often than not, no, I shouldn't. Despite their hatch slamming, I was pleased to wake in a private room, away from the prattling goddess and revenant cowboy, to be left to my graces. I rose from my lumpy bed and approached the wide oriel window, looking out onto the stronghold. The alleged Brink City. At west, there was the Keeper's Gate crossing the belly of the fortress, rising with a teetering bell tower. That which told again, for some reason, who could know. It did not seem to dictate time. And beyond the Keeper's Gate was the Maker's Precinct, farmland, and the common square where we danced and drank that first eve. Perhaps, I thought, I judged the Commandant's drab mappings too harshly. Were they not mere settlers occupying the tatters of... Oh, how came them so? Some of us are attempting thought here. Well, perhaps the Midwest makes up for its cultural anemia with oafish hubris. Nevertheless, I took back to the window and turned toward the east, where the Thinker's Gate was shut tight. Beyond its stone walls, a mere peppering of dwellings. One large central dome I imagined to be the library, and a series of lodgings surrounding. Was Jessie not out there? And further still, in the farthest reaches of Brink City, I squinted. Perhaps a spiral of towers? At such a distance, these seemed great, silhouetted fingers reaching out from the earth, though I could not discern the count. Now what in the god... I'd been locked. From the outside. In my room. On the highest floor of the barracks. Perhaps this was a routine precaution, the keepers wishing me safe from their oafish tendencies. But of course, the tune of my recent travels would have no such mercy. Something was afoot, and I'd no evident escape.
Almost. Remember, thumb on the top. Throw it fast, not hard.
Mata came up behind me, the brim of his straw hat over my head. Then he pinched my middle finger and moved it beneath the stone. Finally! Oh my gods, I feel like I threw it at least 100. And then Mata turned me around and leaned forward. He kissed me. Oh no. No, don't make that face. I don't mean, like...
I thought... I'll just jump in the river.
Oh, shut up. No, it was unexpected. It's fine, Mata. He looked defeated, hands in his pockets, staring at the ground.
There isn't much time is all. Better a fool than a big coward.
Don't have a cow. It's fine, okay? Wait, what do you mean, not much time? Mata looked out into the fields behind us, all the makers plucking away at the cherries, placing them into their bags.
Helix, if you wanted... I mean, no one is watching us.
I used to never feel alcohol. I used to never bleed. I used to never feel my heart drop until right there, in the orchard. But Mata couldn't know. He couldn't know that gods can't make love to humans. It drives them crazy. It makes them unhealthy. Because I've seen it. I've seen it. And I will never have another Dre. No. I learned my lesson. But there was something else Mata couldn't have known. Something that he said. These past few weeks, going from town to town, we meet all sorts of people. Bandits, underground worshippers, roller rink DJs. Sometimes we're friends and sometimes we're not. But this is a totally strange and dangerous world to be mortal in, especially as someone who doesn't know how to be mortal. So I'm very, very careful about giving out my name. Mata, I know we've spent the past day together, so it would seem natural, but I never told you my name. He reached up to his straw hat and removed it. Then he snapped his fingers. All those makers in the field, the ones that weren't watching, they stood straight and turned. Cherries fell from their hands. Dozens of makers. They started walking, then running toward me. When they looked at Mata, they called him Seer. The Seer.
Seer, I have the rope. Give the word.
Yes, bind her. And send word to Eve. We're en route with the sacrifice.
Radio Outcast was created by Maria Fernanda Vidaurrazaga and JT Lachausse and produced by Hughes. Starring Ivory Amor de Francisca as Jesse Rogers, Daniel A. Stevens as Charles Osgood, Jay Duong as Helix, Griffin Otto Deniger as Mata and the Commandant, Maria Fernanda Vidaurrazaga as Miss Eve, and Anne Hughes as the Maker Woman. This episode was written by JT, directed by Fernanda, with dialogue editing by Anne, sound design by JT, and theme music by Samuel Kinsella. As always, you can find us online at radiooutcast.com or follow us on Instagram at radiooutcastpod and Twitter at radio_outcast. If you like what you hear, let us know by leaving us a review on Apple Podcasts, Podchaser, or Good Pods. It helps us reach more listeners and gives us a chance to see what you all think of the show. If you aren't sure what to say but would still like to show your support, you can rate the show on any of those avenues as well, and now also on Spotify at the top of the Radio Outcast page right from your phone. If you'd like to help us grow, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/radio_outcast. With the season finale just one more episode away, Patreon will be the place for your Radio Outcast fix. During our month off in December, our patrons still got access to behind-the-scenes material, original scripts, and bonus content, including our very first Q&A session with our lovely producer and the voice of Emmy, Anne Hughes. But if that's too big of a commitment for you, if you become a patron at the Coda tier for as little as $1 a month, you too could get a special shout-out at the end of our episodes, like Nameless Thief once stumbled across Fort Kieft's remains on their journey charting the Midwest remains following the Civil War. Rumor has it they heard word of a seer and turned around right after they marked down coordinates. Alan L., our rumored opera singer, may have never attended one of Fort Kieft's bacchanalias, but he has stomped on cherries before. A man of many talents, this one. Lone Flat's favorite preacher, Andy S., once met with a member of his congregation to discuss the mysterious commune in Montana after the woman's son found meaning out in the orchard. The mysterious undertaker, Daniel W., was meant to set up shop in Montana near the fort early in his career, but a lost contract led him down a new path toward Lone Flats. Gnome H grew up on a farm for many years before she left to make her own way and journey across the West. Aaron B., who told me they were paid in nothing but cherry-based alcohol on their last run to Miles City, Montana. During a tarot reading for a member of the commune 2 years ago, Chelsea S. pulled 3 cards: the Magician, the Ten of Swords, and the Tower. Susan D. looked for many ways to find fortune across the West, but at an old military base she found a lot of luck at the card tables in Miles City before continuing her journey. Sebastian once met Mata back when the man still went by Adam at a general store. He claims Mata's smile was one of the kindest he received since he left home. Lisbeth S. took up an apron when she left the big city for Lone Flats. Her pie crust has become so infamous that a maker who once had a taste has worked day and night to replicate the buttery, crispy goodness for the fort's own desserts. Sarah F. is art cousins with Mata. Their teachers both came from the same town and the same mentor. Consuelo U. struggled at one point with figuring out her own lot in life, whether she was destined to be a maker or thinker in her daily life. Luckily, she never lived in Fort Keogh and realized that she could be both. Fearless Lila once robbed a keeper on the road. They were sad to find barrels of fruit, but it was all made better when they found some of the harshest but hardest liquors they had ever drank in the last drum. Melissa L. is arguably the best rock skipper around. She has won 3 rock skipping contests in a row, and it remains undefeated. Physics had a strict rule of trying any liquor before selling at the Lone Flat Saloon. This has led him to have a high tolerance of most homebrewed hooch, if only due to the fact that a number of criminal contacts have asked for his opinion. Rax W. happened to see the wagons transporting all the bells for Fort Keogh's many bell towers. Patricia D. heard tale that many odd folks live near Miles City and has continued her criminal endeavors in other unsavory places. Val V. has time and time again tried to remember the punchline to Charles's favorite joke about a woman's missing calf, but failed to deliver each time. Juan Aurelio P. regularly makes deals with strange and sketchy individuals, but after many years of business has said that the best way to avoid the poisonous snakes is to never trust a smile, especially when it's easy. Word around town says Kyrie O. once bested a man in a foot race around Miles City. Marcos L. is said to have grown up with one of the young men to man Fort Keogh's massive doors. And of course, there's also Patrick C., who, when asked about Montana, Miles City, and strange individuals, offered something better than tall tales: another cup of the best coffee in the West. To all of our patrons, thanks again. We really appreciate you, and we cannot emphasize that enough. And to everyone listening, thank you for joining us on this journey, and safe travels.
There can be no greater killjoy than mention of sacrifice.
What if they did something to Helix? That'd call for breaking the code, no doubt.
We're just in a stupid fucking game with her.
Radio Outcast is a heartbreaking, gunslinging podcast for mature audiences. Content warning. This episode contains depictions of cults, murder, ritual sacrifice, graphic violence, and references to mass murder that may be upsetting for some listeners. We encourage our listeners to prioritize their safety before venturing ahead. Thank you.
You know, Helix used to follow me around like a puppy. We were always together. And anytime we weren't, she'd tell me absolutely everything that had happened in our time apart. And she'd say, "I wish you had been there." So I put in the work to make sure we could stay together. I made the sacrifices. But the moment I so much as hinted that maybe things needed to change between us, she goes off with some human. Her precious Dre. Well, fine. You know what? Fine, Helix, fine. You win. You can have all the human men you want. Let me know how that goes for you. Oh my god, so I can just hear her now. "Emmy, I found an old fort, joined a rando party, went off with the first guy who made eyes at me, of course, and abandoned my friends, as usual. But turns out he's like part of a cult and wants to sacrifice me. Bummer. Anyway, wish you had been there." Don't worry, Helix. I'm right here. In fact, I'll never let you out of my sight again.
The ascension will go undisturbed. Take your seat, Mr. Rogers.
Turned out, old Miss Eve wasn't old in spirit. Flipped her hood down and pulled a knife on me. Sharp-eyed, looked determined. I've known women like Eve. Could take down a bull with a bouquet. So I went on. Took my seat. Didn't have no intention for blood. Not yet. Then a couple of thinkers showed up behind Miss Eve. Bunch of wide-eyed freaks with big ideas and nothing to lose.
The bell rang only twice. Has the ornament not been collected? Well, then we must have faith that the seer secured her.
Brainy folk love to gab. Must be the ego. Well, Miss Eve went on talking about some ascension, some ornament, and I listened to them. And I watched. All they carried was hunting daggers. Too shiny, must be unused. And all I had was a couple of loaded guns and impeccable aim. You know, in that manifesto of yours, it had a bit of arithmetic, formulas, talking about some great pylons. This the ascension? Didn't even look at me, just ignored my question. Kept jabbing at folks in hoods. Now, I didn't think much of those formulas. I'm more of a prose man myself. Just figured it was some architecture. But as I sat there, listening to Eve fill in all the gaps, things got clear.
There's no worry about the other one. The Commandant has him confined. Are you threatening me? With a pen?
Can't bring a gun to a knife fight. That'd go against my code. And I've gone this long without betraying it. So I pointed my quill pen instead. Tried to look as menacing as I could. Go on. Out the doorway. You'll tell me where my partners are, then we're leaving. And I don't want trouble from...
The firmament, it beckons. Dispose of him, swiftly.
Hello? Monsieur Commandant! It seems you've mistaken me as a stowaway! Unlock this door this very instant! I'd had my night of peace from Helix and Jesse. Now, separated wherever they might have been, I worried I might never leave the Keeper's barracks. In the deepest trenches of my thoughts, I worried, perhaps, that they'd abandoned me, left me for the daggers. I know that my temperament can be quite grinding, perhaps. Perhaps this was the end for Charles Osgood. Very well! Send my regards to the town carpenter! Allow me to be crude, mistress. Emmy, rather. But the very instant I rammed my shoulder against that door, thus bursting that damned lock, thus collapsing into the empty hall, a crash of thunder fell upon Brink City, and I quite nearly wet myself. Truth be told, I figured the drunken louts had forgotten about me, locked poor Osgood away for the night to protect him from, perhaps myself? Though I am no such tippler, I could be 7 mugs deep and still retain my courtly elegance, no? At the very least, I'd never cause myself disgrace or harm. I dusted off my shoulders, and as I rose from the barracks floor, I'd heard a wailing from down ways. I was unsure who or what cried out, only that it came from down the hallway, behind a great oaken door. Fortunately, as you may recall, I'd recently joined the ranks of gifted individuals, yes? After that marvelous skating display at the Idaho rink, at last I'd found a purpose for my oral powers. None handsomer than the cowboy's immortality, I confess, but I've made peace with less. Alas, I enchanted the distant voices to echo closer. The first voice I recognized immediately as the Commandant. He spoke with fearful vigor.
Men, the seer has sent word. The true sacrifice has been captured. He has recognized a heavenly demeanor about her. She is our true ornament. Oh, hush. You are no longer useful for us. We shall use the ornament's 2 companions as accompanying sacrifices, unless you wish to join them. Very well. Men, quickly, take these bodies to the great pylons to burn with the others. Make it quick. The firmament beckons. I shall grab the gentleman down the hall.
Ah, well. There can be no greater killjoy than mention of sacrifice, particularly when I'm involved. Who was this ornament and this seer character? I could not be sure. But I would not linger around for the bloody context. I returned for Sonny and then sallied forth down the winding staircase. Curiously, it seemed the lower barracks' floors had been gutted, each floor a vacant, hushed hallway, as if the dozens of unruly keepers had obligations elsewhere beyond their scant patrols, perhaps attending this so-called sacrifice. I shivered at the idea. Ah. Now this will do. On my way out the barracks front, I found a lonesome keeper's hat dangling from a wall hook. A wide-brimmed, disgusting gray thing with a red emblem in the center. Of course, better to be safe than sacrificed, yes? So I donned the hideous thing and made haste. The sky had turned to an unfashionable ash, that very same gray which the Brink citizens so seemed to love. I spurred on across the dirt path, away from the barracks to the belly of the fort, across the barren grounds. Not a soul in sight. An entirely different image whence we arrived. Only the dubious smell of cherry trees against a coal gray eve. To the west there rose the second gate where I had passed through following the commandant. It was now sealed shut and unguarded by the keepers. From afar I could see the fruit and vegetable fields were unpopulated. This was where Helix was meant to be. If not there, then where? A sensible man, perhaps, would flee toward this direction. He would crawl the Brink City gates, hop on a steed, and disappear from these Montana horrors. And yet, there remained one fortress location where my companions must have been. Beyond the third and final gate, where Jesse had passed with that librarian, the Thinker's Gate. I turned east toward it. A great blue emblem dangled from its iron bars, waving the image of an open book. And there, far down the pathway, a gathering of shadows approached the gate. I could only imagine who they might have been.
At last, the circle shall close. Keepers, open that gate.
Well, Mom, I wouldn't be praying to you now if I didn't escape, but I'll admit, at the time when those lumbering assholes were pushing me through that gate, I didn't know what to think. I spent millions of years feeling secure, godly, whatever. Anyways, you know your daughter. You know I gave him total hell.
Coda. Remember that mayor in Lone Flats? Yeah, get them.
What is that? Men, cover your ears. Do not become distracted.
Coulda knocked down most of them, even got Mata for a sec. But the keepers pulled their ugly hats down over their ears. Pieces of shit. The hats muffled Coda's noises enough that they stopped stumbling around.
Give me your hats, fool. I need protection more than you. Now, the firmament will not wait.
Stop pushing me, you... This fucking guy. He shoved me through the Thinker's Gate and kept shoving, pushing me along a dirt path. The little moonlight we had disappeared behind clouds. I couldn't see my hands or feet. I could only feel Mata's hand, or I guess the seer's hand, pushing against my back. When the bolts came down, the flat, grassy field around us lit up. I only had half a second. I spun around looking for Jesse, knowing he was supposed to be somewhere around here. Instead, Mata shoved me toward what looked like a circle of towers. Towers! Fucking towers. It was too dark to count all of them. I waited for another lightning bolt. 11. 11 towers in a huge circle. And 1/12th tower in the middle, taller than the rest of them. They all looked the same, just like the towers we've been hunting this whole time. I couldn't believe it. Did the people at Brink City know? About the powers? About me? The huge central tower had a metal thingy coming out the top. When the next bolt of lightning came down, it struck the rod right on the tip. The tower glowed bright yellow.
The ascension begins. Deliver the ornaments to the center.
Call me an ornament. One more... Mata shoved me, again. I stumbled toward the center of the field, closer to the glowing tower. I don't know how it worked. The metal on the tower walls buzzed, glowed yellow, burning with the heat as we got closer. Another lightning bolt connected with the tower's metal rod. Now the energy traveled away from the tower, slithering across the ground. They had installed metal webbings across the entire field. If my life wasn't in danger, I'd probably be really fucking impressed. The lightning went down the tower, traveled out in 11 different directions, toward the other 11 towers. I made one more effort to look for Jesse, or even Charles, but found nobody except Mata and his cult-worshipping assholes. Mata stepped in front of me and opened a small door leading inside the big central tower. This close, the heat could melt your face off. I closed my eyes and he shoved me one last time. I could hardly see anything. Inside the tower, there was a narrow staircase made of wood, and the only light came from a tiny square window near the top. I took one step up and then another. But something reeked. I smelled blood.
For a pack of fools that call themselves thinkers, they sure aren't very thoughtful. Carrying around knives like they know what to do with them. Well, they didn't. Dispatched them real quick. That librarian woman came at me with a dagger to my face. He had the look to kill me. Wild eyes and big wet teeth. All it took was a smack to her wrists. Her knife went flying across the room. Figured that'd shut her up. It didn't. She had the bright idea to start throwing books at my head. History tomes, biographies, cookbooks hurt the worst. I caught an almanac in the air and sent it back her way, right into her stomach. knocked that librarian clean out. Took out the other thinkers with fists, elbows, and my ink pen. Couple jabs to the arms, shouldn't be fatal. Just a couple scars as a reminder. Don't fuck with me. Now where are y'all? Once I busted out the library, went round the building and caught sight of those great pylons old Eve was riding about. Far off and away, they lit up the field like 12 lighthouse beacons. But that wasn't no fire on top of those towers. They seemed charged up from something else, glowing. Could hear 'em humming a mile away.
Oh, you there.
All's good.
I must have fooled you.
You were a heartbeat away from getting sent to the sticks.
Indeed? Well, perhaps I have a late-stage career at the Gaiety Theater.
Save it. We're in shit here. You know where Barefoot is?
Ah, about that. See, the only information I have is of some sacrifice. The Commandant spoke of some ornament. This dreary place could certainly use one.
Seems we were in the wrong place, right time, or other way round. Could be the name of my story. Whatever it was, Brink City had been expecting us. Somehow, they knew to get us separated. Seems every day is a move on someone else's chessboard. Me and Charles moved on, out toward the towers. These pylons. Charles told me about him getting trapped in those barracks. Got real proud about busting down the door. Figured I wouldn't kill his joy, telling him about the room full of thinkers versus me with an ink pen. Anyhow, we didn't have time to argue. Charles said he didn't see a soul near the front of the fortress, nor the middle. Only place that remained were those towers. My mind started pushing smoke. What if they did something to Helix? That'd call for breaking the code, no doubt.
Do you see anything?
Them bell tolls, 4 of them now. Been counting them since we showed up. Keep walking. Closer we got to the towers, the taller they became. They glowed hot and high in the sky. 11 of them and one in the center, glowing brightest. It drew all the attention. Kept our eyes to the sky and didn't notice what was on the ground till it was too late.
What on? Oh dear. It's a proper festival of delusion.
Surrounding us, spread out across the field in hundreds and hundreds, those cult freaks. Bent on the earth, foreheads pressed to the soil, arms flailing wide in some sort of ritual prayer. Charles tripped over some leg. They ain't budge. They kept worshiping, their bodies facing that central tower. Aside from me and Osgood, only one man stood. He walked up to the central tower and pointed to the sky. He looked real familiar.
As the vision I saw, as the woman who appeared to me moons ago in my dreams, she was the woman, the goddess, the empress of time. As she foretold, the marriage of 3, the final thinker, keeper, and maker, and that maker being our ornament. And just as the time goddess foretold, she said to look for the lightning bolts. We looked to the sky. And then last nightfall, the ornament arrived wearing earrings of lightning bolts. She would be our great maker. And the time goddess, in her great generosity, sent along 2 others, a wise man and a handyman, to complete the ritual. They would be our great thinker and keeper. Now, let the ascension begin. Let the sacrifice begin. We shall forge a paradise. Goddess of my dreams, Empress of time, do you receive our sacrifice?
That laugh. I know this voice, this woman he speaks of.
After that wild man's ranting, me and Charles started hearing a loud knocking. Sounded like someone shouting from behind the wall. The only direction was up, inside that buzzing central tower. Suppose Helix never did play the damsel. There she was, kicking a hole out of the tower wall. Must have been made from wood planks with metal etchings. She broke through a soft spot, her bare foot poking out into the air. Then she kept kicking and punching until a sizable hole showed in the tower. Helix poked her head out. Bad news was, soon as folks looked up at the tower, watching old Barefoot peep out the top, they started noticing me and Charles. All the hundreds of them, slowly rising up from the earth and turning our way. They looked to get rid of us, one way or another, sacrifice or nuisance. 7 thinkers with knives, that's no problem. But hundreds of deranged Montana fools. All we could do was try and get out of there alive. Folks started ganging up and closing in. Seemed Charles was waiting for the right moment, and that he did. That good old firmament. Use what you got, Osgood. It's about to be a colt rodeo.
What I've got? I've only got Sonny, and then there's... Oh, quite.
Hurt like hell. Charles playing the thunder like a horn, using them new powers against the colt. He stretched the sound until it became long, unbearable. All them colt fools clutching at their ears, howling out, and they dropped like flies, myself included. Cut my ears and fell to the ground, but it gave Helix the right opening she needed. She jumped from the tower, came down like a stone right on that cult leader. Could have swore I heard his back snap. Hope it did. Regardless, me and Charles booked it. Ran to help her up.
Her. I heard her. Emmy.
Indeed. Indeed, we need to scurry. That is Emmy, you said. What a strange name. An entirely unfamiliar and strange name.
No! Don't!
That cult leader ran up on us. Took a dagger at Charles' stomach, but he got that beeping machine instead. Saved a dandy's life. Before the man could remove his knife from the machine, I grabbed his arm and twisted. He gritted his teeth in pain. Snapped his arm apart. His hand slipped from the knife and he fell to the ground. He wouldn't bother us anymore.
5, 4, 3, tears down this wall.
Sonny, that ogre just...
No time. Forget that. The tower. No power. We need to find it.
Oh, well, that's sumptuous. In that case, we have 11 more towers in this field to scout, and yet poor Sonny has just been massacred by that troll.
Five. 1 bell tolled when we showed up, and 2 this morning.
Right. It rang 2 more times when that piece of shit dragged me here.
Oh, am I to guess what the 5th bell toll means?
We had our answer immediately. That huge central tower erupted, lit up like a pyre and shattered into wood strips and metal bits. Seemed it was always meant to explode. If Helix was still inside it, she'd be nothing but scraps too. Figured we were meant to be there too. Me and Charles, the thinker and maker for their little sacrifice. And what for? Or for who? The sound of it could have swore a beast walked the earth. But far afield, 4 of those great pylons went crashing down, each right next to each other, going left to right. 1 tower, a 2nd tower, a 3rd tower, a 4th tower surging with electricity and exploding into bits, then tumbling. The heavy metal rubble crashed right down into the stone walls of the fort. Look, those towers burst a hole in the fort wall. It's our chance. We can climb the rubble and get out.
But 4 towers down? She's sending me a message. She's fucking with me. I know it.
Who?
Yes, who? I've no idea.
Emmy. These towers. Listen, you heard Mata, right? The seer, whatever his name is. He talked about a time goddess. I heard her laugh. All of this, it's Emmy. She's manipulating human lives to fuck with me. Those 4 towers that exploded, it's like the 4 towers we've come across already. She's mocking us. She's telling me that she's been watching. We're just in a stupid fucking game with her. You hear that, Emmy? Fuck you! Fuck you for manipulating these people! Fuck you for leading us here! Fuck you!
Very well then.
We don't have time for this. Once these cold assholes get the gumption, they'll stampede us.
Right. Follow me.
On the run again. Always on some chessboard. As we made way toward the busted ramparts, noticed Helix's feet all bloody. Must have been from kicking a hole in the wall. And behind us, them cult folks were charging after, waving their knives around. Helix sent her bird thing back to confuse them, and Charles with his sonic powers. But me was just trying to strategize. All's good. Send it to the horses. Fast.
I'm gonna run to that tower. Gut feeling.
What are you... What is she... What are we doing?
She went right off toward the next pylon. Had the towers went on collapsing, it would have been the next to explode. The 5 o'clock hen. Helix had it in her gut. Was the 5th tower. Suppose it made sense in her own way. Come on, get your horse and let's go. Helix, listen.
I touched it! I touched the tower! Nothing
happened yet, but
Well, I'll be threaded.
Soon as she slapped that fifth tower, not 10 feet later, it charged up and exploded, bringing down more of Brent City's walls. If Helix had went up just a few moments late, she'd be dead now.
this isn't over, Emmy.
Horses ready!
Up the rabble. Let's go. We mounted up. Charles on his, Helix hers, me on quarter. Then we charged over the ramparts rubble, looking out onto the long Montana nothing. A bunch of cold green nothing. And no beeping machine to guide us. Behind us, we waited for more towers to explode. None did. Helix led the pack, galloping forward. She didn't want us to see it, but I did. The tears falling from her face, her flapping the reins in anger. Seems she discovered something there, in that central tower, about everything going on.
Helix, have you received a new power?
Does it matter? It's not useful right now. Just keep writing. I want to get the fuck away from here.
We rode on. Eventually, Helix settled out from the funk, told us of her returned power, some ability to read emotions. Charles asked what he was feeling. She said he was nervous, and for some reason, guilty. Charles didn't talk after that. For me, Barefoot said I was contemplative. Suppose that's true. As we trekked out from Miles City, Brink City, whatever, the sky opened, like a curse was lifted. Sun came out and shined our way, our aimless way, toward what we could only assume was another tower. Was there another tower? I think so. Counted 12 towers, one in the middle. 11 circled round the field in a ring. 4 fell down, and 7 stood high. 7 towers. They're out there, waiting for us. All we've got to do is survive that long. 7 towers, and Barefoot gets her powers back. 7 more towers, and I get rid of this immortality curse. Then, only then, can I get my revenge. I will avenge you, Jacob Rogers. Like Joshua and the walls of Jericho, the impossible was made real. He broke them walls down. He rose. I will rise.
Radio Outcast was created by Maria Fernanda Vidaurrazaga and J.T. Lachausse, and produced by Ann Hughes, starring Ivory Amor de Francisca as Jesse Rogers, Maria Fernanda Vidaurrazaga as Miss Eve, Daniel A. Stevens as Charles Osgood, Griffin Otto Deniger as Mata and the Commandant, Jay Duong as Helix, Daniel Sotelo as Coda, and Ann Hughes as the Maker Woman and Emmy. This episode was written by JT, directed by Fernanda, with dialogue editing by Ann, sound design by JT, and theme music by Samuel Kinsella. But before I go any further, check out this trailer from our friends at Caldera Studios for their supernatural fantasy, Where the Stars Fell.
This is routine update log number 6 for Dr. Edison Tucker concerning my research into the town of Jerusalem, Oregon, and the existence of the supernatural, paranormal, mythological, and etc., blah, blah, blah. Since arriving, I've definitely encountered some stuff that could be classified under weird ass. The other day, I found what looked like claw marks in the vegetable patch wiring, and nobody in town will talk to me about the picnic area near Lincoln's farm, although it could be because everybody thinks I'm one of those monster hunting idiots, which I'm not, okay? I am an experienced professional who takes my work extremely seriously, and I am going to prove this if it's the last thing I ever...
Dr. Tucker, what have I told you about keeping samples in the fridge?
Although, to be honest, I think the biggest mystery on my hands is how I'm gonna survive living with Lucille Kensington, stuck-up extraordinaire. So, if you guys don't hear from me again, it wasn't something in the woods that got me. Probably.
Where the Stars Fell, streaming now wherever podcasts are found.
As always, you can find Radio Outcast online at radiooutcast.com or follow us on Instagram at Radio Outcast Pod and Twitter at Radio_Outcast. Make sure to stay tuned for a Season 1 wrap-up Q&A, where you can send us questions about the production and glimpse behind the scenes. If you like what you hear, let us know by leaving us a review on Apple Podcasts, Podchaser, or Good Pods. This helps us reach more listeners, and it gives us a chance to see what you all think of the show. If you aren't sure what to say, but you would still like to show your support, you can rate the show on any of those platforms, and also now on Spotify at the top of the Radio Outcast page right from your phone. If you'd like to help us grow, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/radio_outcast. We have tons of content available right now for our patrons and much more in the works while you wait for Season 2, like behind-the-scenes material, original scripts, and bonus content, including our very first Q&A session with our lovely producer, Ann Hughes. But if that's too big of a commitment for you, if you become a patron at the Coda tier, for as little as just $1 a month, you too could get a special shout-out at the end of our episodes, like Kyrie O, who cleaned tables at a Lone Flats saloon before becoming the Wild West's greatest harpist. Gnome H, who found a walkie-talkie out in the Arizona deserts and made a pretty good penny selling it off to a collector of oddities. Pat C, who had tea with all 6 vice presidents of the Den of the Trade in Salt Lake City, but he found them rather annoying, so he went to have tea with the Vice President of America. Alan L, who was there in the kangaroo court of the heavens, but was busy finishing a crossword puzzle, and so he missed the drama between those two feuding goddesses. Dan W, who went to a fabulous cartographer's banquet where he met a chatty dandy, Grover Cleveland, and a pissed-off Texan with a shotgun, but he can't remember who was who. Melissa L, who saw the Sam Vogel gang fiddling with some railroad tracks, and so she poured some itching powder into their belongings while they slept at camp. Sarah F, who works the concessions at the Rink on the Moon, where she saw the most incredible rollerblading competition the heavens or earth has ever known. Rax W, who attended that party at the mayor's mansion in Lone Flats, and while no one was looking, nabbed one of those pretty Edison light bulb contraptions. Marcos L, who rode his steed through Miles City, Montana just last week, and he heard those cult weirdos having a celebration inside the fort. The vibe was bad, and so he rode on. Patricia D, who was so good at 3-card Monte that folks in northern Utah asked her, kindly, to teach them her skillful ways, lest she run them out of house and temple. VCA Staging, who bumped into our beloved trio as they trekked southeast, and even gave Helix a nice aloe vera salve for her feet. Lisbeth S, the hyperpop musician mastermind of the 1880s, who DJ Furtrap loves to spin on the table when the crowd wants something extra funky. Val V, the stenographer for the court heavens, who typed as fast as she possibly could to document Emmy and Helix and Spectra's intermittent legal spats. Someone give her a medal. Juan P., who opened a saddle shop in Salt Lake City, where he met a gruff, kind cowboy looking for a custom saddle that reads, "All a man needs is 1/4. Andy S., who went looking for oil out in the dry lands of Monument Valley. He overheard a couple drifters playing some strange word game called Never Have I Ever. Aaron B., who met a nice young lady out in Albuquerque looking for some paint supplies, and since Aaron has connections with the local art guild, they got the girl a good bargain. Physics, who invented a cheap and cruelty-free method for producing makeup, just sold 3 massive crates of product to Miss Marigold and her cohort. Susan D., who actually helped build that library building inside Brink City, but once she started seeing some strange literature, she decided to dip out of there and head down to Denver. Fearless Lila Rose 300, who used to party with Helix back in 1987 New York City, just landed a major contract for couture fashion wear, the Fearless Lila Rose label. Catch their clothes at Barney's on 5th Avenue. Chelsea S., the most famous strange fiction author of the Gilded Age West, wrote most of her novels on the comfort of a hay bale in central Idaho. Sebastian, a journalist in the heavens, didn't know how to report Emmy's latest tantrums. First, she opened a time rift, then she warped dinosaurs and pirate ships into the Elysian Plain. But did that even need reporting? It's not like anybody could miss that. And lastly, Peter E., who grew up just outside the Enchanted Mesa in New Mexico, saw a strange obelisk pointing high into the sky, and then the very next day, it was suddenly gone. To all of our patrons, thanks again. We appreciate you. And to everyone listening, thank you for joining us on this journey, and we'll see you again soon. And as always,
safe travels.
Travels.